American schools are hotbeds of anti-American brainwashing. Teachers and administrators are trained to indoctrinate and enforce ideological conformity. Submission is the norm. Crucible is the true story of one schoolboy's struggle against society's obsession with an anti-American ideology. This young man refused to surrender to the psychological abuse of his superiors and the violence of his peers. In Crucible, Child Patriot American Victory, two visions of America collide. One is left standing.
One final testimony here. This is from Nathaniel. I just found this, and it speaks to me on a lot of levels. Too many forget that the continuance of a people should come from the love of one's own people, and not a hate for the other. I hate the mistakes I made. I wear them every day, and some I even wish I could take back. But time is merciless, flows only forward. I'm trying to rectify them, but some I may just have to live with. It's an uphill battle. Listen to this guy, no white guilt.
Listen to this guy, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt. Listen to this guy, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt.
Everything from being a man to encouraging your kin to face tattoos, to how you identify yourself and your beliefs, to discerning your motivations for why you want to see the children of the West survive. Don't make my mistakes. You'll feel like a fool otherwise. Don't make my mistakes. That's from Nathaniel Nelson. A warning to him about the warnings that he wished he had somebody share with him.
Listen to this guy, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt. Listen to this guy, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt. Listen to this guy, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt. Listen to this guy, no white guilt, no white guilt, no white guilt.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. Oh, by God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God,
And we are going free. If you all can hear me okay, please let me know. It's great to see you all. A good Sunday evening, Monday morning to all of you. And we're going to jump right into the information we wanted to cover over the course of the show, at least the bill that we're talking about here, and maybe some more information, maybe some more news. And then after we do some of that, then we'll get to the beginning of the show as usual. So I'm going to jump right on over to HR 111. To establish a Department of Peace Building and for other purposes. This is the 116th Congress, first session, HR 111, in the House of Representatives, February 8, 2019. This bill is moving forward with, I think, 30-some, maybe 32, 36 or so Democrats. Voting matters, ladies and gentlemen, not because the Republicans are ever going to be white positive, but because they are going to stand between us and the grizzly bear that is the anti-whiteism, that are the anti-whites. And so you want the dog to remain there in between you and the grizzly bear for as long as possible. You want the anti-whites to broaden the number of victims that they are going to victimize, the number of people that they're going to victimize, so that those too will fight against anti-whiteism. This is what we want, and we're going to move forward, and we're going to discuss some more of this as we were discussing it last week. We're going to pick right up where we left off. Excuse me, providing for public education. This is what this department is going to do. It's going to be headed up by the Secretary of Peace, ladies and gentlemen. And we are, you can go to congress.gov to find this bill, which right now is moving through Congress. And with our new dual presidency, maybe we could call it, the president-elect Joe Camel. Our new dual presidents, no longer a president and a vice president, but more like a dual presidency. This sort of thing is without the opposition of stalwart Republicans, who again are not white positive. This will move through Congress of the United States of America and become law of the land. Nothing I'm saying here is an opinion. This is directly taken from the bill, written by Democrats, anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. You too can see it. I will, if I didn't last week, I will upload it to my pCloud so that everybody can download it from there. But otherwise, you can go to congress.gov, and that's probably the safest place to go and get it. So therefore, you know it has not been manipulated. It essentially sets up, or more than essentially, as you'll see as we work through this, you look at last week's show and this week's show, you'll be able to see that it sets up a parallel, what effectively can be defined by people, if they so desire, a parallel government to the United States. It mirrors other departments of the United States government, and it gives this new Department of Peace power over the other branches and departments of government of the United States to be able to change the laws. If this new bureaucracy of peace, Department of Peace, decides that any laws that have been passed throughout history, any new laws, any regulations, etc., are not achieving a peaceful, and of course by peaceful what they mean is anti-white outcome, then they have the power to override those and rewrite those laws, rewrite those regulations, rewrite those rules. It is all in black and white in HR 111, 116 Congress, United States of America. Providing for public education, programs and counseling strategies that promote tolerance and respect for the diversity of all individuals in the United States without regard to race, religion, creed, gender, and gender identification, sexual orientation, age, ethnicity, and other perceived differences. And before we move forward with that, of course, there's one group that is going to be left out. We know that when the anti-whites say the word diversity, what they mean is fewer white people. When an area is entirely white or nearly entirely white, they say that the area lacks diversity. As the area is becoming non-white, they say that the area is becoming vibrant, that it is becoming diversified. When the area is almost 100% non-white, they say that it has finally been diversified. You can see the same things at work. And I'm not saying these things for you here, ladies and gentlemen, so that you are just get to say as you listen, yeah, that's true. Damn right. That guy's right. That guy in that white shirt is right today. No, I say these things so that you can take them and then bring them to your circles of influence, your friends, your family, strangers that you come across, and then say these things to them because they are effective when said. This is the practice of going free, which so many who show up here on Sundays going free
are fully invested in. And that is why we are making a difference in the world. And we've got a lot of things to share over the course of the show. I've got so many things to do. I doubt we're going to be here for the full 8 hours today because there are a lot of other things to do. And you know what I'd like to do also when it comes to these shows is bring more of you all to the fore and highlight more of the great work that you all are doing now in going free and bringing the message to those in your circles of influence. So you need to make sure that you tell those in your circles of influence that you do not, that you are not represented as a Westman, a member of Western kind, in diversity. You are not represented in peace, according to the anti-whites. All of these things are just code words for anti-whiteism. So we're going to keep going right now. Now, remember, this is not an exaggeration. I'm not speaking for YouTube. Obviously, the ultimate arbiter of all things is CNN and MSNBC, YouTube, and the other tech giants. And I'm sure they're the Chinese, Communist Chinese Party, who might be working with the tech individuals as well. They are the ones that are obviously the arbiters of peace and the arbiters of truth. So you just go to them for those things. But I'm going to read from the bill that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, one of the many that are moving forward right now through the Congress of the United States of America. And it clearly states that it sets up parallel agencies, parallel departments that have power over the other agencies in order to achieve peaceful outcomes. We're going to keep going here. Note it. One of the things to note here is that it indicates the potential to encourage more free flow of people into the United States. So one of the other things that the Department of Peace and this bill is focused on doing is bringing more people to the United States. Now, they're not going to be bringing more white people to the United States. They're going to be bringing more non-white people. And most of those people, they're going to be, sourcing from the most anti-white areas that they can possibly find. And of course, we see that manifested in the votes that these individuals cast when they get to the United States. As though voting matters. Encourage the development of international sister city programs pairing United States cities with cities around the world for artistic, cultural, economic, educational, and faith-based exchanges. Well, doesn't that sound interesting? I wonder how the anti-whites might interpret that verbiage, ladies and gentlemen. Encourage the development of international sister city programs. Okay, so you're going to have, where do you live? Where do you live, Alt Voices Portal? Or don't actually say, obviously. This is just for the purpose of the point I'm making. Whatever city you might live in. You live in, I don't know. Let's say you live in a cute little city in Kansas, and everybody there is white. And then they're going to force that little city to have a sister city program. And certainly that is something that could be interpreted from the verbiage that's written in this bill. And maybe the sister city will be one of the wonderful little cities in Nicaragua, or in one of these other countries, and then you're going to have a free flow of those individuals into your city. I don't know, ask CNN to see if it's the truth or not, but encourage the development of sister city programs, pairing United States cities with cities around the world for artistic, cultural, economic, educational, and faith-based exchanges. Indicates the First Amendment here is applicable to media. It does not mention First Amendment rights to the entirety of the bill as they apply to individuals. So apparently in this bill, as it is worded, ladies and gentlemen, you can, or the regime's media, they have the First Amendment right, but the First Amendment right is withheld from the population. Media-related responsibilities. HR 111, media-related responsibilities. Respecting the First Amendment to the Constitution of the United States of America and the requirement for free and independent media, the Secretary of Peace, ladies and gentlemen. Something to note really quickly before we read what the Secretary shall is that indicates a desire to seek a policy advice from the media. So seek policy advice from the media that is currently calling for and if you all have saw this or not, or seen this or not, I was potentially going to do a going free roll-in about this morality pills that was reported in Forbes from the University of Chicago that would attempt to develop medication for those who don't want to be anti-white. Of course, they refer to it as things like being tolerant and being brain dead. Okay. The Secretary shall
seek assistance in the design and implementation of non-violent policies from media professionals. I'm going to read that again. This is part of the bill HR 1111, Department of Peace, the creation of the Department of Peace in the United States. The Secretary of Peace shall seek assistance in the design and implementation of nonviolent policies from media professionals. So you see right there, ladies and gentlemen, and you see, as we've talked about it last week, the first part of this, anything that isn't anti-white is not peace. Anything that isn't anti-white is violence, according to the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats. The Secretary of Peace shall study the role of media in the escalation and de-escalation of conflict at domestic and international levels, including the role of fear-inducing and hate-inducing speech and actions, and make the findings of such study public, to make recommendations to professional media organizations in order to provide opportunities to increase media awareness of peace-building initiatives. So in other words, you're going to have, according to this, you're going to have more of these totalitarian, in-your-face sort of infomercials, and of course, it'll be most successfully worked in by the anti-whites who know how this works. It'll be worked into the entertainment media, into your movies, into your television shows, into your docudramas and the rest. And what they'll do is they'll say, well, if you are not anti-white, and this is really what it's coming down to, this is what it's coming down to because of a lot of losers out there who have continued to push back against the only thing that works, and that is the practice of going free. This is what it's going to come down to, is that they're going to say everything that isn't anti-white is violence. Everything that isn't anti-white is not peace. Everything that isn't anti-white, and it will go down the entirety of the list because of these absolute jackasses. And you think these people who right now are saying all across the West, these absolute imbeciles that are talking about neoliberalism, and neoliberalism is only incidentally anti-white. Well, incidentally, kick your ass out of the country then. Incidentally, if you want to have an ally of China or Iran or something, take your ass over to those countries. Because what's going to incidentally happen here, or direct saliently in your face, is that they are going to make everything that isn't anti-white illegal to say. They're going to make everything that isn't anti-white violence. They're going to make everything that isn't anti-white in the way of peace. And all of these neoliberalist absolute rejects who say, well, oh, you're not going to get more of, and then they use the anti-white terminology, getting more of the anti-white ideology, because they're so goddamn stupid. They don't understand that, or they're so driven by their egos that they don't understand. You keep talking with the words that they want you to speak with. You can't get away from it. They say, well, there's not going to be more progressivism. We're going to see more neoliberalism that's hoovering everything up around the world in this, and it's only incidentally anti-white. So you're not going to see more of it. Oh, you think not? Just take a look at what happened in the United States over the past 8 or so months. They don't have the power to do whatever they want. There were few standing in their way. And now what are you going to do? Well, your asses are going to go to jail. That's what's going to end up happening. Indicates that the Peace Department will be influencing what the media will provide for the population. Educational responsibilities. The Secretary of Peace shall, with the support of and in consultation with the United States Institute of Peace, develop a peace education curriculum that includes studies of the civil rights movement in the United States and throughout the world, with special emphasis on the role of nonviolence and how individual endeavor and involvement have contributed to advancements in peace and justice. So every single, if you thought that the MPs, the mean pathogens, were bad,
if you thought that the mean pathogens were bad, if you thought that the white erasure of our, I just had, who just sent me the Cartoon Network? Who just sent me that? Somebody sent me the video from the Cartoon Network, and they're absolutely doing what I said, by the way, and I had to giggle to myself at one of those sort of what's the proper word for it? Sort of in like it'll come back to me. Sort of like in a sad and furious sort of way. Giggle to myself that when I was 11, 12 years old, I told my peers and I told the adults, I said, when I figured this out, they are just going to take all of the things that we invented, discovered, achieved, and they're just going to attribute it to non-white peoples. Every single thing. Because that is the logical outcome of this. And it's not my fault that these folks were too stupid or too cowardly to see that. And it's still not my fault that people today are too stupid or too cowardly to acknowledge the reality that this is where it's going. But you can hardly deny it now. When everywhere you look, they're taking some of the most basic things that everyone knows that the white race did, that members of the white race achieved, and they're just saying, nope, we're just going to teach all of your youth that it was some other group of people and the white race stole it. You know what? If it was some other group of people, but we've been taught for so long that it was this white man or that white woman or this white group of people or whatever it might be, then that means when they say, well, it was actually X, non-white person, that means there has to be a set of thieves, dumbasses. It's just like when they say MLB, look in the mirror when I use those words, or look at what I'm saying in the mirror. MLB, not baseball. Because anti-whites happen to own and dominate everything. We have to talk like this. Look at the anti-whites who wear the balaclavas on their heads. Look at the anti-white slur racist. You cannot say that there is a racist society without having a group of people that are guilty of it. You cannot say that a group of people's lives have no meaning without having a group of people responsible for their lives not having meaning. And then you jackasses go out into the world and you just think, well, I'm just gonna flip this. I'm just gonna flip it and be a snarky little turd, and I'm gonna flip it and say white lives matter, or they're the real racists. Stop being such a child. You are absolutely affirming when you do that there is a group of people who caused the original charge. And that group, you dumb ass foxtrot, is us. So they're going to be studying not just the civil rights in movement in the United States, but anything they could refer to that around the world. So little Johnny, little Susie, well, you live in the UK, you live in Germany, you live in the US, you're going to be forced to learn about how white people have oppressed non-white people all around the world, throughout all of it, well before antediluvian times. They've just been oppressing them. And then, no, you're not going to have to, when I had these conversations with these anti-whites over the years, and they would say, well, look at this. When women finally got into the pilot seats in the military, they fought their way through. This was this awful white male patriarchy. And I said, excuse me, you idiots with your heads filled with Bravo Sierra. Excuse me. They fought their way? Actually, don't you mean that white men allowed them? Don't you mean that white men set up systems where the women could participate? Do you think that the women could participate without white men saying, come on, honey, hop up in the cockpit? Do you think the white women just fought their way up in there? Nobody is getting into a system produced by white men without white men holding the door open for them. Every race whatever sex, how many genders and sexes are there now? It's because they held the door open for them. Nobody's fighting. You know what? You could still be in every seat that they say, well, this is what women were condemned to, or this is what non-white people were condemned to. You could still be, if the white males had acted like maybe some of the other, I won't say who, but maybe some of the other, maybe all of the males of all the other races, then you'd still be in those seats. You're going to get to learn about all of it. Your children are going to get to learn about all of it. There's a way out of this. There is a way out, and we'll talk more about it when we get to the top of the hour and I get off, we get away from this. I'll do as much as I can of this now. We got news coming in about, I don't know if I should even read it, about the Communist Chinese Party. You're going to have all of these neoliberalists. Oh, no. Not the Chinese anything. They don't do anything wrong, right? They're your allies. All right, the Secretary of Peace shall, let's pick this up. Civil rights movement in the United States throughout the world, with special emphasis on the role of nonviolence and how individual endeavor and involvement have contributed. I know what I got to do. I knew something wasn't rolling yet. Entropy is now rolling now. Entropy is now up. With special emphasis, this is on the education, on the role of nonviolence and how individual endeavor and involvement have contributed to advancements in peace and justice. The patriarchal structure of society and inherent violence of such society in the shaping of relationships and institutions. So you're going to be learning about how evil the patriarchy is around the world in Western countries. In consultation with the Secretary of Education, commission the development of such curriculum and make such curriculum available to local districts to enable the use of peace education objectives at pre-kindergarten schools, elementary schools, and secondary schools in the United States. And of course, universities, since they all take government money in one shape or another, they'll all have to abide, because at the moment you take money from the mafia, you have to do everything that they say. So it could have been a very different environment over the next 4 years, and we don't know. Of course, we are here not referring to the election, which is all in the news right now, but you had to have a bunch of people out there that wanted to talk about neoliberalism and incidental anti-whiteism and voting for the Democrats. So before kindergarten, almost infant age, indicates that the use of withholding funds or offering additional funds will be used to encourage states to adopt the peace curriculum. The peace curriculum. Offer incentives in the form of grants and training to encourage the development of state peace curricula and assist schools in applying for such grants and training. Work with educators to equip students to become skilled in achieving peace. Work with educators to equip students to become skilled in achieving peace through reflection and facilitate instruction in the ways of peaceful conflict resolution. So you got that, victim? Do you understand, victim, how that works? White victim. Do you understand how that works? Well, when they rob you, when they beat you, when they maim you, you know, I've said for a very long time, easily more than a decade, that it is impossible for a non-white criminal to commit a crime against a white person without it being what the anti-whites would call a hate crime. Because there's no way a non-white rapist or murderer or what have you says to him or herself, I'm going to overlook all that I have learned about how the white race has inflicted injury on my people from time immemorial. I'm going to overlook all of it, even though that particular individual is a rapist or a murderer and has no moral backbone or structure or constitution whatsoever. They're just going to magnanimously look over all of the slights and the injustices and the etc., not only from since time immemorial, but all the way up to the present in every institution, every inanimate object, every concept of the mind. They and their people have been victimized, but they're going to magnanimously overlook it when they gang rape the white woman. Well, you are going to learn as a white person that the way to achieve peace is not to have these people, and as you see with this push to make it punishable for what you might be thinking when you dial 911, especially when or just only when you're a white person dialing for emergency. By the way, in the United States, that's emergency number. I know it's different in other countries, but they're endeavoring and achieving punishment for that. Well, not only will you be punished for something like that, but really the way to put an end to or rather to achieve peace, to achieve anti-whiteism, is to reflect. You're going to learn how to reflect. You're going to learn to understand where they're coming from, why they do those kinds of things to you. Because as a white person, you deserve it. And this is what's been behind the anti-white mindset all along. And you know what? For those folks out there, and there's these folks who the main folks who are going free, who are here, God bless you all and everything that you're doing. You know this. So I'm speaking this with you. You are speaking this with me. All right. This is for so many of the others out there that I have been battling against for year after year after year and had to put up with because they were just too stupid to understand. They were too stupid or driven too much by their own ego or whatever it might have been. Let's keep rolling. Create this. This is, by the way, if you're just tuning in or you're just pulling up, watching in replay, this is a bill that you can find at congress.gov. It is H.R. 1111, 116th Congress. This is not my opinion. These are not my interpretations. These are the words from the bill itself, written by anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, facilitated by the kind of shit simple assholes that have been preaching neoliberalism and any esoteric, anything other than what is really going on out there, which is anti-whiteism in every way, any abstractionism. That's all that is. And it's meant just exactly as Ruination Media said, it's meant to ensnare you and keep you giving them money and keep you praising their intelligence and keep you endorsing their movements and the like. And it's not doing a goddamn thing for us as a people, for you as an individual. And now because of that, we have this. Now because of all of these years of battling these people who wouldn't listen to me, and me saying, well, you know what, maybe I'm wrong, maybe you're right, or whatever, all along. Well, I was right. Period. And now it's at my front door. So I have a right to be pissed off. The Department of Peace will create and establish a peace academy that shall be modeled after the military service academies and provide a 4-year course of instruction in peace education. So are you ready for the peace soldiers? Are you ready for the peace soldiers that the anti-whites are going to give you? See, the reason why your loved one's head was broken open with the butt of a machine gun was because that was a peace soldier. And he was not thinking peaceful thoughts. And provide a 4-year course of instruction in peace education, after which graduates will be required to serve 5 years in public service in programs dedicated to domestic or international nonviolent conflict resolution, and provide grants for peace studies, departments and institutions of higher education throughout the United States. Well, you know what peace studies is going to be. That's going to be anti-whiteism. You've got to make amends. Get in here for your anti-white brainwashing. Are you white? Are you white? Are you not going to be able to escape this? Well, you're going to be taught, you as a white person, your duty is that you have to make amends for this. That is how you have to make amends for anti-whiteism. And what are the 9 words? Can anybody type them fast enough? Or let me guess, are there other groups out there saying, oh, don't listen to anything that those people going free have to say? Atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. I said that when I was 12 years old in so many words. If people who have PhDs and who are very intelligent or whatever they might be, if they don't get that, if they don't understand that, then they either need to shut up or fall in line or just get out of the way, because you are just undermining the success that we are having here in service to white well-being. Stop being an abstractionist. Stop playing the villain in the anti-white narrative. God, I mean, can you see these losers playing the villain? The peace army is going to show up at the front door. And you know what they're going to do? They're going to set fire to their little skeleton masks. Bunch of fox-trotting losers. Okay, and provide grants for peace studies, departments, and institutions of higher education throughout the United States. So every institution in the United States, every one, positions in the Department of Peace. In general, the president shall appoint in the department by and with the advice of and consent of the Senate, which will be 100% anti-whites calling themselves Democrat, or let me rephrase, 100% their will. 100% their will. Assistant Secretary for Peace, Education, and Training. Assistant Secretary for Domestic Peace Building Activities. Are you ready? I want you to try to envision what these individuals are going to look like. When I say the titles of these 7-figure salary, you know, ultimately they'll end up at 7-figure salary a year. Assistant for Domestic Peace Building Activities, Assistant Secretary for International Peace Building Activities, Assistant Secretary for Technology for Peace. Technology for Peace. Could that be interpreted as massive censorship? Could that be interpreted as massive censorship? I mean, well, your idea, sorry, but I mean, you say it's the truth, what you're saying, you say you have evidence. Well, it's not conducive to peace. Assistant Secretary, I want everybody, especially those who like to play the villain, those little boys and little girls who never grew up to be adults. I want you really to listen very closely to this, because it's going to be tough. It's going to be tough when your fantasies involve weapons and doing something really ignorant and heinous to innocent people. So, those are your fantasies, right? You wake up in a pool of your own piss. This is one of the positions. Assistant Secretary for Arms Control and Disarmament. Well, I guess you'll be able to kiss your right to self-defense away, because that won't be conducive to peace. Assistant Secretary for Peace Building Information and Research. And Assistant Secretary for Human and Economic Rights. Economic rights. (104) Office of Peace Education and Training. The Assistant Secretary for Peace Education and Training shall carry out those functions of the department relating to the creation, encouragement, and impact of peace education and training at the pre-kindergarten, elementary Oh, you're not gonna, no, you're not gonna come and take my children off the pre-kindergarten peace training that's really anti-white training, because by God, I'll put on a skeleton mask. By God, I will talk exactly the way you want me to talk as the villain in your story. I'll even call myself the ugly names that you call the villain in your story. No, you're not going to come and get my kids because scary skeleton mask. Imbeciles. Pre-kindergarten, elementary, secondary, university, and postgraduate levels, and disseminate applicable policies and research in consultation with entities of the Department of Health and Human Services, including the Administration for Children and Families. Oh, you see. Yes, you think you're going to teach your children, you silly little imps out there in the hinterlands. You think you're going to get to teach, you're just going to teach your children differently. You're just going to tell them to do a really weird looking salute to a picture you have on your wall in your house, and that's going to make everything okay. Everything will be okay then, right, idiot? Well, these children's services, they're going to come get those kids. They're going to come and take them away from you because your behavior won't be conducive to peace. So all along, I've been telling these people to stop behaving this way. And all along I've said, well, it's a big world. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe you're right. Maybe has been long enough. Maybe has been long enough. You are wrong. You are wrong. And now this bête noire is beating on my door because of you. Because of you cravens out there, because of you doom documenters out there, because of you doom dissectors out there, because of you villainy players out there. Now the bête noire is at my house. Now the bête noire is standing outside the houses of those I love and care about. All my friends and family. Because of you. You know, there's going to be something very hard, something very wrathful is going to come out of this. And the first grains, the first stalks of grain that are going to wither under the searing heat are going to be those in our own midst that continue to stand against that which works. Department of Health and Human Services, including the Administration for Children and Families, the Administration on Aging. Aging. What's going to happen to those senior citizens you love? Do you think they're going to be euthanizing or maltreating the non-white peoples who, after all, each one of them, even if they're only, let's say a 65-year-old, a senior citizen, or what's the age for calling somebody a senior citizen? Let's 70 or whatever. They've been suffering. If a non-white person is 70 years old, they've been suffering for like 700,000 years. So do you really think they're going to give them poor treatment? What bill, what anti-white bill written by anti-whites who call themselves Democrats were we recently reading from, where they were talking about how the bill, once passed, will ensure that non-white elderly make it into the nicest of senior living homes? Which one was that? I can't even remember. We've gone through so many. A record number of these things. Every year it gets worse. Every year it has gotten worse. And everybody throughout the white positive sphere kept doing the same thing. The Centers for Disease Control and Prevention and the National Institute of Health. So, as you can see here, the Department of Peace, the Secretary of Peace, is going to be able to give marching orders to anybody. I'm going to guess that it's not going to be a she. Maybe the first one will be a she. But in the future, it's going to be a they, I guess, is not the price. Not a it. It's they go by they. So it will be a they that will be in charge. And it won't matter what kind of costumes you have. It won't matter what kind of flag you have. Peace curriculum. Peace curriculum. The Assistant Secretary of Peace, Education and Training, in consultation with the Secretary of Education, the United States Institute of Peace. Remember, don't forget that they're going to make that. This Department of Peace is and as I said, if you just read this entire bill, you have the United States government, and this bill sets up something to run alongside of it. So it's not just a piece of it, it runs alongside of it, and it gives marching orders. It even says that it gives the Peace Department, for some unknown reason, 1 year to change all the laws, to look at all of the past regulations, rules, laws. It won't matter. You in business? You in business? You a white man, a white woman in business somewhere? Well, I'm going to tell you right now, there are going to be a host of law, a host of regulations that will continue to apply to you that won't apply elsewhere anymore. Every single part of your life is going to be affected. This is all in this bill. This is written in this bill. Congress.gov. Go read it for yourself. Ask CNN if you need somebody to interpret it for you. I'm not going to interpret it for you. I'm just going to tell you what it says. So the United States, in consultation with the Secretary of Education, the United States Institute of Peace, non-governmental organizations. Gee, I wonder who might be funding a lot of these. You're not even allowed to say these individuals' names. If I said their name, poof. Public institutions, peace and conflict studies programs, peace and conflict studies and programs of institutions of higher education, and federal agencies that provide effective peace training materials and curricula. Remember, every time this says the word peace, with the anti-whites, the outcome that they achieve is anti-white. So you just wait and see. Wait and see until you have the absolute dysfunctional these folks that worship all these abstractions from every imaginable part of the white positive sphere and outside of it. You just wait for them to come out and say that they're anti-peace. You just wait until they come out and say they're not for peace. And I guarantee you'll even see thought leaders, organizational leaders, with it closer in within the white positive sphere, saying the same asinine, shit simple, childish, stupid stuff And then they'll hear what works. And then they'll still say, nah, not going to, I don't like that guy. Don't like that guy. He's arrogant. He used reason, logic, and evidence, arrived at a conclusion. We used opinions that are as common as assholes, which they are, and said, well, we're not going to agree with you because we have an opinion. And so we're just, that therefore makes him arrogant. And we're just going to keep doing with what we've been doing all along that fails all along. We're just going to keep moving along with that. Shall support the development and dissemination of effective peace curricula and supporting materials for distribution to the state educational agency in each state and territory of the United States. Each peace curriculum shall include building communicative peace skills. Building communicative peace skills and nonviolent conflict resolution skills. So you know how you've been hearing it all along, your whole life. How do you, as a white person, de-escalate? How do you engender peace? You surrender, white man and white woman and white child, white senior citizen. You surrender. You allow them to victimize you. You don't ever defend yourself. They will file charges against you because now they hold too many nodes of power. You know, a la the McCloskeys and many others that are being reported on or reported widely on. They are just going to file charges against you, brandishing a weapon, throwing a punch. Your duty was to surrender. You wait until those laws come next. They said, I got to say, we're at the top of the hour, and I'm going to, let's see how much we have. I'll go, we're at the next section 105, and we'll stop there and then pick it up either at a roll-in or next Sunday, because how atrocious this is, or maybe the next anti-white bill that all of these imbeciles continue to say, well, go ahead and support this, because if you support the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, well, then there's going to be a backlash. A backlash with what? You're going to have a bunch of conservatives, guys? That will be the backlash. A bunch of people. Do you think for a minute that the people like Bowser and the rest? Do you think for a minute? Do you think Joe Camel for a minute sitting in the White House is going to allow you to have a backlash in the streets? Is that what you think? It'll be like the Watts riot. They'll just come out there and shoot a handful, and that'll be the end of it. Nonviolent conflict resolution skills, each and fostering, teaching and fostering compassion, empathy, tolerance, respect, inclusion, and forgiveness. Promoting other objectives to increase the knowledge of the peace processes. So, you know very well when the anti-white says forgiveness, it is you as a white person begging for forgiveness from the anti-whites. They're not going to be forgiving you because you haven't done something. You remember, atonement cannot be made for a grievance never committed. So you cannot atone. You cannot make amends for. It doesn't matter how much you surrender. It doesn't matter how much you agree with them. It doesn't matter how much you say African-American, Afro-American. How many backflips do you want me to do and use your language? How many things do you want me to do and use your language? It's you won't say anti-white. You won't say anti-whiteism. Anti-whites don't like that. They'll allow you to say neoliberalism. So you'll say that instead. It doesn't matter how many tongue twisting flips you do, you are still in their story and you are always going to be guilty. There is no voting that is going to change this. There is no violence that is going to change this. None of that will recapture our destiny. There is no craven flight into the hills that is going to change our or recapture our destiny, that is going to change this fate. There is no playing the villain that is going to recapture our destiny and change this fate. There is one thing, and it is going free. And it continues to work everywhere we look. Everywhere it's adopted. People say, well, I picked up the book. I read the book. It's a great book. You got real insight, a real keen understanding of the world and where it's going. And this is something I heard the other day. And I said, well, are you practicing it? Are you using it every day? Are you going free? Are you building those counter triggers that we teach you? Are you using the mean curatives? Well, no. Well, then you haven't done Sierra. You're not doing a thing. This individual telling me, going back to the family, and well, I'm going to tell the family about some more awful that I found that's so hypocritical. It's not hypocritical. I'm not going to name this person. Don't want to embarrass them. But there's nothing hypocritical about what the anti-whites do. Nothing ever. It only seems hypocritical when you're in their story. And so maybe we'll keep this, the structure of going free from now on. We'll jump right into whatever the issue is the first hour, and then we will begin the show.
Exactly what people think, and this is extremely dangerous to our democracy.
All right, folks, we're going to have a hell of a lot of fun today. I see that entropy is already filling up. People are already financially gifting. Why are they financially gifting? Because going free works. It has worked in their life. They've seen changes in their life. It works with the lives of those around them, their family members, their friends, their circles of influence. If you are in the white positive sphere, if you are in one of these orbiting spheres on the periphery of where we are, maybe magosphere, if you are an abstractionist, if you think what unites us in the United States or the UK or Russia or Australia, if you think it's a set of ideas, then you have come to the right place to have that garbage taken out of your brain, because none of that has worked at any point in your life. You should realize that by now. I'm going to be a little stern, because the world is getting a lot worse for Western kind by the day. And I've been nice long enough. Jason has been nice long enough. So I'm going to be a little bit sterner as we are moving forward, and the bête noire pounds harder on the walls of everywhere I go, whether I am calling that my abode or I go out. And we've had some wonderful, we went down to Texas. We had a get together with Asatru folks. I showed up with them. Great bonhomie in all of these scenarios. People adopting the practice of going free. You can and should practice going free wherever or whatever group that you are with, wherever you are. You can be Asatru. You can be a Protestant. You could of any denomination. You could be Catholic. You could be Mormon. You could be atheist. You could be an orange picker. I don't give a damn. You need to be practicing going free. It doesn't conflict with any of these other belief systems. It doesn't conflict. And if you're in a group of people and they have a so-called leader, some petty chieftain who's putting his or her ego in front of everything else, and they say, oh, no going free here. None of that lexicon, none of that jargon. Leave that group, start your own. If it's whatever it is, you've got a little church group, or you go to, you meet with a bunch of other Catholics on Sundays somewhere, or you meet with a bunch of Baptists somewhere, whatever it might be. And you start, and they are cognizant of what's going on in the world as far as Western kind and our persecution. And they say, no, not going to have any of that going free. Then you say, have a nice day. Because I can now see quite clearly that you are just a so-called leader. You are a misleader. We have something that's working. You have nothing that is working. We can continue with this beautiful little structure here. Maybe it's a wonderful thing for other reasons. You bring your families together. You create a community. This is what we want all across the West. But if you're not practicing the psychological defense for the psychological warfare waged against us, then you're going to fail. And everything has failed. Everything has failed. Even that group that all of these antique nationalists laud so desperately and fecklessly, they failed too. So you need to be practicing going free. That means you're in the book. You're going free with us on Sundays when you can make it. You're listening over the course of the week. You are following the exercises. And one of the reasons why these are time together, these gatherings on Sunday have to be a little shorter, is because I got to dedicate a lot more time to iteration 2 to get it out to you as quickly as possible. I've got to dedicate a lot more time to the reading the audio book of Prometheus Rising to get it out to you, because there are societal shifts that are coming. There are going to be new challenges and there are going to be new opportunities. And we need to make it happen, whatever we can make happen right now, before there's another big societal shift, because we don't know if we will be able to work the way that we're able to work today after that shift. So I'm telling you now, it's coming. Get active. We got a lot of things to be excited about. If you have a comment, a question or a comment, you want to argue with me. You still want to be one of those people with your head up your ass that I've been arguing with for many years now. You want to argue with me, then you can do so, tagging me as No White Guilt. Be respectful. It's my house. Tag me as No White Guilt on the No White Guilt channel. It will appear orange on my monitors to my right, your left. Discipline with NWG on that channel, on the monitors to my left, your right. You can financially gift on Entropy, where you can also ask and vote on questions in the question widget. They do not disappear there. You can vote on them and move questions higher up. We reach all the questions and comments. Very rarely is anything ever missed. I occasionally have to change the verbiage to protect myself and the channel, and also my own morality. I'm not going to misrepresent who I am, because the anti-whites are always trying to misrepresent who I am. Just like some of these antique nationalists trying to misrepresent who I am to the general public. So if you financially gift on Entropy, or you financially gift on Cash App, which is also in the description below, you can write a question. You can make a statement there as well. People who financially gift receive priority, obviously, but everybody's questions or comments will be addressed. You can also financially gift by way of cryptocurrency. You can go to nowhiteguilt.org, and one of the tabs says cryptocurrency. You'll see 4 of the top 5 cryptocurrencies that you could use there to financially gift. You'll also see a P.O. box if you would like to send something by way of snail mail, letters and the like. And we do address the mailbag later in the gathering. And I thank everybody for that. We are going to address, because we weren't able to do it last Sunday, we're going to be addressing all of those who are on a regular gifting protocol every month. And we'll be addressing those a little later. So the other thing I wanted to talk about news-wise, while we still have some folks with us, I guess I'll go ahead and say hello to everybody while they're here. But jump in, ask what you want to ask. Let's have it out. Tell me what you've heard or what you read somewhere. That's what Going Free is all about. I've been doing this for a very long time. I've been having endless success. Endless success. I make anti-whites look like the absolute villain that they are when I have conversations or arguments with them. Do you want to be that way? Do you want to be a success like that? You know who else is having success? Scores and hundreds even that are engaging in conversations on Twitter, on Gab, on Facebook, on Minds, on Parler, who are going free. There's so many, I can't even begin to name them. And they write in their testimonials. Maybe you will be one of the people in the future to write in a testimonial about how magnificently you are doing now. We're going to be playing some more of this music. We played last week. Slots made music. Richard Wagner made music. And because of the success he saw in his life with his sister, bringing her over to Going Free. For God's sakes, I mean, when we're having this conversation with some of the great guys at the Censorship group that I met with, and be showing, pardon me, a couple pictures I took while I was there. And I got a picture from a guy who had his picture taken with me in Dallas. And I don't know if I wrote you back and asked if I could share that or not. We'll have your face blurred out. If it's okay to share, then please write me where you sent the photograph, and then I'll happily share that. But a lot of, as I said, a lot of bonhomie, a lot of fellowship, very delightful. But having this conversation about what works, what doesn't work, and absolutely, without question, there is nothing on planet Earth that brings women to white positivity than Going Free. Why? Because it is built in love. Because it is a heroic, glorious love for our people. Because it wraps its arms around. It will stand in front of our most vulnerable members. Because it will unsheathe the sword in self-defense for the protection of those who are most vulnerable. Because it is true, because it is noble, because it is heroic, because it does the right thing by everyone, even non-white people. And then I have these anti-white scumbags misrepresenting what we do, likening me and us to those playing the villain in the anti-white narrative, who, some of whom, then misrepresent doing the exact same thing as the anti-whites. What does that tell you? Everything you need to know about them. Every single thing you need to know. I understand. Listen, I'll get to that in a minute, but I understand, or later on, I understand if you're playing the villain and you thought this is the way to go, that you feel powerless inside, because you are, because you're not exercising power. You're not tapping into power. MPs are between you and power. So you decide you're just going to play like a baby, like a little boy, like a bunch of little boys running around the tree fort. And then a real man steps up and says, hey, get out of costume. It's time to be a man. You don't talk like that. You don't act like that. You don't look like that. This is the way a man behaves. I understand feeling pretty embarrassed. I understand feeling pretty embarrassed when you find out that the group of people that you thought you had all figured out are actually chumping your ass. That can be pretty embarrassing. That's got to sting. But it's time to be a man and get over it and move forward with valor at this point. You're running out of an opportunity to do so. Are you going to be like Dostoevsky and say, well, you know what? Now I'm in the gulag, but I should have fought back when they came to get me. No, you don't fight back when they come to get you, Dostoevsky. That's too late. You serve the cause that overturns those who victimize you long before they come to take you to jail. I am done suffering other people's stupidity. Like I said, something very, very hard is going to come out of all of this pressure. I've likened it before to being a community of graphite. And as the anti-whites press in, diamonds will come out to serve white well-being. But I amend that to say that the first stalks of wheat that'll be withered by that searing storm are going to be those assholes who continue to stand in our way. Sick of it. All right, I'm going to move on to the announcements and maybe what you all have to say, and I'll open up. Let's see what's being said in the live chat over here on No White Guilt quickly. See a lot of great people here. Charles, Gala, Breezy, Bonnie Blue Lass is here. Great to see you, dear lady. So is DG. Wonderful to see you. And the great Elaine Sabatino, one of our magnificent champions. This lady is indefatigable. Indefatigable. Out there constantly advocating for white well-being. Greek American perspective. Ulrach is here. Eyes to See is here. Machiavelli sucks. Conrad, great to see you all. Kim Bear, great to see you, dear lady. Jesse Link, hello to you. Promethean Hales. Ronnie Waters is here. Evie CG3 is here. Great to see you. Gary is here. Wonderful to see you. The great Brant Danger and Bartleby and Raymond Van Buskirk, all here protecting us from the anti-whites, whether they are anti-whites in public or whether they are anti-whites in secret and march around with some weird sort of waterfowl type of march. And then they show up and they want to slander and disparage. 8th Cavalry is here. Tweety Pie, hello. I don't think I've seen you before. Western Sunrise, hello to you. Yuri is here. Great to see you. Jerome V is here. Great to see you. Promethean Hales. We'll play the video from Jerome. The wonderful Carlisle is here. Great to see you, sweet lady. Wilhelm, hello to you. Mr. Kanazi is here. Wonderful to see you. A lot going on. People getting stabbed in Washington, D.C. Right down the road. I'm in Northern Virginia, right outside of Washington, D.C. And a lot of wild things going on. Andre is here. Patrick. Pure Palm, hello to you. Sismic 77. Southern Bloom, hello, sweet lady. Western Essence, a great name. Wonderful to see you. The McCarthy Plan, hello to you. All right, let's roll through here and see who else we have here. Name a few more, and then we're going to just keep moving. Kim Bear says, LOL, waterfowl. Yes, indeed. Jesse, no offense is here. Great to see you, sweet lady. Not anti-white enough. Hello to you in Promethean Hales. Coconut is here. Wonderful to see you, sweet woman. Austin, hello to you. Man of Kent is here. Says, where can I find the testimonials, brother? Every single Going Free stream. Every single one. I print out more than I could ever get to. I read a ton of them. I'll be reading some today. So just any day, any Sunday, you go back through there, move. For many of them for a while, they were near the beginning, but you'll be able to find them. They're everywhere. Thank you for inquiring about that. The great reptile is here. Says DC looks a mess right now. It is a mess. You got a lot of people getting out there, abstractionists, who are not, they have the right energy. We need to be the people that they listen to. They need going free, or they're just going to go to hell. There is no other way. You are not going to be able to be an abstractionist and recapture our destiny. You're not going to be able to be an abstractionist and have your United States. You're not going to be an abstractionist and have your United Kingdom, or have your Germany, or have your France. You are not going to be able to sacrifice the biospirit of a people on the altar of that people's ideas and have those ideas remain. The moment you plunge the knife into the heart of that biospirit, the altar of ideas disappears. It's then somebody else's ideas come to the fore. We need to be the people they find. So all of these MAGA groups, the Proud Boy groups, that idiotic spin-off group calling themselves the same name that is the bad guy in another group of people's story, those followers, they need to hear about going free. And they need to find out about it fast. Not Antiwhiteism enough says you should consider making a book of testimonials. Yeah, I could have considered that and want to do that and will do that as soon as there is enough time to do that. I mean, there's a legal thing going on right now that can't talk about. And there are 100 other things going on to try to make happen, which is another reason why these things have to get a little shorter. And I have to try to buy time wherever I can buy time. We've got great news coming up at the end of the year, the end of this month. Magnificent news that is going to really fire the passion of all of everybody who gives a damn about white well-being, service to white well-being. So be prepared for that news that's coming up. There's a lot going on, though, and I've got to get as much as I can finished before we have another big societal shift, because we have a context societal shift that is coming. And I don't know what those challenges and those opportunities, no one can really exactly what those are going to look like. So if you know any Proud Boy groups, going free to them. You know, these Proud Boy groups where they say, well, they got Asians and they've got this and they've got that, and they got people of all races in the group. Good. Fine. Nothing about going free will offend them then, because everybody of every immutable characteristic is encouraged to participate. So it should be perfect. It should be an easy transition. And then instead of having all of this misguided, just this blinded rushing out into the darkness, throwing fists at the wind, at vapor, which, by the way, is all the anti-whites are ever going to give them, is vapor to throw at. And they'll fall on their faces in their heroism or foolishness or whatever you want to call it. They'll fall on their faces again and again and again. We could activate these people. We can activate these people for good with going free. It was AKA glue. We're going to work on the website. That's one of the things that has to be, is a new and revamped website that we'll be making happen. 41 BMC is here. Great to see you. Spencer's Thoughts. Great to see you. Greek American perspective. What is your message to Richard Spencer? Redeem yourself. That's my message. No, we can't. I just want to speak to. Let me say to the moderators, and if the person in the live chat is saying something that's egregious, just like over the top, 3 strikes and then ban. If they are a newcomer and they're just speaking with some old lexicon, something stupid, then just correct them and delete the comment, especially if it's dangerous or could be interpreted as dangerous, but just correct them. Don't count it as a strike. Because I know we have a lot of new people coming up. I guarantee you, at minimum, based on the software that I have watching YouTube now, pardon me, there's a minimum of 30,000 subscribers. That's how many YouTube has deleted. At least another 10,000. And I'm making that conservative. Who knows how many more that we actually have? Because the anti-whites are doing everything they can. They want, as long as we continue to effectively communicate and clearly communicate who and what we are to the world, then this is the kind of channel that the anti-whites will be able to say, we hate the fact that they're white positive, but you see, we have free speech out there. We allow people to say things that we hate. So we need to make use of it while we can. All right, we're going to jump right into the next thing. Brand says, yep, we're on top of it. Thank you, brother. Austin is here. Great to see you. Irish Ice. Great to see you. All right, let's. Looks like we have some wonderful people financially gifting over on Cash App right now as well. Let's do. Let's jump right into, or maybe. What do we have here? Let's jump right into these announcements. First thing I want to say is we have a video up. It's titled something like 4 questions, 4 answers. It's on my channel, No White Guilt channel. If you haven't watched it and participated in the thread below, please do so. If you are interested in where other people are, generally speaking, and in the world, in the United States, one of the questions there are, where are you generally? How did you find No White Guilt? And questions like this, you can go over there. You can find out a lot of information about people just like you who are maybe brand new to going free, or maybe have been going free for 8 years, 5 years, whatever it might be. You can find out a lot about other folks by heading over there. Please add to that thread. Let's make that a place where people can encourage each other, discover that they're not alone, and that their story is a normal story, a usual story, that you fit in here in service to white well-being. 4 questions and 4 answers. Actually, if one of the moderators could grab that URL and put that in the live chat, that would be fantastic. Thank you. Kathy, if you are listening, your email doesn't work anymore, sweet lady. You'll have to write me from another email and put in the header, the subject line, that, hey, this is Kathy. My old email is not working, but this is the new email. You can reach me here. So that message is for Kathy. The next thing I want to do is, we had a question about testimonials and where can we find testimonials? Well, we are going to celebrate one of those individuals right now by watching his testimonial, and it is Jerome. who made a video testimonial, magnificent. You don't have to be, I mean, Jerome is standing out there with this beautiful background in sort of the way that, you know, nature can make something awe-inspiring and a bit terrifying and beautiful at the same time. It's magnificent. He's standing there with this backdrop and he's giving his testimonial for White Wellbeing. You could do the same thing. You don't have to be on video. You're maintaining your anonymity, but you could do the same thing. You could read. You could write out your script and then read that over video. You could put visuals. If you use visuals, make sure you own them. You could go out and videotape some part of your backyard that's anonymous, so people wouldn't be able to identify you from it. You could go out to the woods near where you live, or whatever it might be. Put up a single picture that you purchase, whatever it is. You could do that and give your testimonial that way as well. And if you do, then make sure you let me know. Make sure you put it up on a YouTube or a BitChute or wherever it might be. Get the URL to me, and then if you are sharing a testimonial in a way that comports with going free, service to white well-being, my morality, then we will share your work here. We will share your testimonial here. And so right now, we're going to take a quick look at Jerome's video, his testimonial, and then we will be right back.
Thank you, Jason Köhne. You have rocked my world with your work. Go free, with helping me to go free. I am so much happier and so much more hopeful for our people, for Western kind, for the idea that we are going to be able to reclaim our destiny and do what God put us on this planet to do. So thank you for giving me the tools I needed and for giving me the inspiration and the example. I love not just Go Free. That is a great book that's really helping me. I was very inspired also by the Crucible. Took me back to my own exciting time as a 7th and 8th grader, and your heroic story inspires me, and I think it'll inspire a lot of people. So thank you, brother, and thank you, brother.
And thank you, Jerome. That was magnificent. That was truly magnificent. Giving that testimonial there. That was from the heart. Let me know that my mic is okay, folks. What a beautiful thing. Let's get a big round of applause for Jerome for doing that. Really coming from the heart. You can tell when someone has been suffering and they finally are beginning to break through that. They finally are beginning to break through that suffering. We talk about Crucible and how when you read Crucible, so many have said in so many words that they're finally able to turn around and see the demons that have been trying to pull them down into an early grave. They finally are able to see, my God, I was intellectually and physically terrorized and spiritually terrorized my entire childhood. I promise you there will be people coming forward with horrendous stories, because there are so many horrendous, and they're happening right now as well to our children today. And there is no excuse whatsoever that for us to not step in and do exactly what needs to be done to be able to step in the way of that harm being inflicted on those babies. You don't have to have I don't have any children, not yet at least. But you don't have to have a single child or niece or nephew. They are all your children with the same biospirit. And you can see with Jerome, what he did here is going to reach who knows how many folks. Who knows? You don't know the power of your testimonial and your own breakthroughs, your own achievements, until you begin to see it and just barely wrap your head around it in the world, happening in the world. Magnificent things are going to happen because folks are going to see that Jerome is genuinely, honestly coming from a place of purity, breaking through hardship and suffering and pain and lesions on his psyche throughout his life. He can immediately run down, as we all can, all of these situations in life that could have been ameliorated or prevented, and so many things that could have happened instead if it weren't for anti-whiteism. So God bless you, Jerome. Thank you so very much for that magnificent testimonial, and I will undoubtedly be sharing it again in the future. So thank you so very much. We also have here, and because of people, and this is a great example, because of people giving their testimonials, a great hero came to us, and his name is Nathan Lentini, and he went out on Arizona University, and went out on their property, and in his laid back sort of way, he's taking White Wellbeing to so many of our people, and everybody needs to be doing this sort of thing where they can, in their own style, anonymously or in person, or however it works for you. Be careful. We want you to remain employed, able to feed yourself, clothe, house, take care of your family, take care of your children. That is the number one thing that going free is all about. So the first thing has got to be empowering you as an individual. So anybody that would remember when it comes to going free, remember what I have been saying my whole life when it comes to people, and especially for all those people that want to misrepresent me and get mad as hell with folks out there who want to misrepresent me and misrepresent going free, because when they do, they are preventing our brothers and sisters from having the same treasures that so many are having now as a consequence. So the very first thing in going free, and the very first thing I want for everyone who comes to it, is for the individual to be empowered to access their true physical, mental, and spiritual potential. As you begin to access that, you are going to need to be able to have a stable life, pay your bills, etc. You then take going free. You continue to, it's a lifelong practice. You then take that to your circles of influence, those who mean the most to you, and then your family members or friends, and then the other family members or friends, and then the broader community, strangers, people you'll never meet, people you'll meet at the bus stop just once. We can all be doing this in our own ways. And there are a lot of people who are doing this in really creative ways. Elaine Sabatino, Danny, Althea, Main Man. They're just coming in all of the time. Irish Ice, magnificent work by these heroes. And right now I'm going to share. And then what happened is Nathan made a video of him going out on this campus speaking with people. Now, again, remember, this is something else I want to point out. There is no group, there is no club that says that, well, if you are going to be a member of this club, then if you don't go out and do X, Y, or Z for the club, then you are going to feel the pressure of social opprobrium, and you might eventually be kicked out of the group. There is none of that here. People are going out and distributing leaflets, telling people about going free, going out onto the college campus, as the great Nathan Lentini did here, because going free works. They are motivated out of their own volition to do these things. So I'm going to share right now. And then what happened is Nathan made a video, and then Raymond Foster took a portion or some of the best takes out of it and posted that. So there was a collaborative effort there, and I want to celebrate the both of them for that. And I think that's the video I have pulled up. And it's since the main video is a little too long for the show, we'll watch that one, and then we will be right back.
So just gonna walk around here and put the no white guilt out there, and you know, get the message to some people, and hopefully talk to some. So let's see how this goes. Talk to y'all in a bit. Okay, with a nice young lady here, Arizona State Music Department, right? You can tell. Just getting her take, you know, just whatever you want to offer on the message of no white guilt. So what do you think about it? What do you think it means? You know?
It sounds like it's getting at the racial problems that have been going on, and I can see both sides where, like, there is racial inequality, and that comes from the past. Yeah, it's hard for me to think of, but I can get this side too. I can understand it.
The side of no white guilt.
Yeah. But I like to approach it where just everyone's the same person, and everyone is a person.
Right.
So we don't need to treat. I basically I just don't like to address it.
Yeah.
Directly. Yeah.
I think a lot of people feel that way. It's about the well-being of white people. It's not about harming any other race, or being against any other race. It's simply just looking out for the well-being of white people. And there's two reasons I think we need to do it. Number one, first of all, when we see any other race standing up for themselves, we see that that's okay, right? If blacks want to say, hey, we want to fight for black rights, etc.
All right, so I'm going to jump in here because this is the 8-minute plus long video, but Nathan goes across the entirety of this campus, talking to people in this laid back way that he has. It is it's powerful. You can see it over on his YouTube channel, which is maybe I'll share. It's just Nathan Lentini, as it looks like the name of the channel. And maybe I can get I'll grab that, and then I will share it in a moment, unless one of the moderators can share. And if my mic is still okay, let me know, because it looks like it is on this end, but I don't know with this software. It always is screwing up. So let's get a big round of applause for Nathan, who is out there spreading going free on this college campus, doing a magnificent job, laid back, walking up to people. He's got a no white guilt shirt on. He's just like, hey, what do you think about no white guilt? Let's have a conversation. Not necessarily trying to transform anybody on the moment or anything like that, but spreading the word to these folks. And he's doing a beautiful job by doing so. So thank you so much, dear brother. I also want to share, because this is really something else. Our very own Tall Kevin, and the reason why we have this called the Tall Kevin widget. And these are all, by the way, these are testimonials in and of themselves. Like Nathan going out there and doing that is a testimonial to the effectiveness of going free. He would not be doing this if it were not effective, if it didn't work, if he didn't see the results in his life and in the lives of others. Tall Kevin would not have done what he did in a city that I won't name, a city with a lot of tall buildings. But I don't know what exactly was going on there, and I didn't get an opportunity to speak with Tall Kevin, but I do want to show these because I think you all are going to get quite a kick out of this. Tall Kevin, ladies and gentlemen, was what should I start? I'll start with this. Take a look at this. If you all weren't aware of this already, Tall Kevin, in a profound testimonial, I mean, totally, the balls like this big, this guy. Beach balls this guy has, ladies and gentlemen. Take a look at this. I'm going to sit behind this for a moment. Take a look at that. This absolute champion for white well-being. Let's get a huge round of applause. Very easily identifiable where he is. You can count up the number or count down the number of balconies there. And he goes out there in this major city and he creates this himself, pays for this himself, has beach balls, and posts this where everyone can see, sending the message to the masses out there, no white guilt. And that is what the anti-whites hate most of all. Tall Kevin has had the interactions where the anti-whites say no white guilt. And the anti-whites immediately reveal, and this is the reason why I began using no white guilt so long ago, and then almost that long ago, began using it as my moniker, because it effectively forced the anti-whites to reveal their true objective, which is that they want you to feel white guilt. Because if you feel white guilt, if they can white guilt you, then you will lower your defenses so that they can then victimize you. Why do they want to victimize you? Because that is their objective. Because they're motivated by jealousy and envy, not by the writings of some 15th century person combined with the writings of a 18th century person and combined with the movement of thus and such in some arcane hole of a town somewhere in some European country. No, it's because of jealousy and envy. And a big salute, a big spotlight to Tall Kevin and those with him. We love you. That was magnificent. Very well done. A big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen, for Tall Kevin. This is happening everywhere. And I'm getting now increasing messages that no white guilt and that anti-white and anti-whiteism are being used everywhere in the sort of social media spheres. So this is a consequence of your efforts, of your triumphs, of your victories. You change the tapestry, then you change, or by changing the tapestry, you change everything that takes place within it. The arguments, the laws, the regulations, the rules, etc. We are working at the deepest level and succeeding as a consequence. Everybody else is just pissing around at the surface. Well done, brother. What a magnificent hero Tall Kevin is. Let's keep rolling. And we have here, I wanted to talk about, I went out with yesterday with a group of Asatru, and this is one of those pagan groups, the various pagan groups. Asatru is probably one of the largest, and I guess the different pagan groups can tell me in the live chat or elsewhere if that's true, a true statement or not. And we were out, let's see, I thought I had, maybe I didn't upload yet, so I can do that while we talk. But I went out with them. We had a fantastic time and spoke about going free. And the gentleman who is, and he said I could use his name. Everybody knows who he is, but I'm not going to use his name just yet. Maybe once if he becomes more known, then I'll use it. I don't want to be the cause or the source of the original usage. But we went out and had a great time. He told me some about Asatru and his life and how he got involved, where he was coming from. And I was able to share with him and the other Asatru members about going free. And hopefully that some of them are with us this Sunday from that particular group. And if they are, a big hello to all of you. But we were out there, and of course, right now, as you know, the trees are denuded. It is it's winter, effectively. In fact, we have here in Washington, D.C. metropolitan area, we are about to have a foot or more of snowfall. So the trees have lost all of their leaves. They have gone into sleep, hibernation for the year. And so the forest where we were essentially hiking was essentially bare, but we did find something in the forest. And I dare say that the main man, who you all may know, has been finding these sorts of things all around the woods where he goes on hikes, wonderful scenery where he is. And then on one side, it'll say a statement from Going Free, and on the other side, it'll say nowhiteguilt.org. Beautifully done. And I was finding them, and folks, folks, when they find these sorts of things, they think it's serendipitous. And I mean, obviously, unless it's an anti-white, but they find these sorts of things, and then they're going to either take a photo, or they'll just remember, or take it with them, and believe that now maybe all of the problems in their life can be answered by this fortuitous moment, finding something beautiful like this in the woods on a path. And the beautiful thing, ladies and gentlemen, that was brought to my attention is, of course, this is not littering. This is just biodegradable in a very easy way. It won't leave a mess, even though paper can be biodegradable, or as long as it's not glossy, is biodegradable. It still will melt and will be around for a long time, degrading and look like trash. This, you can't be charged with littering. This is just part of the forest. And quite beautiful. Well, we were walking through the woods. I and the folks from Asatru, a great fellowship we had that day. There was a heavy fog, and yet it did not diminish our spirits. In fact, it was kind of beautiful in a way, especially since a flock of geese flew by over a lake, and they came out of the fog. It was, I guess we could say, geese in the mist. And they came out of the fog, and it was stunning, right overhead. But we did find this. Might have been inspired by this main man character, this great hero. You might not be able to see in that picture right there. We'll zoom in a little bit. Looks like that. What do you know? There for folks to find, way up off the ground, where it will make it a little bit more difficult for ne'er-do-wells to go and pull it down and throw it away, or throw it out into the woods, which even if they threw it out deeper into the woods, well, somebody else will probably come upon it. So beautifully done. It was a magnificent day had by all. A big hello to every one of you good people, and had a fantastic time, and would be delighted to meet with you all again in the future. Now, they do have news, Asatru, that I'll take a quick look at. I think they won their case, did they not? Did they not win that case where they were trying to they were wanting to build a church, or they did build it, or no, occupy an abandoned church? Murdoch approves permit to allow whites only group to open gathering place. The Asatru Folk Assembly, which is considered a hate group, so a heretical group is how we would translate, bought a Lutheran church over the summer with plans to turn it into a place of worship. And you have they have a picture here in the story with a bunch of anti-white bastards out there saying vote no to allow them to have their church, to have them allowed to have their religion. The Western Minnesota City on Wednesday approved a permit that will allow an alleged pagan white supremacist group, so heretical group, they're not heretical to Antiwhiteism, to open a gathering place at a former church in town. Despite resistance from residents, the Murdoch City Council anonymously voted 3-1 to approve a conditional use permit for the Asatru Folk Assembly, which allows the group to use the former church it purchased over the summer as a gathering place. Let's see, the AFA, which calls itself a Nordic Heritage Group, is designated a hate group, a heretical group, and I translate it for you all so you can translate it for yourself and for others. We don't give any credence. We don't say those who are going free are not like everyone else inside the story who has a very firm awareness of their colon. We do not say, as they say, well, we're just a hate group. We don't do that. That's what they are. They're inside the anti-white narrative. Anti-whites saying that you are a white supremacist or a hate group or something of this nature, those are just their anti-white slurs. So we translate them. So who designates them that? Why, of course, the Southern Law Center that has no bit of poverty anywhere in the building says the group calls itself a neo-Volkish. Oh, well, wait. This is Southern Poverty Law Center going on, calling it a neo-Volkish hate group, heretical group, that believes in the need for micro-societies to, quote, preserve their ethnicity and combat alleged, I'm not even going to say the words white, and then the next word starts with a G. Our big sister, known as AI, is listening, and when she hears that, she alerts anti-whites at YouTube to come and have a listen and then delete the channel. So that's all alleged, but according to the anti-whites at this law center that has nothing to do with poverty. But you can see right here how anti-white that group is, that law center, and what their true objective is, which is white erasure, because they object to white people coming together to preserve, what they would say, preserve their ethnicity. Now, we in Going Free don't say that because we don't come together on the basis of ethnicity. Ethnicity is your biospirit plus your particular hue of Western civilization, which all Westerners produce, Western civilization. We don't believe in sectarianizing. We believe, and it presupposes in the recapture of our destiny, that every one of our expressions will be magnified. So every ethnicity will be, every Western ethnicity will be more of whatever it is than it ever has been or ever could be by recapturing our destiny. But if we fight for our survival or fight for the recapture of our destiny on the basis of ethnicity, then you have sectarianized and you are setting yourself up for the defeats of the past, the way we have always been defeated. So this is a great victory for the AFA folks, and we give them a big round of applause and congratulations that they will be able to have their religion, which will operate in an abandoned church, which is actually quite lovely. The interior, I understand, is in need of some serious help, and I imagine that the AFA group will do a splendid job refurbishing. There are a lot of people in the AFA who are going free, by the way. And so big spotlight on every single one of those heroes as well. I will be doing, in the next couple of days, a roll-in Going Free, focused on the article written by our beloved Cross Eyes on the right. He calls himself Eyes on the Right, but we, of course, know him as the wonderful Cross Eyes on the Right. Now, he wrote an article with the intent of damaging service to white well-being by attacking Raymond and Heidi Van Buskirk. And this is the purpose and the means by which anti-whites attempt to destroy this way is by the guilt by association tactic, which is a version of or a part of the divide and conquer tactic. It's one of the means of divide and conquer. People don't understand this, and so I will be doing, many people don't, and so I will be doing a roll-in Going Free probably tomorrow at some point, or maybe tomorrow at some point, or the day after, talking about this article because of his efforts to demonize these people, to misrepresent them, and to bring to the awareness of vicious anti-whites, criminal anti-whites, people who do things like set homes on fire and murder people and bludgeon people and the rest, to bring to their awareness this lovely family whom we love here in service to White Wellbeing, and we are most grateful for their service to the recapture of our people's destiny. Everybody comes to service to White Wellbeing from somewhere, and a lot of us have a lot of things in our history that we would rather not have there. We would rather not have served for what we thought was the benefit of our people in particular ways and of our past. So we do not allow anti-whites to sever us from our ability to redeem our brothers and sisters from any background so that they come from. And so Cross Eyes on the right it has failed here. And in my roll-in, which will be a very short, my roll-in going frees are very short. I appear off camera and I will address what he's doing here. And then I'm going to share with you all at the end of it a wonderful little punchline, a reality about our friend here, Cross Eyes. Share with you a wonderful little reality that he himself revealed to us, but you probably overlooked it. And it's another position, it's another power position that I have sewn into going free, that when you use going free, you are thus empowered without knowing it. I will share that with you all. This is the same thing that the powerful anti-whites, the most intelligent anti-whites do for their masses. You know, these 70 IQ morons that head out and get into these arguments, and then you lose to them in arguments. You know that they didn't think up. They didn't originate any of the arguments they use, the thought chains that they use that defeat you. They're just stating them. So we can and are doing the exact same thing. So I'll be addressing that in the next day or two. Now what I want to do is I want to share all of the names of the folks who gift us financially on a regular basis every month. And once I share their names, I'm going to play Slot's video that he just made as like an homage to them, if you will. Another testimonial, Slots, and this is the collaboration, the collaborative efforts that we need to stick with, ladies and gentlemen. Slots took a testimonial that I had read from a lovely woman who was on the ultimate path of white flight. Isabel, she was going to kill herself. She had a day. She had a suicide note written, and a great hero by the name of Jack gave her a copy of Go Free, and now she is in the process of redeeming herself, fixing her relationship with her father. It could not be more beautiful. Slots took that message that I read, that testimonial, put it to music. It is a tearjerker. And so I will play that in just a moment. And then right after that, we will get to your comments. But first, I want to go over the names of all of the heroes. And ladies and gentlemen, those of you who can financially gift, but don't. If you're doing other things, if you are spending your time advocating for white well-being in other ways, God bless you. Keep going. If you are promulgating the message, God bless you. Keep going. If you are redeeming yourself, empowering yourself to be better, to be able to serve white well-being, God bless you. Keep going. But if you are not financially gifting on the Sundays when we come together, as we already see a number of folks, a number of heroes have already come forward, or one of these folks who are already, and many of the folks who come forward on every Sunday are also cyclically financially gifting once a month as well. So there are the means by which to be able to do that if you would like to do so that are in the description below. But if you are not one of those people, either monthly or every Sunday, or one or the other, then you need to give your gratitude, deep gratitude to these folks, because they are, one of the main things that we need in service to white well-being. There are a lot of things we need to be able to succeed. One of the main things we need in a world where currency is used for the things you want and the things you need is liquidity. So you will always see, I have managed businesses. I have been successful in every endeavor where I was put in charge of money, where I was put in charge of profit. And you will never see, like, I'm never going to be a Tommy Robinson who suddenly has $600 sneakers on. My lifestyle's not changed. None of the financial gifts go toward toothpaste or food or I don't need any of that. I make my own money. The financial gifts go into the work that we're doing here in service to white well-being. And I'm going to read these great people's names. The first on the honors roll call, which is what we call this. These are the all-stars on the honors roll call, which means that they are at the sustenance or hero support levels. So this is $50 or more a month. We have Child of Lindbergh, Joseph, Final Blossom, White Healing, Going Free, Alex, Degent, Mobile Scotty, and Roy Danton. And the rest of the honors roll call. We have Capo, Cassius, Matthew, Emily, Evillian, Wayne, Hecox, Leah, Darcy, Van Diggle, Scott, Gregory, Hendrickson, Iam, Quebec, William, Clay, Thrifty, Jacked, Ronald B., Deborah, Kat, Sarah, Joe, June, Ronald, Lee, Hungarian Spectator, William, Andrew, Pete, Yaz, J.S., Ashley E., Jacqueline, Starshine Girl, Greg, Sammy, Rujash, Euphemia, Bridge Burner, Ron 911, Promethean Epoch, Jim, Greg, Thomas, Paul, Albertus, Jason, Sibon, Ryan, Richard J., Omar, St. McFreeman, Johnny, Dainty Brighton, Inquipper, John, The Good Girl, Roscoe, Diane, Nomster, Joe S., Wingate, Crux, Kimberly, Rockford Trader, Save Western Civilization Now, Miss DeRay, Crocus, Dean, King Petrus, Brad, Jim, Ohesian Outlaw, Goofy Grape, J.P., Last Paleocon, Happy Cat, Michigan Wave, and some anonymous financial gifters, ladies and gentlemen. In November, $31 financial gift. Another anonymous gift in November, $109. And the final anonymous gift in November, $526. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get an enormous, wildly raucous, hollering round of emojis for all of these magnificent superstars in service to white well-being. Ladies and gentlemen, some of these people are giving $1 a month. And if that is all you can do, then that is a glorious thing for you to be able to do. If you can only financially gift $1, you can't even go out and promulgate white well-being. You can't even talk to your relatives. You can only work on yourself and financially gift $1. Then we love you, we spotlight you, and we appreciate you, because we know times are hard. We know it's impossible these days to be a working class white person across Western civilization. I grew up in a working class family. I went to work with my father beginning at, I think it was age 9, on side jobs. He would come home from work, from construction labor, and then we would go out in the middle of the night. At 9 years of age, I began helping him on side jobs to keep our heads above water. I've worked blue and white collar jobs. I've worked blue and a white collar job while attending university. I know what it's like. And some of those are white collar jobs, are many of those white collar jobs for white people are no better than the jobs where you work with your hands. Because you're no better sitting in a cubicle somewhere, in an office somewhere, and having everything taxed out from underneath of you as a white person, bearing the lion's load of the lion's share of taxation, because you're white and you have to pay for it all, while you don't get the promotions, while you don't get the advancements, because you're white and you're guilty for thousands of years of hardship for non-white people. So I know what it's like. So it doesn't matter if you can't give $1, if you can't financially gift $1, but you can go out and post leaflets or paint rocks or and put them where you're permitted to put such things. Maybe little wood carvings out in the woods. If that's what you're able to do, then you are one of our heroes. We love you. God bless you and thank you. And together as a family, each one of us doing the little part that we can do, we are making it happen. We are making it happen. I'm telling you what, at the end of December, the end of this year, I got big news to share with you all that you can be very excited about. You'll be very happy about. So thank you so very much, everybody, for everything, all of your investments, everything that you're doing, everybody there who financially gifts. I love you all. You're very meaningful to me, and you mean a lot. You absolutely mean a lot. You're enabling us to do what others are unable to do because they don't have the right lexicon and dialectics, and therefore they don't have the testimonials that these financial gifts demonstrate. These actually mean something. When you have the millionaires give away $10,000, $20,000, $100,000, it means nothing to them. They're making, that's their interest. They're just bleeding off. So let's take a quick look at Sloth's video now, and then we will be right back and we'll go right to your comments and your financial gifts.
She wrote at the very bottom, "Thank you for being my friend." Sweet lady.
How often do you read something like that? That's lovely. Big thank you to you. If you're out there, you're a wallflower, you don't know whether you're ready to be a part of it, jump right on in, go free with us. You'll become a better you, and you'll be embraced, you'll grow, and you'll see how powerful you can actually be.
Isabel writes, "Thank you for saving my life. I had been with a non-white boyfriend for 2 years. He had been physically abusing me. I planned to kill myself on the 4th of this month and wrote a suicide letter to an old friend. He gave me, go free.
I am going free, broke up with my boyfriend, and I feel better." Isabel, you are most welcome. And we love you, dear sister. Come to us, pick yourself back up, be here with us. This is your family now. We recognize that we're fallible. You're going to have times when you're going to trip, and you're going to have to pick yourself back up. All that matters is that you pick yourself up and you keep going toward that western sunrise. And Heidi writes here, "Thank you all for being the community you are." We're really seeing a theme here that there's great gratitude for the actual family and community that we are building. This is a vanguard. If you're out there, you're a wallflower, you don't know whether you're ready to be a part of it, jump right on in, go free with us. You'll become a better you, and you'll be embraced, you'll grow. And to every single person, named and unnamed, if you're part of this effort, then you're part of this family, and we are making the world a better place as a consequence. You are part of that, and that is something truly to feel good about. If anything, in this world of all of these ups and downs, you can be very proud. I love you all, ladies and gentlemen. Let's go for it. Looks like I somehow missed Art Acrobats, who gives every month as well. I will have to see how I ended up missing in the rush. So Art Acrobats, a great one of our champions, is also a monthly gifter as well as a weekly gifter, and we deeply appreciate him. Thank you, dear brother. And what a magnificent video that was that Sloths made, is it not? Let's see what you all are saying. Thank you so much for the raucous emojis. Let's get excited. We have a lot of opportunities that are being presented to us right now. There are challenges, no doubt, ladies and gentlemen, but nonetheless, there are things we can do. There are things we are achieving. The end of the year is coming up, and I'm going to have something very exciting to share with you all. And by the day, I am seeing more information come to me from many different quarters that people in groups all around the world are taking up the practice of going free. This is exactly what I have planned for years and years and years coming to fruition. This is not how things normally happen in the capitalist West. Normally what happens is people, through their industry, but primarily also through their luck, through just good fortune, they end up in some place to have their business work, and even in warfare. But remember, we don't use those analogies here. So they end up having whatever their endeavor is, they end up having it work, and then they go back and they write this great story. And then you go and you read these autobiographies or biographies of these folks, and they say, well, they planned it from the very beginning. And it's total Bravo Sierra. They didn't plan anything. They were endeavoring to do something, and then they had chance favor them. Everything went well after that. Money made money, and the business grew. We had to plan this as a map through the woods, the dank, dark woods, ravenous, monster-filled woods of anti-whiteism, to go from where we come to find ourselves in our lives to where we need to be to recapture that destiny. No one alive today, no white person alive today was alive when Western man controlled his destiny. So we have all come to life. We have all come to that moment of awareness of a place in time and space where we are a people disenfranchised, where we are a people without recourse, where we are a people without the reins of leadership in our countries. And now together, this intrepid group of heroes, of lovers, of warriors, of poets, of doctors, of artists, singers, we together are binding our abilities one to the other and striding through this forest through the only path that can work. We will come to that Western sunrise. The rays indeed are already rising in the West, even as the anti-whites come to greater expressions of power, of hegemony, of hubris, exactly as I said they would. Exactly as I said before this decade began. A decade of two storms. Who does not remember that? One of darkness, one of light. They would grow and we would grow simultaneously. And that is exactly what has been happening. You know, when the medicine that cures the patient of the disease, when it is first introduced to that sick and dying body, or that antivenom, when it is first introduced to the sick and dying body, it is only a speck. It is only a smidge, almost a nothing in the totality of cells of that body. And yet victory is already in the cards. Every antivenom overcomes the poison. Even though when it's first introduced, it is next to nothing. And that is exactly what going free is to anti-whiteism. Strive forward into this contest for the reclamation of our destiny, knowing that, and there is nothing that will stop you. It is not the numbers we have today that matter. It is the cure that we have today that matters. So let's see what else you have going on, ladies and gentlemen. We got a lot to share and be excited about. We got more news to talk about. We got more testimonials. That was a magnificent testimonial. And you know what? Might as well, since I am as excited as I am about the things going on right now, we might as well share. There was another magnificent testimonial. And this too, as a gift to all those who financially gift service to White Wellbeing. This too, as a gift to all of those who are aware that they wield the cure to the venom that is anti-whiteism. Even though our numbers are small today relative to what the anti-whites are able to wield. Even though the nodes of power are too many in the hands of anti-whites today. They know that we have the anti-venom. This too to all of those who carry that message to their friends and family, who recapture the destiny in themselves and align with the archetype of Western kind, who go out intrepidly into the world and distribute that literature and talk on buses and get thrown off public buses because the anti-whites won't drive anybody who's not anti-white on their bus, who post no white guilt on the side of their hotel room, on the balcony, who say enough is enough. No more of this anti-whiteism. This too for them, a gift to us, to all of us in service to white well-being. One of our great champions, Richard Wagner, who was so touched by Crucible and who was able to reach his sister and save her from anti-whiteism because of going free. An original piece by Richard Wagner, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back. That was absolutely beautiful. A big round of applause for Richard Wagner. That majestic, ethereal music. That's an original piece. It sounded like it could have come from our greats, our great musical masters of the past. Thank you so much for that, dear brother, that great gift. And we love you. Thank you for your contributions to the service of white well-being. Let me take a look at what you all are saying, and we're going to keep rolling. Very excited, very excited. While their world burns and comes apart, we continue to grow. Save Western civilization now. Financially gifted $10. Thank you so very much, my dear brother. Why not just homeschool your kids? They're going to make that illegal. And it's already illegal in many Western countries. For now, and in many places. For now, absolutely homeschool where you can. If you can homeschool, and remember, it's not nearly as hard as you think. When your children are very young, all they need to, as the basis, or I should say, all they need to know how to read, they need to know how to write, they need to know how to do math, they need to know how to do all of the normal, I should say, the basic stuff, the necessary things. If you put them into even the most expensive institutions, they're getting anti-whiteism. We have parents that pay thousands and many thousands per child to put them into religious private schools to get away from the anti-whiteism, and it is every bit as bad. The only thing that they achieve by doing that in some cases is they put them into environments where there's less of a chance of their children being physically assaulted by anti-white, non-white children. But they're going to grow up hating themselves. They're going to grow up infected with anti-whiteism. And so there's no difference. I mean, you're still poisoning your children. Keep them home. And besides, there are plenty of different homeschooling groups. And we have the great Brant Danger is working on, we're going to get an update maybe next week or so from him in School of the West and what's happening there. And with wonderful people working on this material. We will have more of this moving forward. We will have in the future information that parents can access about different homeschooling groups, ones that will be less anti-white than others. You know, as far as like these big institutions that will provide the materials for you to teach your children or child with. But yes, homeschool as long as we are allowed to do so. If you can do so, if you send them into even private school, but certainly public school, they are being poisoned endlessly, and they will come back and hate you. And then you will adopt the idiotic conservative idea that anti-whites have given us, which is a meme pathogen that, well, the children always rebel. The children just naturally hate and want to destroy their parents. There is nothing natural about that whatsoever. That is I still talk with parents everywhere. Well, you don't want to push them. So you just want to, kind of try to nudge them in a so direction. Piss off. You do not do that at all. You inoculate them against anti-whiteism with going free. And then when they see that filth in society, we even have 6-year-olds coming back to their parents and saying, Mom, I heard a song and there was some anti-whiteism in the song. Let me show you. So when you inoculate your children to anti-whiteism, which is what I've been arguing with all of these so-called egghead leaders, these academic peacocks and other so-called leaders in the white positive sphere all along, that we need to use the billions and trillions of dollars anti-whites have against them, their control of all of these institutions against them. We need to make them our power, and here's how we do it. And then they said, nah, let's just keep doing it the way that fails. So no, you don't do that. You inoculate your children. You tell them what's right. You tell them what's wrong. Then when they go to school, and when they or if they have to go to school because you can't homeschool, then when they go to school, they come back, they say, my God, you were right. They did tell me to hate you. They did tell me to hate our ancestors. They did tell me to believe the opposite of everything that you and all of these other people who are going free say is the truth. And you can access all of these old history books. You can get them, buy them now while you can, so you have these. And then you can share this. Then everything the anti-whites do confirm that you are God in your child's or children's lives. Instead of, well, you don't really want to push them. Maybe you just nudge a little bit, because if you push them a little bit, they despise you for the rest of your life. Only white people could be so gullible to believe something like that. It is a meme pathogen, an MP. If you don't know what it is, you need to go free. Get the book, Go Free. I'm going to be working more on iteration 2, and I want to have that around the first of 2020, the first month of 2021. And so it's going to be more powerful. It's got a lot more information on it, inside of it, and people are going to be empowered as a consequence. Meme Curatives writes here, I love the name. Meme Curatives will save us. They absolutely will. $3 financial gift. Thank you, my brother. What word can replace whiteness to describe being white? Quote, example, quote, celebrating typical white activities is already white community. Even if the whiteness as the most important factor isn't recognized. Celebrating, so he's, and then in brackets, typical white activities is already white community. Even if the whiteness as the most important factor isn't recognized. What we create is Western civilization. What we create, I'm not exactly sure how you're asking. I'm not exactly sure. Could you write in the question widget? You can put more in the question widget than you can here. Put a little bit more in there, clarifying. What we do is we don't produce whiteness. We produce Western civilization. I assume what you are titling whiteness is Western culture, Western civilization. That's our culture. That's whiteness is something created by the anti-whites. So I think that's what you're saying. So what you would do is you would change your construction. You wouldn't say, for example, that we were here because of the whiteness. That sounds like somebody had an accident. I mean, the civilization is Western because we are Western. America is America because it's inside of us. So it has to deal with the construction that you are placing this word whiteness. So give me a little bit more clarification, and I'll definitely make more of an effort to answer that. Since I don't speak in that construction where I would use whiteness, I'm not sure I'm addressing your question. I'll come back to it nonetheless. Irish Ice is here. Thank you, brother. $5 financial gift. Great hero. A $55 million senior care home was just built in South Surrey, British Columbia, for non-whites only. This particular non-white group have been harming and terrorizing innocent Canadians for decades now. They are white erasing us with blinding speed. Yeah, they really are. And that's despicable, because you know very well and good that white people would not be able to build anything that is strictly for Westmen. So what do we do with this? You make sure that you use that when you are leafleting, when you are speaking with others, when you are speaking with family. And where do you put the focus? You don't put the focus. I know Irish Ice already knows this. I'm saying this for newcomers' benefit. You put the focus on us. We are harmed by this. We are not allowed. The anti-whites deny us all of the means of our creation, of that which we harmonize with, Western civilization, Western culture. They deny us the right to congregate with our own people, to be with our own kind. They make that illegal. So we are discriminated against. We are harmed by this. That is where you put the focus. You do not put the focus on the group who has secured what you would like for yourself as somehow an evil group or that sort of thing. And you see here that Irish Ice is pointing out that we are being white erased. And that is where the focus needs to be. Well done, brother. Thank you. Meme Curatives will save us back with another $3. Any good MCs, general responses to vague Patriot types saying or signaling that they are not, quote, I am not racist, close quote, or things to the same effect as that. I'll write a leaflet idea in Tall Kevin widget, potentially more comments. All right, brother. So good MCs, general responses to vagues saying or signaling that they are not racist. Well, the first thing to point out that I point out is, and a specific MC, I'll crack open the book maybe and see if we have a specific MC that I have in the book. One of the first things that I do is I point out how anti-white they are. That what they just did, that disclaimer by claiming that they're not this anti-white slur racist, is a disclaimer that reveals how infected they are with anti-white thoughts. And the moment you say something like that, those people, they're already in a very sensitive place. So the moment you point that out to them, they say, whoa, what are you talking about? You can then set them straight. You can then say, look, Phil, whatever their name is, Patty, it's okay to say something that is white positive. The fact that you think that you need a disclaimer for this indicates that you are a very sick person, but there is a way to cure that. There is a way to treat that. It's called Go Free. And then you can open up the conversation that way with them. So thank you very much. Meme Curatives will save us $3. And back with another $3. Meme Curatives will save us. Very active today. Great to see you. Great champion. He writes here, what do you suggest to somebody white plus, but probably not yet going free, who works around deracinated whites, unaware of the anti-white agenda, and who are deferential to non-whites at workplace to get them going free? Okay, so you've got, or you're asking for a friend, somebody who is, or people who are working with you or someone else, and the person or people are vagues. So vague is the word. We don't use normie in going free. And there's a powerful reason why you should never call vagues normies. And if you are curious, you need to start going free and look into that. But we call them vagues. So they are vagues, and as a consequence, they are white guilted. So, and they're suffering from white noir. And so they are deferential to non-white people at their workplace. And what Meme Curatives is asking here is, how do you get them started going free? Well, there are a number of ways, but I suspect, and there's pretty much the same kind of ways that we help people generally when it comes to assisting people to go free. One of the easiest things you can do is to talk about the commercials and how white erasure is so prominent in the commercials, specifically also biological white erasure. But if you feel they're a little bit too worried about that, talking about white erasure in general. What I think Meme Curatives is getting at is that white people are hyper individualists who do not have a people. They don't belong in this, talking about deracinated is speaking directly to that. They don't have a community to which they belong. So if you talk to them about what has to be done for our people's well-being right away, they're going to be confused by that. And if you want to confuse them even more, you talk to them about this group or that group that is the bad guys. When you do that, when you talk to white people about this or that group who is the bad guys, then all you've done is you have just scared an individualist into thinking, okay, how do I separate myself from white people who are being targeted by the omnipotent, omniscient bad guys who are victimizing white people? How do I signal that I'm not with white people? How do I signal, or how do I get out from underneath of this another way? Or how do I join the bad people, the victimizer, the enemy as one of their servants so that I too won't be victimized, my family? We see this all the time. Why is it that we have so many people who have fabulous educations and people who have been in the white positive sphere for decades and decades and who still can't see this response in white people? They still want to go to them and talk about how some other group is so evil. And everywhere you go, you see that response that I just shared. So, talking about starting off with something that they're going to be able to see everywhere, every day, white erasure. They then see, well, white erasure is a victimization of white people in these different industries, in the societal, the social tapestry of the society. And since I'm white, then I'm also going to be victimized. There's no way to get out. There's no group to join. There's no way to hide. White erasure is taking place everywhere. And so they begin to, in a way, you back them into this reality. They begin to see themselves as a member of a people that is going to be victimized no matter what they do. If it's hard to see the difference there, I'm just going to go ahead and say it's because you're too dumb. I've been kind for too long, and I'm tired of the monster getting bigger outside of my house because other people are just, they sit there and they say, and obviously I don't mean meme curatives, I just mean folks in general, because they say, well, I don't get how that actually works, or I don't get how, well, you don't know how to do brain surgery either. But if you needed a tumor removed, you would let somebody who knows how to do brain surgery do it, right? So go with what works. And this is what I would suggest, especially when you have a lot of deracinated race, white people who are really deferential to non-white people. Start talking about that white erasure. And when you do this sort of thing, especially if it's at a place of work, to protect yourself, and you can also do this with a potential mate when you're trying to find a mate. You can do these things in throwaway comments, what appears to be a throwaway comment, as though you're just making an observation that you're not terribly invested in. So you can say, I saw another one of these commercials where it's every mattress commercial, it's a white woman with a non-white guy. I don't understand. It's like every commercial is white erased. They're just white erasing the white population. I don't get, and then just walk away. You plant that seed, and it sounds like these people are far from being ready to go free to identify themselves as a member of a race of people, a member of Western kind. So you plant that easy seed, and then you let it begin to grow. Once you have people thinking about their well-being by way of their group's well-being, which is something the white race does not automatically do, certainly relative to the ability, the facility that non-whites have at that. Once you get that operating, you then can take them to other levels. So thank you very much for that, meme curatives. And I have your other questions in mind, and I will revisit. International Puppy, financially gifting $4. Thank you so very much for those $14. And he writes here, in honor of Joe Camel, the super genius. Yes, this new unity of the presidency and the vice presidency, represented by Joe Camel. Thank you so much, International Puppy. Promethean Promulgation, Financially gifting $25. Thank you so much, my dear brother. Someone called me a racist at work. That's an anti-white slur, folks. That's why you always put it in quotes. For literally no reason. It's easy to make the mistake of asking for a reason to then demonstrate logically that racist is an anti-white slur. But if you really understand how it works, you just know to skip to the part where you win. Precisely. Promethean. So you see that, folks? Another testimonial, Promethean promulgation, having fantastic success in these discussions that he has with anti-whites. And they break out their anti-white slurs. You get out, they break out their myths of pretext, moralized, intellectualized, sentimentalized excuses, pretexts for arriving at anti-white conclusions, the victimization of Western kind and Western civilization. You get out of their story, you get into ours, where we are the hero, where they are the villain, and you wage the conversation, you wage that contest from there. Skip to the part where you win. Absolutely. And that might sound something like this. Somebody says, you are this anti-white slur racist. You say, why would you use such an anti-white slur as racist? The only people who use the anti-white slur racist are anti-whites. So why are you, Bob, so anti-white? What the hell is wrong with you? Mr. Bloom writes here with $10. Thank you so very much. Hi, Jason. Great to finally watch you. I've always loved your collaboration with Mark. I do have to thank my friend Richard Wagner for encouraging me to watch your stuff and go free. So big shout out to him. We are privileged to have found you whilst still in our teen years. Well, God bless you both. Thank you so much, Richard Wagner, for bringing over Mr. Bloom, and the both of you for serving White Wellbeing, for being with us. And we look forward to great things from the both of you. Bless you. Promethean hails. Casual Cruising is here, ladies and gentlemen, $5. And you see, folks, this is the way it's going to have to happen. The anti-whites are shutting us down across tech. And if you think for a moment, I hear all the time these people saying, oh, there's a new platform. Oh, there's a new platform. Oh, there's a new platform. Well, it's not going to matter now that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats, maybe sooner, but certainly later, are going to run the government of the United States without resistance. All of your platforms will be dominated by the Department of Peace. Don't you get it? You're not going to be able to migrate somewhere and continue to have a conversation that the anti-whites don't approve of. We are going to have to share this with those close to us and strangers as quickly as we can. So thank you so very much. Richard Wagner, again, a champion again, stepping up and bringing another wonderful person, Mr. Bloom, to the community. Thank you, brother. Casual Cruising here, $5. Hello to you. For 3 years, I've hung around, only gifting small fees here and there. But next year, I'll also join the steady contributor list. Friends will help you at times. Great friends every day. P.S. Get those new glasses with the thick and square frames. Oh, maybe so, maybe so. I'm having a bit of a, it's not so much the vision today, the monitor issue or the printer issue. It's the voice. I've been doing a lot of speaking over the past couple of weeks, and so the voice is a little on the edge. But thank you so very much. $5 Casual Cruising. Bless you, brother. All right, we're going to swivel around. We're going to take a look at Cash App and see what the great heroes over here have to say. Well, here we have Tamara financially gifting $2. Thank you so much. And she gives us a sweet little emoji Christmas tree. Thank you so much. Merry Christmas to you, sweet lady. The Great Sloths financially gifting over here at $10. Thank you for saying the obvious that others won't. You are so welcome, dear brother. And thank you for everything. You're a great champion. A great champion. And you're always going to be remembered for all of these good deeds. All of this service to white well-being. Here we have Not Anti-White Enough. Financially gifting $20. Thank you, brother. And writes here, in the name of the anti-whites at YouTube who banned my account. Well, we're sorry to hear that, but well done. You know they're listening. You know they just found out that you gave $20 to White Wellbeing in their name. God bless you, brother. That was the right thing to do. And you know what they'll do? They'll be like, so, and really, they hate it. 41 BMC, financially gifting $20. And by the way, not anti-white enough. Step back up. Get right back into the game. You don't let them keep you down, brother. You're going free. You're making it happen. Use this lexicon. Use these dialectics. If you have a new channel, don't make it just socio-political discussion. Make every third video, or make your first video a video of the bush on the street corner. And you say, isn't this a lovely bush I found on my street corner? Or whatever it might be. A car that sounds well while it's, the hole that you're patching, pardon me, the new exhaust that you're putting on your automobile. Get a photograph of that, put some audio under that. If they see only white positive, no matter what it is, in the beginning, they're just going to get rid of the channel. And there's a reason for that, and we talk about it in the second iteration of edition 2 of Go Free. So they want to turn you off from participating in the conversation. $20 from 41 BMC. Great to see you, dear brother. And he writes here, dedicated to our community. Well, God bless you. And we are so very grateful to have you in this community, you and your family with us. Thank you, brother. We have Not Anti-White Enough back again. Now, did you accidentally do this twice? No, this is something different. $20. Another $20 from Not Anti-White Enough. He writes here, the whites of the RT is not anti-white enough for YT. So I guess is the RT the right? Thank you so very much for the $20 financial gift. Good brother. And yeah, remember, this lexicon, these dialectics, when the channel is new, definitely mix in some other, they could just be 30 seconds long. Mix in some other videos. And you might, on these other platforms, especially if we have President Joe Camel, mix in some other video as well, because we don't know how long those platforms will be able to operate in any way that could be considered independent. So thank you so very much for that financial gift of $20. Let's keep moving. We have here, maybe you use that with we'll call you, this time we will call you Harry. Harry financially gifts $5. Thank you so very much for going free. Going free is not spreading fast enough. He writes, it could never be fast enough. It's spreading rapidly, but it could never be fast enough. And one of the reasons why we have headwind is because losers in the white positive sphere are doing all that they can to slow it down. They're out there misrepresenting. They're out there spreading lies. They're out there undermining. So it tells you everything you need to know about them. Anybody in the white positive sphere who claims to care about white people at all, I mean, that obviously is a prerequisite of being in the white positive sphere. If something is working, and there's nothing more obviously working than going free, and they are using their time to demonize yours truly, to undermine the message, to misrepresent the message, you know all you need to know about them. that they were never, well, they might call themselves pro-white or whatever else they might call it, but they were never what we would consider white positive. They never actually cared about white people, because we are benefiting white people. We are changing the language. We are changing the context in which laws are passed, in which the debate takes place. It would make no sense unless you were anti-white to undermine that. So you know all you need to know about them. So thank you so very much, Harry, for that $5 financial gift. Blue-eyed bear, ladies and gentlemen, blue-eyed bear. Get your raucous round of emojis together for the great blue-eyed bear, who I always have the visual of the grizzly bear with blue eyes peering in the window, just financially gifted $200 to White Wellbeing. $200 to the service of White Wellbeing. God bless you, blue-eyed bear, a great champion in our sphere, and we're making it happen. And it's because of great champions like you. Thank you so very much for that big raucous round of emojis applauding for our great champion, blue-eyed bear, over here on Cash App. DB Cooper, ladies and gentlemen, is with us. $5 financial gift. And we're talking about, we had the gentleman earlier asking, where can I find some of those testimonials? How about this one? I don't know. I don't personally know DB Cooper and his family. I'm not related to DB Cooper and his family, but he named his third son after me, he and his lovely wife. And it's not because of any other thing that I have done in my life aside from the practice of Go Free and the effect it has on people's lives. So that's what this great champion thought of how successful this is. That is a testimonial that you're not going to find anywhere else. So, and I'm deeply grateful to this great champion. $5 writes here, people I gave going free to are loving it. So the people that he gave the book Go Free to are loving the book Go Free. And we hear this so often. So God bless you. Thank you for spreading the practice of going free, dear brother. You are one of our finest and always with us. I love Jesus Christ. Financially gifted $10. Thank you so much, dear sister. And she writes here, for White Wellbeing. Well, we for much White Wellbeing to you, dear sister. And we're looking for, it looks like it might be a white Christmas in the once great state of Virginia, outside of Mordor on the Potomac. It could happen. I want it to be a very white Christmas. And by that, I, of course, mean service to White Wellbeing, which everyone is welcomed and encouraged to participate in, irrespective of their immutable characteristics. We have Damon here, financially gifting $20. Thank you so much, brother. $20 from Damon. He writes, Merry Christmas. Say it loud, say it proud. The anti-whites hate it like you wouldn't believe. Even if you aren't Christian, go ahead and say it when you go out and you purchase something. Say it nice and loud. Every anti-white hates people saying Merry Christmas. And I wouldn't doubt that in the future, those anti-whites who call themselves Democrats will make saying Merry Christmas the equivalent of shouting white power. Thank you all very much for those kind financial gifts. We're going to keep rolling. Let me flip around here and see what you all are saying. And we'll keep rolling. We're going to take calls, of course, as well. Fraulein Dresden is here. Great to see you, dear lady. So is Althea Pro. Great to see you as well, sweet lady. Who else has shown up since we've been having fun? Nancy Drew is here. Welcome, welcome to you. Greek American Perspective is here. Austin says, Jason is number one. Thank you so much. Nathan Lentini is here. Great to see you, good brother. And so is First Last is with us. He asks, was my anthem played? Not on the garage party, which I thought you wanted played the first time on the garage party. Get to me, and if you want it played on the garage party first or here on Going Free first, let me know. Great to see you. Nathan writes, when I pointed out society is anti-white to my sister, she said, quote, that's not my experience. I'm sorry you feel that way, close quote. I had to think about a response. What would you say? Nathan, she's inside the anti-white narrative. So in her fictionalized world, there is everywhere she turns is anti-white. I mean, is racist. Everywhere she turns, the anti-white slur, racism is on the rise. So you need to point out to your sister that she is living inside of an anti-white narrative. It's fiction. The anti-whites teach her that narrative in all of their entertainment. She probably has a number of shows that she watches, she loves, movies, books that she reads, etc. In those stories is the anti-white narrative, where the white race is guilty of all things, of harming all of these innocent and wrongly, long-suffering, wrongly put upon non-white people, and that she hasn't actually seen any of that in her life. She hasn't actually experienced where a company put up a sign in the window and said, non-white people are not hired here, has she? But she saw that in a lot of movies and TV shows. She hasn't actually known anybody that was hunting down non-white people, but she's seen that in a lot of movies and TV shows. So her subconscious mind, which is not able to tell the difference between reality and fiction, has absorbed fiction as reality. And that's why she's able to say that she hasn't experienced an anti-white world. In the real world, the anti-whites take reality, and then when it contradicts the anti-white narrative, you tell your sister, they bury it underfoot. She didn't hear about all of these news events and these news items, etc., that contradict the anti-white narrative. And when they have, the anti-whites have a piece of news that they can lie about, that they can blow up into something else, that they can fabricate from whole cloth to support the anti-white narrative, the fiction, they then write it in the sky. You can point out to her that their power and their willingness to censor extends all the way to the President of the United States, where they delete his videos, delete his tweets, make it impossible to like, share, or comment on his tweets. That is the power of censorship. The power to not show him when he speaks, the president of a nation speaks to that population, and all of the networks, all of the media refuse to show the speech. If they can do that to the president, they do it every level of society. So your sister, you say to her, you say, sister, I'm sorry you feel this way, because it demonstrates that you are living inside of an anti-white narrative. It's a fiction. You believe a fiction. That's not the real world. We can talk about the real world, and you can start with her the same way I was suggesting, that meme curatives can start with coworkers that are very deferential, very white guilted, very suffering deeply from white noir. You can say, sister, just observe the white erasure in all of the commercials. Just observe the white erasure or just leave it there and let her start seeing it there. That every year the commercials have fewer white people. And it's not just the white actors, it's all of the staffs that select the actors, direct the actors, operate the cameras, build the sets, write the storyline. All of that's being replaced. You could also point out to her that every one of the biggest companies across every Western country celebrates every quarter how many white people they have not hired or fired. They call it celebrating diversity. make sure your sister knows that for every diversity hire, there's a diversity fire or a diversity not hired. And that is, of course, only acceptable when it's white people. So this is what you say to her, and come back to us and let us know. Hey, Angbrielle is with us. Great to see you, sweet sister. So's Rub-a-Dub Media is with us. Great to see you. I hope everybody's having a fantastic night tonight. I know I am. Sliding through this. White Student Transmission is here. All of these heroes. Sliding through the gathering of heroes. Breezy is here. Wonderful to see you. Remember, tag me if you have a comment or question. Ardent White is here. Great to see you. Thank you for being here with us. And not anti-white enough writes here. Thank you for the advice for starting my channel. I was planning on creating content too. Please do. I'm looking forward to it. And you're welcome. Mr. Reason is here. Writes, our openness is going to be our downfall. What do you mean by openness? Tag me in your next comment and I'll speak to that. Let's see. The whites of the round table is not anti-white enough for YouTube. That's right. It's got to be severely anti-white for the anti-whites at YouTube. So they banned, not anti-white enough, actually is saying here that the anti-whites banned his channel for the channel's name, which was the Whites of the Round Table. Wow. Yeah, I was saying the anti-whites at YouTube have said that that any discussion at variance about the election, at variance with their conclusion about the election, results in an instant deletion of the channel. So that we will not be talking about like the dueling opinions anymore about the election. You simply cannot do it without losing your channel. Mayo is here. Great to see you, sweet sister. Let's see. German Madam says, I messaged you on Entropy. Well, I'll take a look. Thank you for that. Sonia is here. Great to see you as well. I hope you don't mind me sharing some of your quotes on my personal site, with credits, of course. Mind, double time. Step it up. Share as many as you like. Share as many as you can. Do you know what the government does with the statues they remove? For example, Robert E. Lee statue. Do they put them up somewhere else? There's always this. That's a great question, Tyler. There's always this like interim spot. There is no 100% way to answer this question. But generally speaking, they'll say, okay, the statue, to placate the white people who care, they'll say, well, we're going to white erase you from the public square, but we'll go put you up in the corner of this museum. So we'll put the statue up in this museum somewhere. Or in the meantime, before we find a permanent home, it'll go to this scrap heap and then just sort of sit there for a while. And then invariably, in almost all cases, these things are melted down. They're never seen from again. Rarely you'll have private groups who will come along and purchase these things for as cheaply as they can, and then maybe put them up in their lodge, or I've seen that happen as well. And then sometimes they do stay up somewhere. But again, that's only going to be for as long as we are able to stop it from being removed from a museum, for example. Once the anti-whites have decided, look, there it is, I'm going to take it down. We are at that place, and we have been for some time, where the anti-whites, wherever they direct their energy, they're going to win in the contest. And that is because they are vying with those who are inside of their story, who are inside of their anti-white narrative. Not anti-white enough says, I didn't even comment on the election. I didn't even post a video. Just the name was all it took. Yep. Just the name was all it took. So that's telling you how bad the censorship is getting. Reptile is asking me about psychographics. I can't remember. What did I say? Could you give me some more info? And then I will speak to it. Thank you very much. Let me swivel around here and see entropy. This is desperately trying to spill on me. I will not have that happen. I absolutely will not have that happen. I have no, maybe perhaps there's a crack in the top. It's just the anti-white power that we are destroying, and it's as it comes apart, it's shattering things in our midst. So we have over here in the question widget, German Madam says, do you think that different European ethnic partners in a relationship, do you think that different European ethnic partners in a relationship is white erasure? And this is something that we've seen that this seems to be coming up quite a little bit. This idea of this fear of white people of different ethnicities, Westmen of different ethnicities coming together and meaning the end of white people. And last week we had somebody say, when I asked who told, and I'll ask you this, German Madam, who told you this? Who told you that it's white erasure if two white people have a child together, that it's the end of the white race? I'd like to, you can just pop it into the question widget as well, since I'm over here, if you will, please. Thank you very much. There are, and I'm trying to ascertain exactly who's telling people this so that I can speak directly to that person's stupidity and not the people who ended up listening or being befuddled or fooled or misguided by these misleaders, these misrulers. Western kind has a single, and this is how I'll answer your question. Western kind has this dear lady. Well, wait, you have something else here. I asked because I'm Norwegian and German. My husband is Greek and Italian. We have a son together. Okay. So thank you for that, dear lady. Western kind has a single biospirit. You can read about what the biospirit is in Go Free. You can think about it in layman's terms as instinct. Every animal has an instinct. The instinct for the human animal is our projection on our environment. Our projection as individuals in its aggregate is culture. It's the reason why white people produce Western culture, Asian people, Asian culture, etc. The spirit of the West brings forth Western kind in a great variety that is beautiful. We love all of the variety of our people. We have by far the most variety, without question. I mean, I'm sure CNN would still tell you otherwise. And if they would tell you otherwise, then I guess I have to agree with CNN. But make sure you do check with other content producers, and because maybe they say otherwise. We have a great variety in our people. Recapturing our destiny, being dedicated to the recapturing of the destiny of Western kind, presupposes that you want that great variety to persist. You want there to be a wonderful Greece that is most Greek, and you want there to be a Germany that is most German, and you want there to be a South in the United States that is most Southern, more than it's ever been. It presupposes all of that, because this is our family, one nation, many countries. We want everybody to do well in our family, right? Just like you would want everybody to do well in your immediate family. You love your siblings, you want them to succeed. So we want that variety. And more importantly, we know that these are the expression of the spirit of the West. And so it is a sacred thing. Now, there will always be people who will, and by the way, and I'll just get this out of the way, you have Germans who are dark-haired and eyed like some Greeks, and you have some Greeks who are light-haired and eyed like some Germans. Now, we do have broader norms within the different parts of Europe, but it doesn't negate this variation as well. And there always will be, somebody who has a white person who has these particular set of traits, who will fall in love with and reproduce with and have children with a white person with another set of traits. That will always happen, but since it happens within the presupposition that we love all of the variety, it means that there'll be no general dissolution or widespread dissolution of any particular expression of the biospirit. Why is that? Well, because if we do, for example, many of us have read, whether it's true or not, you ask CNN, that people with natural blonde hair are rapidly diminishing. People with naturally occurring red hair are rapidly diminishing. Well, when we recapture our destiny, all of us, whether we have black hair, blonde hair, red hair, brown hair, light brown, dark, whatever it might be, we are all going to be interested in there being more blonde hair, naturally blonde haired and red haired people, because this is the expression of our family. We're going to want that to make a comeback. We're going to want more of that again. And so as individuals, as communities, we will take steps to ensure that that happens. There will be many avenues to ensure that that happens. So those individuals, like somebody was saying last week, what was the guy's name who very often was in the band a long time ago? And supposedly he was saying that he was wanting people to sectarianize and say, well, it's got to be like Nordics here or something, because it was based in fear. It was based in the fear that, well, if we stand together as a single people, well, then somehow magically that's going to mean that people with blonde hair and blue eyes, or what, that they're suddenly going to disappear. Well, that's simply not going to happen. It's like I said, once you make the commitment, once you make the commitment to serve white well-being, to see ourselves as a single people with many beautiful expressions, it's like you've already leapt into the air and you're going to land in the pool water, but then somehow in the midst of the air, changing your mind about getting wet. If you've changed your mind about getting wet, then you're immediately getting out of the pool. And anybody who would flip the morality on its head and endeavor to achieve something that would eradicate this beautiful variety we have, would instantly be identifying themselves as anti-white. So this is a self-correcting thing. When two white people from anywhere on planet Earth get together and have children, those are white children. It's not white erasure, period. In no way, shape, or form. Those are white children, and they have the heritage of both sides of their parents. So, and folks can let me know who these people might be who continue to say this sort of thing. We're not going to sectarianize. When you sectarianize, the anti-whites, they already have the formula for destroying us. Greek America Perspective writes, I have been making flyers that say white lives matter and no white guilt with a Greek flag in the background. I would suggest not using white lives matter. It's only helpful where if you with it you gain the attention of a person long enough to send them somewhere productive. So if you think that white lives matter to the particular communities that you're delivering the leaflets is going to resonate with them, then yeah, go ahead and do it and go ahead and use it. But then point them to nowhiteguilt.org, somewhere where they can get more info about going free. Because if you leave them with white lives matter, then it's just like, think back to when you were, and this is really how it lands on people, ultimately, the normal, average white person. When they hear that whatever color lives matter from the regime, and then white people go out and say, well, white lives matter. That's just like, take yourself back to elementary school, and then some child said that, I don't know, you were ugly, you're stupid or whatever. And then your great response was, well, you're the stupid one. So everybody observing that just thinks, boy, that's lame. And then on top of that, what you've done is you've legitimized the anti-white narrative in the heads of your audience. By just flipping the script, you're still within their story. By just inverting their slogan, you're still within their story. You're still a part of the people who made a certain group's lives matter or not matter, and therefore the reason why they have to say that their lives matter. So thank you for distributing those leaflets. Add some place where they can go, like nowhiteguilt.org, where they can get more information about going free. I appreciate that. That's Greek American Perspective. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. The German madam says, her parents said it. And would my husband be considered a Westman? Of course. Me and my husband have joined old symbol groups he is less, I guess, who was, do you mean like who said he was less white because of this Southern European heritage? No. Greeks, Italians, they're Westmen. They're members of Western kind. Western kind is a large family, and we are a single people with many nations, and we are going to preserve all of those manifestations. So anybody saying that somebody from Southern Europe is less Westman is simply wrong. Now, in Southern Europe, in Greece and in Italy, just like in Germany and in Norway and Finland and the rest, you have people who have non-white heritage. In the United States, people with non-white heritage, and if they have non-white heritage, they very often identify as non-white because it's beneficial to do so. So when we're talking about Greece, when we're talking about Spain or Italy or Finland or Norway, we're talking about Westmen. Why? Because there's only one place that all of those countries and all the rest actually exist. And it's in here of every Westman. It's in the hearts, it's in the biosphere of every Westman. Those places only exist on a map as long as we want them to be there. I mean, you can even take parts of Greece and parts of Finland. You can even break these places up further and see more of the variety. But the bottom line, it comes down to it is for all of those out there who are very worried about, well, what about my particular eye color or hair color, or especially those in the groups who are shrinking rapidly, like natural blondes and natural redheads and the like. You don't have to reproduce with somebody who doesn't have blonde or red in their family lineage. So you want to up the chances that, you know, for example, somebody with naturally occurring blonde hair, if they were to marry and have children with, say, somebody from any country who, if there is, and there is, I'm sure at some point, blonde hair in their family lineage, it's back so many generations, who knows how many. The odds then, since these are recessive of being represented in and manifesting in the children, are slim. So if you want to make sure that the blonde is either going to occur or will absolutely be very present just beneath the surface, so that in maybe the choice of your children and mate will definitely have blonde hair, naturally occurring blonde hair, then to make sure you pick somebody who either has naturally occurring blonde hair or it's in very recent part of their lineage, so that it's more likely to occur. And everyone, me with my brown hair and green eyes, I will be delighted that that happens. I will love the little babies looking the way they do. So there's no need to, there's a whole like community of people, it seems, that are most worried about this. And I think what happens is you have these ideas from antiquity of how you were supposed to vie and fight for your well-being, or serve your people's well-being, or your country's well-being. And it is to sectarianize. It's always been the way to go in the past. And so they think, well, it's got to be that, because if we have a greater union, if we recognize a greater union, if we recognize the totality of our people, well, then that automatically means that everything that is unique about us is going to go away. But in fact, the opposite is true. We're not talking about an empire that homogenizes, and maybe clip this part out. In service to white well-being, we are not talking about an empire that homogenizes out the variety of people into a single blob. We're talking about a union of all of our brothers and sisters all over the globe, recognizing that we are a single people with many countries, and that we have a great panoply of manifestations in our expression of Western civilization, and also our actual physical manifestations. So we're not talking about an empire that homogenizes. And maybe that's where a lot of people are getting sideways on this issue. So thank you very much for those questions, sweet lady. I'm sure you'll have beautiful children. Fraulein Dresden's over here, and she writes, Jason, our sister, Mrs. Jess Horst, is not feeling well for many days. Please, let's send her our thoughts and prayers. We love you, Jess. Godspeed in your recovery. Yes, I had no idea. Please convalesce as quickly as possible. Ladies and gentlemen, if you have your Christian or pagan or whatever, to pray to the appropriate entities, and for Mrs. Jess Horst to get better quickly. And if you're an atheist, just maybe send a message or think positive thoughts about Mrs. Jess Horst. Even if you're an atheist, there's no denying the studies that show the power of positive thought through prayer. So we send that all to our dear sister, Mrs. Jess Horst. And I'll send her, thank you, Fraulein Dresden, for sending me that information, because I had no idea that she was feeling so unwell. Yes, I hope she gets better very quickly. Greek American Perspective, back again. A man called South Flag has made no white guilt flyers with rebel flags. Is that good for our image? Unlikely. Is he writing nowhiteguilt.org, or is he just using the words no white guilt and then putting a Confederate flag on there? It depends. I mean, if you were in a really insular, say, part of the South where no one is likely to receive a leaflet that isn't going to like the Confederate flag, then that would be useful. In the same way that it would be useful, like we were talking about last week, with Elaine Sabatino putting like a beautiful imagery on the work that she's doing in painting rocks and the other things, there's signs that she puts up. If you were in a boating town and everybody there is a fisherman, so you're up there in Boston or something, and you're right near the harbor and everybody there is a fisherman or whatever, putting the trawler on the leaflet is fantastic. It's brilliant. You should do it. It should be happy. It should be, if you're going to put a Confederate flag, if you are in a scenario where everybody who would receive the leaflet is going to see the Confederate flag and think that it's a beautiful thing and say, well, that's my history or whatever it might be, then you could put the Confederate flag on there and something else to make sure that your message about what you're sharing is clear. So the Confederate flag by itself might not do that. Maybe a Confederate flag with an image of a bird or something pretty flying by the flag that's flapping in the breeze or something like this. Maybe a dove. I mean, you want to make sure that you're sending the clear message of who we are to those that we're trying to reach. If there's a chance, okay, he wrote nowhiteguilt.org. Now, if there's a possibility that it could be reaching people who are going to see the Confederate flag and they are going to see the definition, see that flag from the anti-white narrative, then that's the opposite of productive, because then you'd have to overcome the perception of what the Confederate flag means, which is a hole you just can't dig out of. So he effectively would just be wasting his time by distributing a leaflet with that on there to somebody. I mean, just think about it. I've delivered many thousands of leaflets, and I really hated delivering leaflets that I felt were going to be unproductive because it was my time. And I had to do it because that was where I was in the pecking order. I just looked at them and I thought, Jesus, I don't think this is going to interest anybody. I know there were times that I distributed leaflets to houses. Every house I knew would have seen it and immediately thrown it out. But that's where I was in the pecking order of things. And I guess I was a good pupil. I was a good student to my elders. And even though I disagreed, and as long as the leaflets didn't contradict my morality, and there were leaflets that contradicted my morality, I didn't participate in those distributions. But otherwise, just ineffective. So, yeah, I think this person doing this obviously is serving white well-being, wants to be productive, and so I want him to be productive too. And those are my suggestions. You can definitely go to places in the southern part of the United States, and find towns, little insular places where everybody is flying the Confederate flag. And so I could see it making sense in a place like that. They're not going to make any mistake about what it means. They're not going to be seeing it from the anti-white narrative. Slots writes here, saying white lives matter is the same issue as thinking you're only able to speak in the language anti-whites allow you to speak in. Yeah, precisely. Yeah, because you're flipping that script, and it is within their narrative, and it is kind of an admission that you believe whether you would say it out loud or not, that you believe that you are only allowed to use the language that anti-whites approve of. Either they create it or they approve of it. Very well written. Angerod Celtic is here. She says, may Dagda keep and protect Mrs. Jess Horst and all her kin. I'm not sure who that is, but if he, she, or it will do so, then I'm all for it. Protect Mrs. Jess Horst and all her kin. Finally, we have Greek American says, is ancestry, no white guilt, is ancestry, I guess his is what you meant, is from Texas, but he's from Vermont. But he is Vermont now, in Vermont. I see. From what he said. He's dropping them off in Vermont. Will definitely remove the Confederate flag if he's that poor fellow he's not going to have any success distributing leaflets with a Confederate flag in Vermont. All of the white people there, they don't have any of the family lore of the Confederate flag. All right, well, let me not say every single one, but any of the family lore of what the Confederacy meant to the family, what it means, etc. They just have learned that they've learned the textbooks about the War for Southern Independence from their youth, and that's as good as it's going to get. That it was a bunch of people in rebellion against the United States rather than lawful secession. That is as good as their interpretation will be. But most of them will be interpreting it, just like most of the people in the South will be interpreting it as the definitions that the anti-white narratives apply to it. And yeah, I mean, if you'd like to, reach out to make the suggestion that, hey, you make your time as productive as possible, and up in Vermont, I would put the people in Vermont, many of them are quite proud of that state. And he would be far more effective putting the state flag of Vermont on the leaflet. And so that is what I suggest he do. Put the state flag of Vermont on the leaflet and then distribute it that way. We are the ordinary white people in all of our countries, in every single state, in every single country, and we need to make sure that we project that normalcy, those just the ordinary sensibilities of Western kind across the West, so that we aren't misjudged. We got to make sure that we project it as lucidly as we can, because people are going to be inclined to misinterpret anyone who cares about white well-being as something monstrous, since that's all they get their whole lives from the entertainment media. Angerod Celtic says, Dagda is the father god of the Celts. Okay. She says that I'm wrong. Also, she says, I'm wrong about Vermont. The working class whites will get a huge kick out of a Confederate flag. Well, I don't know about that. And if there is a neighborhood that is, I get that there are working class people in Vermont or elsewhere who would, upon seeing a Confederate flag, would get a kick out of it. But when they get a kick out of it, what exactly are they getting a kick out of? Are they getting a kick out of displaying a symbol that means evil and snubbing your face at the system? Because that's not what you want to do. You want to stay out of that symbology. You want to stay out of that narrative. If they're going to get a kick out of it because you are giving a bird by being effronterous with a symbol of evil to the anti-white narrative, then don't do that. That's staying inside of their narrative, the anti-white narrative. And you'd be much more productive. I mean, because you could say the exact same thing about, well, they would get a real big kick out of, back when Obama was president, they would get a kick out of a image of Obama eating a fill in the blank. Well, that's a satirization that is considered evil by the regime, and these people are going to receive it as a satirization, considered evil, and they'll get a chuckle out of that. But that doesn't do them any good as far as, and it doesn't do us any good as far as properly projecting who and what we actually are. If you are making such a satirization, then the rest of the population will say, aha, I know exactly what you are. I've seen it in 10,000 movies and TV shows. I've read about it in hundreds of books. And then you won't be able to dig your way out of that position that they just put you in. Let me get a drink and see what you all are doing. Okay. Jessica's here. Great to see you, sweet sister. I think what we'll do is we will take maybe we'll listen to a song. What should we do? Let's close this. Oh, you know what we should do? Should we wait to do that until we are rolling? Maybe so. Yeah, we'll do that one. We'll do that one a little bit later. Now we'll do this. I think this would be a good song to listen to. Perfect timing. We're going to listen to a brief song, and then we'll be right back. We have your community comments. We're going to zip through. We'll see about any other news items, the mailbag, take your calls, and wrap it up, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll be right back.
People, it's like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the lies and the self-hate. Brother, you're welcome, brother of mine. The bonds of blood between us transcend space and time. Just love your people and become whole. Find your role eternal. Loving your people is like coming home. No one knows you like family. Until you do, you'll be alone. Loving your people is just letting go of all the
And we are back, ladies and gentlemen. First Last is saying that I guess it's some losers are trolling because they keep. I don't know. I don't know if this particular person is part of that or not. But yeah, talking about the purity really it becomes down to just another form of anti-whiteism. How do you shut down that which is working for white well-being, and a purity spiral into stupidity? And it's not even of purity of what? Of playing the villain, of sectarianizing, and ensuring our defeat. The losers who continue to stand in our way, those are going to have to be the first ones to go. We're not going to tolerate no more being nice to any of these anybody who claim to care about the white race, but they are damaging the efforts and the success that we are having here in service to white well-being. Anybody who damages what we're doing, they're going to be the first ones that have to go. And if you're following one of these people, then you need to go free, and you need to get out of that group, get away from those folks. This is a movement of redemption. We welcome you to start going free. Elaine Sabatino says, I would get attacked if I passed out flyers with Confederate flags. Yeah. Don't pass that out. Use the flag of your country. Use the flag of your state. You could use those two flags of your province. As I said, there might be a really rare exception where if you had a little town and everybody there flew the Confederate flag, that might be different. But Vermont, absolutely not. Shauna Shaw writes, you are the man, Jason. A power-packed show with insight and great advice as always. Going free is the only way, all caps, to bring about defeating the evil anti-white narrative. It is indeed, and thank you for that testimonial, sweet lady. Lycomedies writes, another splendid show packed with valuable information, testimonials, and insight into how to defeat the anti-white ideology. The viewer count should be in the millions, so I hope you will all help share this message to our brothers and sisters across the white positive sphere and elsewhere. It's not going to get shared any other way, ladies and gentlemen. The anti-whites are doing everything. If you think it's bad now, if you think all of these times where you had these folks who lost their channels on YouTube and elsewhere, Twitter, their accounts on Twitter, and they said, oh, this was the big culling, this was the big censorship. All of that won't even be memorable in the slightest when the anti-whites really begin the censorship. When they demonstrated that they can censor the anti-white oligarchs, can prevent the president of the United States from speaking to the population of the United States. That is censorship. And that is the kind of censorship that is going to be brought down on all of our heads. And that is why we have to move like the wind. Bulldog writes, I've started talking to whites more and more, and many of them are extremely depressed. And as soon as I start saying stuff such as, quote, it's hard these days in this anti-white regime, it makes their eyes light up. And they suddenly feel like there is truth to what I'm saying. I keep planting seeds, and on revisiting these friends, eventually they start talking more about stuff, and eventually they start understanding that they're not alone. I've had several whites now using the word anti-white, and they are winning, all caps, 4 exclamation points, because it is the truth. All caps, 3 exclamation points. There's something in here, Bulldog, and thank you so much for writing me with this, that really just broke my heart. And that is that you have these white people that Bulldog is talking to. And he says they're depressed, extremely depressed. And as soon as he says something like, quote, "It's hard these days in this anti-white regime," it makes their eyes light up. That is, it's beautiful at one point, at one time, or one moment, because you are reaching out to them and you are giving them this hand of hope. You're saying you can come this way. Everything can be better. Everything, you can be better. The world can be better. Your family can be better. Your relationships can be better. And at the same time, how sad is that we have fallen to such a state because of this victimization, that we're like children who are abused by parents, and we all have, either we've endured abuse or we know about child abuse. And the abused child, the moment the abuser parent shows the slightest bit of concern or care for the child immediately is eyes as big as pies. A hope immediately springs inside of them. Maybe I'll be loved. They're thinking to themselves, maybe this will end and I'll be loved. That is the kind of sadness and injury that is in our spirits. To have somebody come and say, well, it's got to be hard for you in this anti-white regime. That's heartbreaking. And what a sign, what a piece of evidence too. What a piece of evidence. Yeah, we talked about Nathan's sister. I wonder what her response would be if a non-white man or woman came to her and said something like this. Boy, the world is so anti-white. I imagine that you or your loved ones or something, they have a lot of problems. Just getting a job, keeping a job, getting a promotion, getting good grades, finding a loving relationship, finding a partner, starting a family, maintaining a family. It's got to be really hard since the world is so anti-white. I wonder what her response would have been. If it's in private and the person is a good friend, she would probably open up, probably thank the person. Ma Bell writes here, the big hole in your argument. Okay, this is somebody criticizing me, so let's see. Did I write back to Ma Bell? I think I did, yeah. The big hole in your argument is that many of these anti-whites look white themselves. So for those of you who are going free, listen to this as I read it, and it's an exercise. Formulate it, reduce it to what she's actually saying, and then you'll be able to see, think about what your response might be, and then you'll see my response and whether or not it adds to or is not as good or better than or equal to what you were thinking might help or turn back this argument. If you look at these actions of these people, like those in Antifa, what are they doing? Destroying statues, for one. My suggestion is to call them anti-heritage. They are waging a war against the national heritage of every country they are in, and have been doing so since Jump Street with their Proposition Nation proposals. That's how, should I say this? Hold on. That's how non-white people are called, quote, Irish, based on naturalization papers, and Americans from Ireland cannot be considered Irish anymore. The war is waged on what is inherent. What makes a country is its indigenous people, not obvious cuckoos planted there by hostile parties. This is what I write to Ma Bell. Stop being so afraid of defending Western kind. The fear comes from living inside the anti-white narrative, where you were taught that it is evil to defend Western kind, where it is immoral to defend Western kind, where it is unseemly to defend Western kind. There is no hole in my argument. Anyone of any race can be anti-white. You need to drop the fear and go free. So see, I went directly to what is motivating Ma Bell. I've seen this before. And if you're listening, there's nothing wrong with you, Ma Bell. You are inside the anti-white narrative. You have been victimized with these poisonous MPs, and they're the reason why you are terrified to tell the truth, to speak the truth. You know the problem. You know very well that everyone's heritage is not being destroyed by Antifa. You know very well that non-white heritage is not being destroyed by Antifa. Give me a break. This is all about being afraid of saying it like it is. At the same time, it reveals that there is a anti-white morality that governs our lives within the anti-white narrative that states that any defense of Western kind, our children, our women, our history, whatever it might be, is immoral. And that alone should motivate you to get the hell off the pages of that story. So we welcome you to go free, Ma Bell, and more questions or comments in the future are welcome. Buddy Duddy writes here, thank you, NWG, for stinging criticism of the deleterious path our women are taking in relation to dating the prettiest guys. Surely that needed to be said. In addition, I thank you for the verbal picture you painted as these attractive women begin to approach the wall. Their wrinkled smile, incipient crow's feet, and where there was once a thigh gap, now a chub rub. He writes with many ha-has. Did I say that? That made me laugh so freaking hard, I could have cried. God bless you, Jason. If there is such a thing as the Lord's work, you, sir, are doing it. Well, you are most welcome. Buddy Duddy. Evil Chars writes here, out of all peoples of... Oh, this is a poem that Evil Chars wrote. Let's see if I can... It's not down... I don't have it spaced properly, so we'll just do our best. Out of all peoples of color, none is more colorful than Western kind. The shine of the sun in our hair, eyes that in many hues may stare, skin of olive, bronze, and snow. Yet all of that pales in comparison to the radiance of a hale Westman's soul. Let the anti-whites come up with a better poem depicting those they rather promote. I'm sure it'll be wonderful. Yes, I'm sure. I'm sure it'll be wonderful as well. And actually, that reminds me, thank you very much, Evil Charles, a great participant, wrote a great poem that was read poorly, but a great poem. Thank you so much for that. And especially speaking to the questions earlier about, are you white if you're from Southern Europe? Are you white from... it's very easy. And also when it comes to, I'll just say this too, and first last we'll get what I'm saying here. The question that anti-whites always ask is, well, is this group white or is that group white? We allow reality. We allow conflict and time to decide who is white. It will make that decision for us because no one who is white is going to be able to escape anti-whiteism. It's that easy. Who's white? The group that's being victimized for being white. Period. Everyone's allowed to participate in service to white well-being, though. But it reminds me of, let me just take a quick look at and see if I have, okay, I don't have anything there. So I'm going to go ahead. We had a gentleman, this reminded me of Sarah Dye, and a gentleman reached out to me. I will not, should I say his name? I don't know if he used this name when he reached out. Was it last week or the week before? So I won't use it here. But a gentleman reached out to me to tell me that his son wrote a sort of a folk song about Sarah Dye. And the title of the song is Song for Sarah. And the musician says he wants to be called Jack's No White Guilt. So what we'll do is we'll have a quick listen to that. It's a catchy tune. I liked it. And thank you so much to the father and son, the father for letting me know, and the son for writing and playing and singing this wonderful piece of music. We need to be doing more of this sort of thing, ladies and gentlemen. And I imagine what probably helped to spur this young man to do this was the fact that the anti-whites, Sarah was talking about how they came to the place where she sold, the farmer's market, where she sold the produce, and they set up I don't know how many musicians, maybe one, maybe more, and they sang songs about Sarah, saying how awful and evil they were. And I said, well, we should be making songs. And then this young man steps right up and writes a song. So we'll listen to that and then be right back.
Sarah sells food at the market garden that her family produce on their own farmland. But anti-whites in all disguises try to kill. But anti-whites in all disguises try to kill. Police, Antifa, and their mayors hate us too. But we stand with you now, Sarah. We'd all be alright if your skin wasn't white. It would all be just fine if you hated your kind. So they put blood in her letterbox to give her kids a fright. They're not morally right, they're just anti-white, violent terrorist creeps. Cowardly, bastardly freaks. Phallically challenged deadbeats. Violent terrorist creeps. Cowardly, bastardly freaks. Sarah sells food at the market garden that her family produce on their own farmland.
Let's get a big round of applause for the individual, the young man who made that song. That was fantastic. I really enjoyed that tune. It's the kind of thing that we absolutely have to be doing, telling the story about what's happening to our people in music, with poetry, with paintings, with sculpture. We need to be doing more of that, and that was magnificent. It's a great folksy tune, and Promethean hails to you and your father. Thank you so much for bringing that to my attention. And I've reached out to, I don't know if Sarah knows about the song yet. Perhaps it's been around for a while. Perhaps it was just written. I don't know. But we'll make sure that she ends up knowing, and we will share it many more times. So thank you so very much. Before I go any further here, I'm going to look over here at the Discipline channel and see if there's anybody who has tagged me there. I see Mrs. McGillicuddy is over there. Hello to you. Pants Monster's over there. Panzer Faust is over there. Hey, Mrs. Jess Horse was over there earlier tonight. Great to see you, dear lady, over there. We hope that you're recovering. Beauregard is over there. We're sending you positive energy and prayers. Althea Pro was over there as well. Fix It Fox was over there. Great to see you. All champions in service to white well-being. And we will... Oh, so Ham, okay. Indeed, it was... Am I allowed... Who am I allowed to say? Did you say that you sent me the email or not? Got to be careful about these things. Never give anybody up. Keep people as anonymous as they would like to be. Jessica is with us. The Orange is with us. Wonderful to see you both. No White Guilt Clips. Great to see you. Thank you, everybody, for your applause. Artist Life is here. Thank you so very much for being here. And I saw in the Orange, I guess there's a question over on entropy. I'll go check it out in just a minute. Okay, Ham is owning up to being the very proud father. So thank you so much, Ham. It was his boy. Thank you for reaching out to me with that. And we will play that song again. Absolutely. I really enjoyed it. It was the first time I played it, I liked it. But the second time I played it, I really liked it. So that's my position, at least. Bivokish is here. Great to see you. Sounds very white. Indeed, it is very white. Patrick is here. Great to see you as well. Let's keep rolling, ladies and gentlemen. And hey, while we have our hands on those raucous emojis, let's break them out again for the great Rub-a-Dub, who just financially gifted $50 US, $50 as a testimonial and gift in the service of white well-being. And Rub-a-Dub writes here, you better have your football gear on when we have a white well-being community gathering in IRL, because I suspect you'll be in for a big white well-being dog pile when that day comes. Well, that will be fine. I've been underneath. It's been crazy. In all honesty, that's a great comment, but thank you for that. $50 from Rub-a-Dub. I really appreciate it. I am playing football, both high school and college level. I have been carrying the football and been tackled and had so many heavy individuals, so many heavy men. I mean, we're talking well into the 200s, multiples of them on top of me. I've had moments when I thought, how are all the bones not breaking in my body? How are they? They're getting off slowly. How are they not all snapping like twigs under the weight of these absolute rhinos that are lying on top of me? For God's sake, get off. And there may have been a time or two where I may have fought my way out from underneath of them. In fact, I think I told you all one time, one of the stories where there were some guys, they were taking their time getting off of me. And something else that I've only experienced with people other than our people on the football field doing, which is not to say that our people could not do this. Look at anti-whites who call themselves Antifa. They absolutely can do this, kind of just be malefactors. But my personal experience has just been other groups. And so they down in the pile of bodies, and if they can try to punch or kick you in the genitals, they will, because they're trying to injure you before everybody's pulled apart and play resume. Anyhow, I don't remember whether this time anybody was doing that or they were just taking their time to get off of me, like trying to like roll around on top to finally getting off of me. And so I helped this particular individual who is not a member of our people, probably, I don't know, 250 pounds or something. I violently helped him get off of me. And then I began getting up. I got up quicker than him, and then continued to help rearrange parts of him. And the officials, they immediately pulled me away from him. And They didn't want to see any more tickling on the football field. And the official said to me, he said my jersey number, which was most of the time was 33. He said, 33 one more time and you're out of the game. And I said, one more time? This is the first time I got into a fight. And he said, I was here last week. So last week I had been in a fight as well. So I don't think that's exactly the rules. I don't think it says in the rule book that you can double up the warnings from previous games, but so be it. It made me laugh, and I decided not to fight anymore. He got the best of me right there. The Orange is over here, writes, thank you very much, Rubber Dub. The Orange writes, can I give out flyers with the flag that Greek America has on his avatar to the general white American population? The Orange is asking about using a Greek flag for the general white American population. And the answer is no. They're not going to recognize what that flag is. And now, again, if you have some sort of enclave, like you have City X and 3 blocks are all Greek first-generation families, this is going to have a lot of meaning for them, and you're going to distribute just to those families, then yeah. And put something else on the flyer that's lovely and will remind them of Greece. Something lovely. Don't ever try to put something on there that is intimidating. Don't ever put anything militaristic on there. You're not going to scare anyone. Or what good would you do? Why would you want to scare? The only kind of person you might scare is some like little old lady. Why would you want to scare her? It makes no sense. All you're going to do is build a reputation that misrepresents us, and then they'll come after us on the basis of that. So otherwise, America used stars and stripes and or with it the state flag, the official state flag. Those are the if you're going to use flags, use that. If you're in Greece, use the Greek flag. Orange says, my juice is sweet for white positive people, but I will make it sour for the anti-whites. I'm glad to hear that. Thank you. And Greek American posted more questions, brother, new ones. Okay, let's see. Meme curators will save us has a in the question widget, perhaps a good idea, leaflet with a meme curative. An example is, it's not the similarities that make us similar. So that it's the differences that make us different. That's the rest of the MC. And then he says, and then simply leaving the website or anything else that you may think of. Yeah, that's great. Yeah, put a meme curative. Hollywood isn't history. It's not the similarities that make us the same. It's the differences that make us different. NoWhiteGuilt.org, farming community, put an image of like a bale of hay or something that is comfortable and normal for folks to see. A great idea. Thank you. Greek American said, I guess he asked the person who was putting the Confederate flag, said he will come next Sunday to show me the link of his work. Sounds good. I'll look forward to it. Greek American Perspective said, would Missouri be a southern state? Of course, many think who live there believe that it is. You have the historical southern states, those 13 states, and then you have the people within those states, and you have people in northern states that consider themselves southerners, and of course throughout the West and West Coast. Greek American Perspective says, and would it be safe to fly the Confederate flag in a St. Louis city? Well, again, this comes down to who are you among? Are you surrounded by people who know what that flag means? Or are you surrounded by people who will see that flag potentially to be the evil symbol from the anti-white narrative, one of the evil symbols? You have to be wise about that sort of thing. Remember, it's not about the definition that you are going to apply to it, or the definition that you can find in a dictionary or online, or from the most well-known and celebrated historian. It's what the general population is going to perceive. You want to grease the skids of you helping people to go free. You don't want to make it any more difficult than it already is. Blue-Eyed Bear, how did you distribute leaflets? Do you hand them out in public places or drop them off on doorsteps at night? In your experience, what is the most effective leafleting method? Well, that's actually a great question. And Blue-Eyed Bear gave a wonderful financial gift tonight. So thank you so very much for being a great participant in this community in service to white well-being. What was the most effective? Well, when we distributed leaflets in person, we were able to speak with people who had questions. The downside, and of course, when I was able to speak with people, I was able to do much more than a leaflet is able to do. The downside to that is that you could be confronted by some very unsavory anti-white miscreant. And so if you're going to be distributing in public, you want to choose a safe place to do so. And you want to always go to a place where you think there's going to be a receptive audience anyhow. You're not going to go to an American ghetto to distribute literature for white well-being unless you want a few extra holes to breathe through, because you're not going to leave with the one that you have right now. So you want to be someplace safe, and you want to have people with you. So that they can right there with you, so that if anything is potentially gets started, you could say, look, just go away. And we don't want to have an argument with you. We're going to continue distributing these leaflets and serving white well-being. And if you continue to bother us, we'll just call the police. No, do not debate, do not fight with, argue with these people out in public. Had it a couple times. Just a couple times where people came up and said things, not many males, because I guess they probably rightly feared that if they really got into our faces, my face, that it could potentially lead to a fight. But a couple of times there were females, and actually a couple of times there's some pretty funny stories. I insulted the husbands that were with these females. These are places like fairs and things like that, because the guys, the guy was like totally, well, guys, it was more than once, totally pathetic. And then I just ridiculed the female and moved on for being anti-white and various things. But being able to talk to folks is really powerful. I would say, though, if you're still new to going free, you're not entirely being put on the spot, face-to-face with somebody is a lot harder than back and forth on social media. So make sure you do that a lot before you do face-to-face. Before you do that face-to-face, distribute in places where you can distribute door-to-door. If it's legal to do so where you are in a town, if it's legal to distribute a leaflet to someone, doing it at night, obviously, is going to protect you more so, or I guess lend more protection to you, because then it's very unlikely that anybody is going to see the leaflet while you are there distributing the leaflets. But the kind of things that we would distribute, certainly me, but I can easily see people distributing those even during the day and not having really any issue, as long as you're going to areas that are going to be more likely conducive. You don't want to go to this new anti-white zone and where the anti-whites are walking around with their semi-auto rifles and say, hey, got some leaflets for you. But you know that already. All right. Let's see what else we have here. All right, we did that. Yep. Angerad Celtic says, Jason, there is nothing wrong with the Confederate battle flag or any other of our people's symbol. Why do we keep ceding to the anti-whites? You are, my dear lady, inside of an anti-white controlled environment. And I realize I respect your desire to, especially since I'm a very proud Southerner, to stand up for the Confederate flag. But you need to understand, you need to appreciate, because I'm sure you understand, but you need to appreciate that they control what those symbols mean, the anti-whites. We don't. And it does us no good to mindlessly march into that maelstrom that they have created for us, because we think we know that this symbol means something else. So I say to all the proud Southerners out there and proud Southern people, in fact, I know of Southern people who consider themselves Southerners or they identify with the cause of the South in other countries. They're not born in the South at all, not even American, and they have the Confederate flag. I encourage you to, put it up in a place of reverence in your home if you want to have that up, or other symbology that you feel firmly about. But when you go out into the world, you hold up that symbol. You're not telling folks what you want or you believe the symbol to mean. You are telling them what the anti-whites have said it to mean. And then you have to deal with the fallout. So don't subject yourself to what the bear trap that the anti-whites have set for you. Angerod Celtic says, it must be a joke about Buddy Duddy. That's funny. Let's see. What else do we have here? Okay, let's go ahead and get rid of some of these so I can see the new questions. And we can keep rolling along. We'll be taking your calls soon. So reach out on Skype to secure your spot. And we will have a brief discussion, because like I said, we're not going to be on as long tonight. I have a lot that's got to get done before a very significant societal context shift. Bangerod Celtic writes here, it doesn't mean evil. People know it's a symbol of white identity. That's a wish, I'm afraid. That's a wish. Now, it's when you're in our skin, when you're in the white positive sphere, it's very easy to forget the way the rest of the world views things. I mean, even when you've come in and you've been in the white positive sphere just for, a year or 2 years or something, I noticed that people have already completely forgotten the way that even they looked at the white positive sphere before entering it. And then suddenly they have these misjudgments, these incorrect deductions about how to reach people. Their suggestions are more suggestive of how to reach them at that point of where they are in their socio-political maturity. And she goes on to write, I am in the Northeast. A pal of mine who moved from Tennessee, he said he's seen more Confederate battle flags here than he ever did in Dixie. Well, that's awesome. I'm a proud Southerner, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, a lot of country people will post the Confederate flag. And so where Angerod Celtic is, she's seeing a lot of people fly the Confederate flag. It's also just, in reality, it's just a beautiful flag. She says, how much time do you spend in the Northeast? Oh, Angharad Celtic. People are learning to despise, quote, the regime. That's true. And it's only going to get worse. Yes. Rubadub says, sent a financial gift in the chat, not the question widget. Yes, is that the one I read earlier, brother? All right. We have, is that Stas? Financially gifting $10. Thank you so very much. Writing here for White Wellbeing worldwide. And then in little letters, is that USRU? Thank you so much, dear brother. $10 financial gift for White Wellbeing worldwide. Yep, absolutely. And we will continue to promulgate it as far and wide as we absolutely can. Let me spin around to here, and over here on Cash App, we have the great Keith. And he financially gifts $20, says everything he wants to say with those $20. Thank you, dear brother. This guy, I've said it before, if we get into a brawl somewhere, a brawl of tickling, I will have him on my side. And we also, let's get the financial, let's get this a financial gift. Let's get those emojis going. I've got to see here. What can I call you? I don't want to give that up, the name on the platform, because that might be something you use with. We will call you Joseph. Joseph writes here, can't stick around. Merry Christmas and Happy Yule to all. Well, thank you so much, Joseph, and a big, big salute to you. Everybody, break out the raucous emojis. And I hope you all get raucous emojis for Christmas, by the way, because we're going to be using them here at the end of December. And so Joseph, our fine member of our community, financially gifts $200 to White Wellbeing. $200. Thank you so much, dear brother. That is magnificent. And a big thank you to everyone for financially gifting today. And I want to say before I forget, a big thank you, and thank you to everybody who is applauding Joseph and that wonderful financial gift. A big Merry Christmas to you. And everybody, make sure, as I said, make sure you say Merry Christmas. The anti-whites hate it. We'll take a quick look at what you all are saying in the chat here in just a moment. I want to say, though, a big thank you to the moderators for doing such a magnificent job here all year long in service to White Wellbeing, especially lately with all of these efforts to demonize the good work that we are doing. We have all kinds of losers of various stripes showing up, and maybe we'll talk more about them. We do have them to talk about. Let's jump over to the mailbag very quickly. Let's see what we have here. First in the mailbag, we've got two items. And the first is our dear brother, Randy. Thank you so much, good brother. Financially gifts us $20. Randy, $20. Thank you so very much for your service, your continued service to White Wellbeing. It's always puts a smile on my face to see something from Randy in the mailbox. And the other piece of mail we have is this lovely little Christmas card. And it says here, does it say anything about me not being able to say your name? Just your first name, of course. Writes here, Jason, I have to keep all my social media accounts with fake names and pics. So you probably have no idea who I am. However, Merry Christmas. Best wishes for 2021. Thank you so much, dear lady. And I think her name here is Agile Cat. And this is the cute, this is the cute little card. Thank you so much. A big Merry Christmas to you as well. What a cute little penguin. Everybody likes penguins. Who used to put, what's his name, used to put a lot of penguins in the chat, didn't he? Thank you so much for that. Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. You know the AI is lighting up right now. I want to talk about the fact that a lot of people, I'll just mention this because it's something I did want to cover over the course of our time together today, because you all are going to be observing this. And I mentioned it a moment ago. The censorship that everybody has talked about, you had so many people censored during this wave and that wave, and they've talked about these different waves of censorship, especially like they've named some of them, like the adpocalypse and these sorts of things. And they say, well, this was the big censoring, or this was, and sure enough, to not diminish any of these things, there have been a big culling of channels time and again on YouTube and Twitter and Facebook and elsewhere. But that is nothing compared to the level of censorship that we are going to see the anti-whites implement from not only big tech, but also from the government itself. So that is the kind of censorship that is coming. Now, you have already witnessed this on a scale that no one is really appreciating. There is so much that is happening lately that is simply not being appreciated at all for the magnitude. People are scurrying around. I see they go to these rallies, they have their streams, they write in their blogs or vlogs and websites, and they're on their podcasts, and they are seriously not appreciating the gravity of what's taking place. The anti-white oligarchy. Now, and this is what you should refer, if you're going to refer to some very powerful individuals that, and there are, and we know many of their names. If you're going to be referring to them, then call them the anti-white oligarchy. Don't refer to them as elites. They're not elite to us. Don't refer to them as globalists, because that elicits a whole line of thinking, in fact, thought chains that are going to lead you and your audience into places that make you look stupid, into places that aren't focusing on the fact that all of these endeavors are anti-white, that they're not just for economic purposes, that they're not just for the enrichment of individuals or corporations, that they're not just for the satisfaction or satisfying of systems that the human brain creates for out of anything, and certainly also the economy. These are not abstractions. This is about anti-whiteism. So the people who are most powerful are the anti-white oligarchs. Now, they don't sit astride the world with strings attached to their fingers and move all people down to the lowliest, maybe even the ones serving you at your post office. I mean, that's the kind of stuff that you get from conspiracy theorists. That's not the way it works. That's not how human dynamism works. The human brain can't even begin to remotely comprehend the economy, much less all of human dynamism. So any attempt to anthropomorphize the process will always lead you into fallacy. So don't do it. You're just going to burn your reputation with people that you need to help go free. It's very important that we talk about the world, talk about things in the world that we can talk about, that can be comprehended. So you have the anti-white oligarchs demonstrating their power, and anti-whites in general demonstrating their power by censoring T-Rex, the president of the United States. If you think about it, think about the king of a country, or the premier of a country, or the president of another country, trying to speak to his or her population, and there being other powers that have enough power to say to that individual in that seat, no, you're not going to talk to anybody. That is a momentous thing. And we all need to appreciate that the hand of such individuals, which remains hidden so often behind other actors, people they employ, is revealed. It comes out, I won't necessarily say from behind the curtain, because that's more of like the globalist sort of storyline. And we also know these people's names, and for the most part, but their hand is visible. The raw, unadulterated influence for the purpose of power alone is visible for all to see. This is the human animal at its ugliest. This is the law of the jungle. Now, don't dichotomize, which human beings are wont to do all the time. And as I said, pardon me, probably because we have two hemispheres. Don't dichotomize what I've just described and conclude that Donald Trump then, or T-Rex, is somehow a good guy or somehow going to contend with these individuals in any significant or meaningful way. He is rocking the boat. He is doing what he wants to do. I've said before that it's a lot like Ted Turner when he started CNN. Ted Turner's anti-white, but he was problematic. He was also unpredictable and might serve his own interests before those of the rest of the anti-white system. Maybe he doesn't hold anti-whiteism in the highest regard. And so they had to divest him of that news company. When it was, of course, something much more profound, 24-hour news. It was original, and well, there's a story there in and of itself, isn't there, about who started it and who ends up controlling it. But you're seeing the raw exercise of power by anti-whites when you're seeing the President of the United States refuse to have access to the American population on all of the major networks in the United States and all of the tech, big tech in the United States. Now he has the ability to override and speak directly to the American population. And I don't know why he hasn't yet taken that liberty or invoked that right, but we'll see as his first and only term runs down to its final days. We'll see what he decides to do. But that censorship, that level of censorship, is coming for us. As I said, all of this talk about moving to another platform and, well, we'll just have to abandon YouTube, or we'll just have to abandon Facebook, or we'll just have to abandon, there won't be any place you can go. When I'm reading these bills to you that the anti-whites who call themselves Democrats write, there can be no question in your mind that the anti-whites will absolutely draw up a bill that puts an end to our speech on all platforms. So now is the time we have to act quickly. It's not impossible. And by that, I mean, we have to promulgate Go Free as widely and as rapidly as we can to the ordinary Westmen of all of our countries around the world. They need to get the vocabulary that we use. They need to get the dialectics that we use. They need to get away from the vocabulary and dialectics that the anti-whites permit them to use, approve for them to use, because the words and ideas and arguments that anti-whites approve for you to use are never going to be able to work for you. It's that simple. So, because we're seeing, and then this is the next item, because we're seeing this colossal level of anti-white victories across the West. Because we're seeing this colossal level of victory, I'm suddenly starting to see, and others as well, a lot more of these asinine posts where people are putting up posts of antique nationalism, Fed posting, as people say, as some folks say, trying to look as much like the villain in the anti-white narrative as they possibly can. And I, and all of you who are going free, are speaking out against that nonsense. Why? Because it doesn't reflect our biospirit. It doesn't reflect that original moment when each and every one of us said, even those who are not egoists or that are involved elsewhere in the white positive sphere or outside of it, or somehow concerned or claim to be concerned for white well-being, all of those individuals, if you're hearing my voice now, you started in the purest and most noble of places a human being can begin. And that is dedicating your life to the betterment of our people. That's a beautiful thing. And in fact, it's all the more beautiful because we are in an age where the anti-whites, unfortunately, as Angharad Celtic is seeing with the conversation about the Confederate flag, is seeing that the anti-whites have the ability to tell the world that you are evil for that heroic and glorious self-sacrificing decision. Then almost every single one of us end up to various degrees making a serious error. Sometimes it's a fatal error. And that is, you look out into the anti-white narrative and you believe that that is the real world. And in the anti-white narrative, you say, what does it look like to object to anti-whiteism of the various names that you might be giving it? Marxism, communism, puppies, whatever you might be calling it. And then you obey what the anti-white narrative gives to you in the terms of look and argument and reference and logic and etc. All of it is crafted to ensure that you will never have success. Why? Because they have created, the anti-whites, with the 200, what I refer to as the 200 IQ level of control, the context in that, what we call the anti-white narrative, in which you cannot win. You cannot recapture your destiny. You cannot do good for white people by behaving like the villain in their story. And as I said a few hours ago at this point, I understand that when you finally realize that you have been chumped by these people and by anti-whites, and particularly when you believe that, well, this whole group of people over here, that they are responsible for all that is bad, and you've got your eye on them, and then you realize that you are behaving exactly the way they want you to behave, as the villain in their story, that you've been chumped by them. I realize that that can be very demoralizing, that it can be very embarrassing, but you don't have to continue down that road. You're only a loser if you do. The right thing to do at that point is to see the error of your ways and then to go free, to be redeemed. Get out of the anti-white narrative, get out of their story. If you want to believe that it's all one particular group that's doing X, Y, or Z to all of the countries of the West, if you want to believe that, then, and they're always going to be doing something anti-white, well, guess what? They're going to be caught up under the moniker anti-white as soon as they act, behave, and think in an anti-white way. So this hyper focus, putting on other groups of people, putting yourself as a villain in their story, is just to be chumped by them. It's to be their bitch. It's to be a loser. So you can ask yourself at this point, all of these people who are now starting to Fed posting and villainy posting as much as they possibly can. You can ask yourself if you want to continue being their chump. And if you don't want to anymore, then we welcome you to go free. And if you're in a group, I can imagine that there already are. We had this guy who's getting all bent out of shape because he's one of these types. We had, who wrote about him? Jack wrote about him, said this guy, he has a blog, just some useless blog that nobody reads, says that he and his wife have at some point criticized and badmouthed almost every prominent person in the white positive sphere without exception. People ranging from villains like Andrew Anglin and Chris Cantwell and Weave to more moderate people like Ramsey Paul, Jared Taylor, Angelo Gage, and everyone in between, including Dr. Duke. In fact, a few years ago, I made a list of the people in the white positive sphere that this loser and his wife had a falling out with and badmouthed, and his list was over 40 people and just keeps growing by the day. So, Jason, the fact that they wrote anything critical about you is something that you should wear as a badge of honor. Well, I appreciate you writing that, brother. That's, if you are a follower of someone like that, you need to turn away from those people. You need to turn away from these symbols that the public has been taught mean a whole range of evil things that you will never escape from. You're never going to have any power. You're never going to scare anybody. You're just going to ensure that you're going to lose your right to self-defense. They'll find out who you are. You will lose your right to self-defense. You will lose your right to travel. If not within the next couple of years, surely within the next 5 or 6 in the United States, you will be losing these things. They will red flag law you on state or national level, and nothing good. You won't do any good whatsoever. If you want power, empower yourself. If you want power, go free. Align with the archetype of Western kind. Stop being the chump in the anti-whites narrative. And that is about all I have to say. That is about all I have to say on that. And I know that there are plenty of folks out there, they're having a real hard time of this and this reality. And there are plenty who have wedded themselves to, it's almost like wet. It wedded themselves as well. Not only wed, but wet themselves, because they've been so committed to this path that of being the bad guy in your victimizer's story, that they just can't get away from it. And for them, then just let them go. And I say to them, just go away. Just if you want to bother somebody, or you want to just go bother anti-whites, vexing us, we're just going to know that you're anti-white. We are succeeding things. You are securing a group of unsuccessful individuals and keeping them unsuccessful, keeping them in the bad state that they are in their lives, unemployable, unsuccessful, unable to get a date, unable to have a functional relationship, and you're keeping them in that state, and it's despicable. So if you are the followers of one of these groups, then I suggest you leave, and you're welcome to come. If you're one of the ego-driven idiots or whatever it is that is at the top, well, you badmouth the people who are having great success, saving people from suicide, white babies being produced, a single tongue, leaflets being distributed around the world, on and on, getting people off of drugs, alcoholism, testimonials endlessly, people writing music and poetry and everything else taking place here. You want to badmouth that? You want to misrepresent that? You want to get out into these different environments and try to harm the good work that we're doing? Well, then we know exactly who you are. You're an anti-white, and a piece of shit. That's it. So we do have, looks like somebody is over here. We have Greek American writes over here, what happens to us if we do not have places where we can safely live because of anti-whites taking all our areas over? For the AI, this is World of Magic book that we are referring to. Should we give up the WW2 symbols and Confederate and South African flags completely? The South African flag, are you talking about the flag that was now banned, I guess, in South Africa? Yeah, don't fly that. You can love it. You can believe it represents the antithesis, and perhaps objectively it does. Perhaps God himself will come down and say, yep, absolutely doesn't mean what the anti-whites say it means. And yet you have a millions and scores of millions of people that will believe it means something else. You will not be able to dig yourself out of that hole. So yeah, don't use that. Don't use the flags from World War II. And you might have a special niche little town in the middle of the mountains where everybody there is a very proud Southerner and the Confederate flag flies everywhere. I don't know. I mean, there are these little places. And if you distributed leaflets with that flag on it, they would all get it and endorse it and know exactly what you mean. That might be an exception to the rule. But the general rule is that the population believes, I mean, what good would it do? Let's say, for example, you have, let's say the whole state of Vermont loves the Confederate flag. Let's just say that. And they believe that the flag is not just a flipping off of the system by saying, oh, well, we're going to fly this hate. And that will be how we dig you, by flying hate. Just being snarky to the system. They think it means the Southern culture, its particular variation of Western civilization. They think it means the right of states to secede and have self-determination. They know that it represents the different clothing and the different, etc., everything of the South, and for the lives that were given, and all of the art created in the South, etc., all of that. They know that it means all of that. Well, what good's it going to do? If all of Vermont decides to fly the Confederate flag, and the whole rest of the country believes that the Confederate flag means that you want to take all the non-people of the world and put them in volcanoes, what's going to happen to everybody in Vermont? So let's just be adult about this. You have to take into consideration the context in which you operate. It doesn't matter what you would like it to be. All that matters is what is. What you would like is what you can do inside your house. So yes, in Germany, when you're white positive and you're going free, you're serving white well-being, you fly the current German flag. Now in South Africa, I understand that the flag of that very anti-white government that specifically was, hey, we're coming in, we're wiping out what was here before. Here's the new government. Here's the new flag. You wouldn't be flying that flag. The people of the people of South Africa that created South Africa, they're not in any way identifying with that flag. So I suggested that perhaps there are some like territory, province, or state flags, and also we had the question about maybe using the national flags of the country that the immigrants to the country, the pioneers rather, not the immigrants, the pioneers, the builders came from. And so you want to fly those flags. Well, if that's not illegal and that will resonate with the people in South Africa, then yeah, do that. Fly that flag. So thank you for that question. Miss McGillicuddy has a couple of hearts up on the chat. And she writes, not my real name, not a Mrs., but I would like to be. Well, that's wonderful. Oh, that's She says, marry me, Jason. Well, thank you very much. I appreciate that. Proposal during the stream. So you're not actually a Mrs. Okay. Well, glad to have you here with us in service to White Wellbeing, sweet woman. South Flag writes, hello. I sent you the link to, South, this is the individual that we were told about. My flag in entropy, brother. Okay, I'll take a look. Thank you for that. And let's just keep rolling. Remember, folks, while we're together, make sure if you have questions, you're having a hard time. For example, like I saw, I think it was during one of the songs, Nathan Lentini said, well, it was my sister, so I couldn't go hard on her by using anti-white. Brother, listen, remember, anti-white is variable. You can vary the intensity of anti-white. You could say it like this to your sister. This is exactly how I would say it to a loved one. Whereas you come up against the anti-white out in the street and they shout at you that you are the anti-white slur racist, you shout right back, you're an anti-white POS. This is as angrily as they shouted at you. And that shuts it right down. With a loved one you're trying to bring over to go free, you can say what I suggested earlier with your sister about the commercials and observing the white erasure, and then very gently say to her, little sis, big sis, you don't want to deny that this white erasure is taking place in this commercials. You'll see it. You don't want to deny it, because then you would be like all the other anti-whites out there. And I know you don't want to be anti-white. You want to be as protective of our people as you would be of every other people, right? So you don't want to be anti-white, right? And then she'll say, of course I'm not going to be anti-white. Okay, well, take a look at those commercials. You'll see white erasure everywhere you look. You'll see the promotion of biological white erasure everywhere you look. And then she'll get it. Let's bring Nathan Lentini's sister around. She'll love it. She'll be going free before you know it. Let's jump over here to 007 writes here. Is this Maurice? Sure, it's a fine term. Or this looks like another objection. I grabbed a few of these instead to make it a little bit spicier tonight. It's already at 5 hours, so we'll be taking calls soon. Sure, it's a fine term. I guess anti-white is what he's talking about. Or replaceist. Or, let me see, white promoter. He puts it in a different order. I'm going to put it in an order that AI won't necessarily get upset about. We don't want her upset. White promoter of genocide. Or left-wing bigot. Or left-wing racist. Or anti-white racist. Boy, this 007... You've come to the right place to be healed, my friend. Or simply call them racist or bigot, as they're promoting racial hate against white people with their double standards. Sure, you have to be ready with your reasons if you want to take it to the next level. Being versed is a must. In this climate, they put us on the defensive. Be versed in who it is they who are the offenders, and never concede any guilt in objecting to the left-wing bigots, genocidal Marxist hate promoters for what they really are. I have to say, 007, I'm so cringing inside that I'm desiccated. There's just, folks, when I hear people, and I hear it, unfortunately, too regularly, is even folks who have read Go Free and they're claiming to go, and they talk just like this, and I'm like, are you joking? What are you? 007 is new, obviously, to going free, and so can't be held responsible. We can heal you, brother. You're not going to be able. All of this that you said here is asinine. I'm just going to be a man with you. I'm assuming you're a man. And if you are a lady, just imagine I'm handing you some flowers while I say all of what you just said is asinine. Because it is. You're never going to win. It has never succeeded. It will never succeed. You're in their narrative, using the language they want you to use, they approve for you to use. When you use their terminology, you legitimize their ideology. I wrote back, absolutely do not call anti-whites racists. If you use anti-white terminology, you legitimize their ideology. If you legitimize their ideology, you are in the anti-white narrative. And you can never win in the anti-white narrative. Everything you suggested in your post fails in argument with anti-whites, and it has always failed. You need to go free and leave all that failure behind. 007, is that my printer ink did you a disservice, my friend. But I can see 007. It's time to go free. Leave all of that garbage behind. You will win where you now fail in every circumstance. Could you imagine still being in a place where you're saying things like left-wing bigot, left-wing racist? We really have to pull you out of that quagmire. Somebody wrote me this, and I didn't capture the name. In fact, I got to find, there was another individual with a great testimonial. This person, I apologize, I somehow didn't capture your name when I pasted it over. I'm currently reading Prometheus Rising, and I find it very relatable. So many of us, like Prometheus, have been guilted into becoming wraiths. It's all so poetic. And the story of his suffering and his comeback is the most therapeutic thing I have ever read. That says a lot, coming from a guy who is only a quarter of the way through it. And you get a standing ovation, exclamation point. Thank you so much for all the work you are doing for our people. I am grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, that's Prometheus Rising. It's a mythopoetic book that I authored about the creation of the white race, Western kind. And you can get this from NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com with a signature. You can get it from Amazon much faster. And it is a rewriting of the story of Prometheus with much more added to it. This is Prometheus Ithelia. Prometheus Rising, Take Back Your Destiny. It has many layers of education, many layers of meaning in this. And specifically what this reader is talking about is the fact that Prometheus himself represents us in many ways in the beginning of the story. And you can see, I'll read again from this gentleman's testimonial to the story, how it is working on him. I'm currently reading Prometheus Rising, and I find it very relatable. So many of us, like Prometheus, have been guilted into becoming wraiths. It's also poetic. And the story of his suffering and his comeback is the most therapeutic thing I have ever read. That says a lot, coming from a guy who is only a quarter of the way through it, and you get a standing ovation. Thank you so much for all the work you are doing for our people. I am grateful. So it is didactic, ladies and gentlemen. You will find instruction at numerous levels in Prometheus Rising. It is fiction. It is about the creation of the universe, the creation of our people, our earliest struggles, how we became divided. And it is something that many who reach out to me have similar testimonials, and we'll be sharing more when we revisit Prometheus Rising in the future. Thank you so very much, and I deeply apologize for forgetting or for not capturing your name when I pasted this over. Edgar Rawls says, Jason, you are a true entrepreneur. The reason why is you are blazing a trail. You have innovated something new. I am a lifelong businessman, but I haven't blazed any trails. I just copied other people and tweaked things a bit, but I am no entrepreneur. I am in a new business and I have just gotten going. It will put me in circles that rich men move around in. It is in the back of my mind that I may be able to bring some of them on board with White Wellbeing. Long live the West. Well, isn't that promising sounding? Best of luck to you, Edgar. Best of luck. And I hope it goes magnificently. And blazing a new trail is not nearly as, when you go into business, the smart thing to do is to take what works and tweak it to make it work a little better than it does, and become fabulously wealthy off of it. You're definitely on the right path. So I thank you for your compliments and the sentiment behind those compliments. And I wish you the best of luck. You're obviously doing the right thing, and we hope to hear from you with great success. Maybe you will come across somebody who will decide to invest in White Wellbeing that has more than a working man or working woman's wage. Goach Cheddar writes here, I read your book today about going free, and I have to say there are a few amazing takeaways. If someone is showing an MP, don't feel the need to defend, but instead uncover the MP for what it is. So many people in this sphere get involved with historical figures, ideas, and personal judgments on particular groups of people. Instead of blaming all of Group X, realize these groups of people all should be labeled as anti-white. Thank you, and I will continue this process of removing the MPs from my loved ones. The hardest part for me is not about recognizing the MPs or even deflecting them, but to give up on the anti-white Wignat image I feel speaks as a sort of fight to the cause of what it means to go free. As the country balkanizes further racially and politically, I feel many will go down this Wignat path, and I am unsure if this is best for us. Well, my friend, you are right in your post, and you've answered your own question. It is not best for us. Nothing good will come of these individuals who call themselves this and the behavior that they exhibit. No ordinary white person is going to want to participate with people like this. Now, you probably will attract a lot of people of criminal nature, but normal people are not going to want to participate. So you're going to have that. You're going to have the problem of trying to overcome what everybody believes the imagery and everything else to mean, which you will not be able to overcome. They have a lifetime of learning, and that continues, and you're just somebody who's trying to contradict all of the world to them. And even if they did believe you, then after that, they would still have to keep it quiet because the rest of the world believes the opposite of what you have taught them. So think about that as well. And then finally, there is no salubrious ideology within these different structures, within this Wignat nitwittery. I mean, that's really what it is. It's Wignat nitwittery. There is no comprehensive salubrious ideology to wed people. These folks with very limited horizons, they love to try to reference some other period in history, and they'll either take the documents from some other period in history as though they're applicable to today, or they'll maybe change a couple of this, change a couple of that, and think that it's somehow applicable today. And it is a demonstration of short and dim horizons. You know, it's like you're standing beside such a person and they say, I can see to the horizon. It's 20 yards out in front of us. Well, no. So here is your bicycle helmet. Go sit in the corner. So you're right. And the answer to your question is you're answering it yourself. These folks who want to go down, and rest assured, by the way, we can go ahead and say here without any doubt in the world that there are going to be anti-whites, professionals, paid, amateurs at university, at high school, or wherever they are, maybe even in their prison library, and they're going to be memeing their asses off with this wignat nitwittery because they know how deleterious it is for our people. They know it's not going to get anybody to go anywhere. They know it's going to engender some mentally unstable idiot to pick up a butcher knife or a firearm or a baseball bat and then go and harm an innocent person or people that will then, which these anti-whites won't care about, that will then be broadcast across all. And just imagine, I can't get loud right now, but just imagine if any of these people who had gone down these kinds of paths, if any of these people who committed some sort of atrocity before now commits one next year when we have Joe Camel as president, what do you think will happen to the rest of us? It won't matter when we're saying, look, we want nothing to do with them. We reject violence. We say that in every case where violence is committed, that it will redound to our detriment, that it will harm us. It won't matter. Joe Camel will be ordering the jackbooted thugs to come through our windows and kick in our front doors or batter our front doors in with battering rams to come get us for caring about white well-being. So rest assured that you're going to see a lot of anti-whites memeing their asses off with flags from other periods in history and skull masks and everything else under the sun. And what more evidence do you need? And referencing earlier to these people who are already in these groups or in these spheres or in these paths, what more evidence do you need that this is where they want you than to realize that if you were able to, if you wrote all the books that, if you were able to write the books that I've written and done all the podcasting and vlogging, etc., everything that I've done, traveling and speaking to all of the thousands of people that I've spoken to, that if you could have done all of that and put up your flag and march in some sort of waterfowl way, that CNN and MSNBC, all of them would come to your house to interview you because they'd want to talk with you. What more evidence do you need that that is what they want you to do? And do you seriously think they want you to behave like that because it's good for our people? My God, they are not going to beat the door down at the place that I live to talk to me about white well-being, period. Because it's effective, it's salubrious. Writes, hey, Jason, Will Witt is premiering RN on Rebel News, and to my shock, he unironically used anti-white at least 3 times in this, Andrew Says interview. They're on Ezra Levant's Rebel News. Witt is from PragerU. Well, look at that, ladies and gentlemen. That's all applause to yourselves for all of the great work that you're doing, getting this lexicon and dialectics out into the world. We are remaking the tapestry of our society. Mommy Harris writes here, thank you. I'm seriously tired of being made to feel badly about my race. I'm just a person like anyone else. I'm not going to play these ridiculous games. This Mommy Harris is brand new, and welcome to Service to White Wellbeing. You're going to find everything you need to know here to put an end to being made to feel bad for being a white person. Thank you so much. Dusty Trails writes, the history of discrimination, listen to this, anti-white, the history of discrimination by whites cannot be ignored. Well, what about the history of anti-whites? Can that history be ignored? I mean, how about the history just this morning, the rapes that they've committed just today? Can that be ignored, you anti-white SOB? How about we hold some non-white group Dusty, is this your position, Dusty, that we could take a non-white group of people and hold them accountable for all of the crimes that their people have ever committed? We'll hold them accountable today for them. I don't want to do that, but you do, Dusty? Or let me guess, you just want to do it to the white race. Gotcha, anti-white. Jay writes here, very admirable. Your voice, your tone, your rhythm, proper enunciation and emphasis. You believe in what you speak. No messing around. Straight to business. Powerful statement. Then done and gone. That's what I live by. Thank you, writes Jay. Well, thank you so much for that, Jay. A man of my own heart. Aiden writes here, Jesus, this guy is all over the John Doyle comments section. I had to click. So somebody has been, or several have been mentioning no white guilt, the work that I'm doing, and advising people to come over here and spend some time with us. And I want to thank you all for that, because this person had to come over and sub just because of your good work. So bless you, the people who are behind that. European Man writes, where did you find, or how did you hear about Going Free, No White Guilt, or Jason Köhne? Please explain. This is something that I often wonder. We have all come here from somewhere. We saw or heard about it, and here we are, changed, saved, forever. I discovered Jason's exquisite work through Tutar, now Patriotic Weekly Review, when searching through YouTube for clarification of terminology in regards to my political position. Thank God for that, and all of you. Well, God bless you, European Man. That's a great question. And if you find that, I can't remember what thread it's on one of my videos, but if you find it, please respond to him and share that information there. And thank you so very much for that magnificent testimonial. I really like that. And now we are here, changed, saved forever. Bless you. Jeff writes, my favorite line. Oh, this is talking about my comedy book. It's a comedy, damn it. The bright muzzle flash lit up the whole backyard like a bright muzzle flash. I use those kinds of similes too. I've been told that I need to go to simile school. They just don't get it. My favorite review of your book, quote, I laugh so hard, I wet my Huggies. Yeah, you'll find that if you're interested. That's available on Amazon as well as NoWhiteGuiltCollectibles.com. Dean writes, if you feel oppressed as a white person in this country, you're doing something wrong. Well, what is that a sign of, everyone, Going Free? It's a sign that Dean is inside the anti-white narrative, where everything for white people is easy as can possibly be. It's all just given to you. So Dean is open right now to being helped to go free. He's open to the truth of what actually is taking place in the world. As soon as you help him to do so, we'll see whether or not he's anti-white or just a vague, living in the anti-white narrative. Jack writes here, oh, we've already talked about Jack's comment. Thank you so much, brother. And everyone else, let's take a quick look over to my right, and then we will move back to my left, and we'll be taking calls very shortly. So if you would like to have a short speak with me, please get on Skype, message me, and then I will line you up for a call. And we are going to be checking out of here. Let's see, where are we on time? Yeah, maybe just after the top of the hour. Let me just make sure I didn't miss anything. Oh, you know what? We do have one more thing to cover. The Christmas cards. We have one more set, and let me show you all. Let's do this, and I will be right back with that one more set of Christmas cards. All right, here's what we're going to do. If you have already financially gifted $50 or more, and you want a packet of Christmas cards, you have to be the first one to get to me. Or you can financially gift $50, be the first one to get to me doing so. Say you want the Christmas cards, you have to be willing to share your address with me, obviously, for me to mail them out to you. There are 4 of them. These are created by Angharad Celtic, and they are absolutely lovely. We have this one that says Merry Christmas. These are 3-dimensional, as you can see, created by hand. They are all a little different. Now, we got this one with the deer. She did this for the purpose of raising some finances for White Wellbeing. Now, this is, you have to look at the detail that she went into. The little leaves here that have the glitter on them that she added. For example, this bow has that little, these are all by hand. She took a lot of time to make these wonderful cards. And then she said that this pack that I'm showing you, I can send to someone of my choice. So I'm going to be asking people, who a couple of ladies that I think would like to use these with maybe their children or their friends, and I'll reach out to them. And then finally we have, and I think maybe all of them have one of these. This is beautiful, isn't it? Absolutely. Again, 3-dimensional. She took the time. You could see here the difference in the edging changes there. A lot of little detail that she's sewn into these. She used her time to make something beautiful for White Wellbeing, and to help raise some funds for the good work that we are doing. Very meaningful. I mean, I want you to think about this. This lovely woman, heroic woman, she is the daughter of a woman who survived the firebombing of Dresden. She took her time to make these wonderful cards to raise some liquidity in financial gifts for service to White Wellbeing, for the work we're doing here. We thank you so much, dear lady. A big hug and kiss to you. We love you. And I will take a look to see who might get. We have the packet here, and I can't even see what's inside. So you get a little variation, I think, of what you saw there. These are lovely. It's perfect timing, especially if you'll be giving these cards in person to your loved ones. What a beautiful thing to do. Certainly not the kind of thing you're going to find in the Widnak Nidwittery. Let me take a quick look over here. And remember, if my eyes, wherever my eyes fall, if you've written me and say, I financially gifted $50, it's going to be whoever my eyes land on first. So there's going to be some potentially luck involved. Or if you financially gift and for them anew, there might be some luck involved in there as well. So let's see. Over here we have on the financial gifting widget on Entropy, we have not anti-white enough, financially gifting $5. Which better serves White Wellbeing by avoiding entanglements in the anti-white narrative while retaining proper sentiment? Which better serves White Wellbeing by avoiding entanglements in the anti-white narrative while retaining proper sentiment? 1, one nation, many countries. 2, one people, many nations. 3, one people, many countries. Well, it comes down to the interpretation, of course, of nation. Now, if your audience, I know here that my audience, that my community, my loved ones, this gathering, that we know that nation means people. If the person you're talking to does not know that nation means people, and perhaps you asking this question is going to influence how I say it moving forward. Because very often you find people who don't know that nation means people. So maybe we should say one people, many countries. That would probably be more broadly recognizable than one nation, many countries. One people, many countries. That's probably going to be more effective for more people. Thank you for asking that question. Not anti-white enough, and financially gifting $5 in the process of doing so. We are one people with many countries. Yeah, the second one will confuse the people who know what nation means. So thank you so very much for that. One people, many countries. Bill writes here with $3. Thank you so much, Bill. First time I have ever done a paid chat. Well, it's a financial gift. I thank you, Bill. First time. Can you believe that, ladies and gentlemen? And it's here in service to White Wellbeing. We have Bill is in a long line of wonderful human beings who have not financially gifted anywhere else in the white positive sphere. And they say, you know what? This finally is going to move me. You know, Bill might be or may not be like some of these folks. And they're like, nah, not going to get anything out of my pocket for what these folks are doing. I'm going to agree. I'm going to show up. But just what everybody else has been doing is not accomplishing something productive in the world. It's just so odd to me that we have to go over that again and again. Like, don't you want to achieve something? I mean, ridiculous. So, but Bill is in a long line of heroes that show up and have gone from, it's like being at like one of these trade shows and you're walking from booth to booth and you're like, nope, that's not going to work. That's not going to solve my problem. Nothing's going to be accomplished with that. And getting my wallet out. I mean, that's just talk about a testimonial. Thank you so much, Bill. I appreciate that. $3. First time ever. So that has to go to Jason. He writes, the most effective operator in the white positive sphere. Learn the verbiage, he writes, and implement it. It is unbeatable in debate. Genius with an exclamation point. God bless you, Bill. That is magnificent. Thank you for that fantastic, that absolutely splendid testimonial. First time I've ever financially gifted. So that has to go to Jason, the most effective operator in the white positive sphere. Learn the verbiage and implement it. It is unbeatable in debate. Genius, exclamation point. God bless you, brother. Thank you so much. Thank you for letting me be your first. Tall Kevin's with us, ladies and gentlemen. I think we might talk with him in a minute. Financially gifting $3. And he writes here, just tuned in. All the anti-whites in New York City enjoyed seeing. So he gave up the name of the city. I wasn't going to give it up. I didn't know whether it would be appropriate or not. They enjoyed seeing the no white guilt sign. Was up for 3 full days. Had compliments from the front desk. It was taken down when I left. Putting up a sign is not prohibited. Well, there you have it, ladies and gentlemen. He actually received him. We'll be talking with him when we take calls very shortly here. God bless you, Tall Kevin. That was magnificent. Absolutely. What a great accomplishment. A great victory for White Wellbeing. And we have more coming, ladies and gentlemen, one right after the other. All right. Now, if you financially gifted, maybe you're over here on Cash App, you financially gifted $50 or more, you would like that set of Christmas cards, you can send me a message on Cash App by financially gifting $1 saying, I want those Christmas cards. And if I see you first and put your address with it, I will financial gift that $1 back to you, and they will be on their way to you tomorrow. You just let me know, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to run through the chat, the crowd, the gathering of heroes in these dark days of the West. Let me keep rolling. Irish Ice is asking, where does he find the song for Sarah Die? Well, I'm the only one who has it, I think. So as far as I know, only right here now. Let me move through. Nathan says, what made you decide to play football in college instead of baseball? Well, I had my option to play professional baseball in the minors or play college, potentially. I was one of 2 out of 80. So I think it was kind of a done deal. And I had the option to play minor league professional baseball right away, or play a season, at least a season of football at college, at university level. And it's just big and exciting. And I wanted to play some more football. I didn't feel like I was done. And for all the reasons that I liked football. And I thought incorrectly that I could just go right back to baseball. And regrettably, that is simply not how it works. There are too many talented athletes in the world. And for every professional athlete playing all of those sports, all of the professional sports, you could ship them all to the moon 10 times over. And you would still have athletes from the population that would be every bit as good as those magnificent athletes at the professional level. It just comes down to the being seen by a scout. It comes down to a function of chance. And if you're not seen by a scout, then it doesn't matter. And once they have moved on, I'm afraid they have moved on. So it would have required me to go back to playing baseball at a above college. Well, there was another league outside of college that had a little bit more attention from scouts at the time where I was playing. But it would have required me to go back into that, and who knows? I mean, it'd be like playing the lottery again. EVCG3 writes, 33 jersey number? Time to expose NWG as a Masonic shill. Yeah, it's funny, too. Of course, I chose to like 33 when I was a child, and I didn't know what a Mason was or anything like that. So, but over the years, when I found out the 33, I thought, oh, great. Oh, there are going to be idiots out there. They're going to be like, oh, now we know why that he had a jersey 33, or that he used 33 on anything because of his jersey. I still have my jerseys. I love them. There's something about being in the backfield with that jersey. Now, I didn't use that jersey number playing quarterback or receiver or returning. Well, when I was in the backfield and returning kickoffs, I obviously had it. But at university level, I was playing D-back and returning kickoffs. So I think I was 82. Irish Ice says, been stacking. Whoa. I've been stacking. This is great. How can I read this, though? So it can't be. He says his white positive flyers are the ammo that he's been stacking up on. And boy, they get the anti-white facts, brother. Yes, they get to the anti-white facts. That is fantastic. Thank you, brother. He's one of our great champions. Always going at it. We celebrate our heroes. And that's one of the reasons why we're going to make these a little shorter, at least for the time being, is so that I can try to get more of your great successes to share over the course of the show together. 21.1 thousand subscribed, brother. Congratulations. Well, I appreciate that, but we have at least, based on the software that's watching YouTube, for the count that they allow me to see, it's up around 30,000. But who knows? Who knows? It could be far more, or not. It could be more than that. I don't know how many more. But they obviously are doing everything they can to diminish our reach, which is why we have to be reaching out to these other communities. All right, let's see. Using the symbols cursed by the anti-white cedes the advantage in battle. It is like walking into a minefield knowing there are mines. Precisely. This is written by not anti-white enough. Precisely. It's amazing how people in this community can step up hear the message, understand it, and get it and work with it. Where I have been in the white positive sphere, talking with people who have graduated from prestigious universities, arguing with them, and wearing very nice clothing. And those folks, not me, I've just be just regular clothing, and they can't get it. Let's see. Roy Danton saying, I've seen a lot of Confederate flags driving around recently. Unfortunately, none of my neighbors has gifted me one as a welcome present. That'd be one heck of a town, wouldn't it? Welcome to the neighborhood. Here's your Confederate flag. I would be like, shit, yeah, come on in. Greek American Perspective says, South flag is in the entropy. Oh, yeah, we'll check him out. Sterling Price is here. Sismic is here. Great to see you all. K-Max McDonald, great to see you, brother. Let's see if we have anything over here and make sure that we're blank. And it looks like we are. We are blank. And so we'll swivel around here. Buscape X is here. And we have not anti-white enough. Financially gifting $20 over here. Thank you so much. Very active tonight. Great to see you. What do we call our antithesis to the anti-white narrative? It's our story. It's Prometheus Rising. When I sign Prometheus Rising, and when I talk about it here, I will usually say, be the hero in our story. And when I talk about it here, I say, read this story, and the blank pages in the back, metaphorically, are where you begin to write yourself in as the hero, the modern day hero. The narrative of Prometheus Rising tracks from the beginning of time, the creation of time, all the way to the present. That is where you take over. That is where you say, I'm going to be the hero in this story moving forward. I'm going to do what's right. My family will remember me, or my loved ones will remember me. My friends will remember that I did the right thing when it was very hard to do the right thing, when it took a hero, when it took a hell of a lot of courage to do the right thing. I mean, we have to deal in service to white well-being. We have to deal with not only all of the anti-whites who want to victimize us no matter what we say. There's no level of, well, we just want to protect a white baby that will make them say, okay, you can go ahead. No, they want to hurt the white baby too. All the way to the vagues who oppose us because they misinterpret us, until we bring them around to help them go free. And even to people inside the white positive sphere who want to be this wignat nitwittery, I think, and who oppose us and want to misrepresent us and undermine the good work that we're doing for our people. So this is the story that you are writing yourself into as one of our heroes. He goes on to write here, is it a white positive narrative or not a narrative at all? And instead more real and substantive in comparison to the connotations of the word narrative? Or is it a process like going free, recapturing our destiny, or securing white well-being? Thank you. Yes, essentially. I know that's going to be helpful. Every story that a people comes from, and rest assured that everything that is coming to us from antediluvian is, well, how should I say this? Highly interpreted. And so it is written to teach a people about themselves, and thereby to help them navigate their lives in the present and moving forward. So that is the impetus behind Prometheus Rising. You'll learn a lot about yourself. You'll learn a lot about our people. You'll learn a lot about being a hero. Now, what happens then? What happens from that past then informs how you will behave right now in the real world moving forward. So it is both. It is the fiction that teaches you about yourself. Now, you could take any other group of people. You could take the puppies. You could take any other group of people, and they have a story that they say, okay, this is our past. And once you have enough generations of people who are living by the story, and you have built onto the story with real lives, the rest of it becomes as tangible events rather than just an education, essentially, or edification. So Prometheus Rising is that edification, is that education. You allow that to inform your actions today, and then you move forward into that very real world, making a history for us, something tangible, something real, white positive, going free. All of that is part of it. So that's a great question and a great financial gift at $20. Rest assured that these stories, I mean, I could say we could take, let's take a group of people who don't exist. So that who's a group of people in a video game or something? Let's say the orcs from Lord of the Rings. Let's say that the orcs had a history about their people that from somewhere deep in the past. That is going to just be fiction. Their history is going to be fiction. There might be something that could be traced to maybe this reality or maybe that reality, but it is largely going to be fiction for the purpose of empowering, teaching the orcs about themselves today and empowering them for today so that they can move forward with empowerment in the very real way. As they create that history, that actual lived history of events from the past 100, 200, 300 years, whatever it might be, then all of that blurs the line between the fiction that was teaching them about themselves to empower them and the acts that they actually engaged in, informed by that education and edification. So it is critically important. This is why I have built all of this the way I have built it. And thank you very much for asking. Obviously, a sensitive mind and not anti-white enough there to be able to say, okay, I'm seeing into this now, and how does this go together? And there you have it, brother. Very, very great question. Thank you for that financial gift as well. Okay, now we're going to jump over here, and then we're going to do these. We're going to take these calls right now after I look at this. Southern flag has a bunch of different links here. So let's see. Oh, so it's like a great big, is this a leaflet or is this a meme that you're using? It's just, it doesn't say, it's just a big Confederate flag. And technically this was used as, it's the rectangular Confederate flag, St. Andrew's Cross, 13 stars. It was used by the Army of Tennessee, and it was also the naval jack. Let's see what else we have here. Stop anti-white racism, nowhiteguilt.org. Same flag, except kind of a camo look to the blue. That's kind of interesting looking. Well, I think where I see where you could, you potentially you're using these. These are like memes created rather than leaflets that you're distributing randomly. I would say probably, that one's not pulling up. Let's share this one. I would say that if you're in a group where there are other white positive people, and maybe some of them are into the wignat nitwittery or doom documenting or doom dissecting or being a craven and hiding, whatever they might be doing. If you are communicating to those kind of people, let's say your particular account on Gab is really just that audience, it's going to be those folks that you're reaching, then something like that is not going to be a argument that you have to try to dig yourself out of, because you're already speaking to people who are not going to see the flag and immediately conclude, oh yes, well that means that you're doing horrible things to non-white people. Ultimately, the advice that you can act on and not have to ask me every time, the advice that you can act on, brother, is that if you're going to be dealing with the general vague population, if you're going to be dealing with people that are going to see the Confederate flag as meaning these horrible things done to non-white people and the desire to do horrible things, if you're going to be communicating with them, then something like this is off the table. But if you have only an audience of people who are already somewhat in the white positive sphere, and you're just trying to get their attention, maybe with something like this, you think they already resonate with it. I know there are plenty of Southern heritage groups out there that seeing the Confederate flag obviously is going to have a very different meaning for them. League of the South, for example, and many others. When they see the Confederate flag, it has a very different meaning for them. And so if you're trying to reach them, by God, that's definitely going to work. But otherwise, don't go toss that out in your neighborhood, even in Vermont, where everybody loves the Confederate flag. Sloth says here, only anti-whites deracinate white victims. We doing the opposite with non-whites, such as anti-white response saying, it's all class, man, until it's about non-whites. Precisely, brother. Very well put. Yeah, only the anti-white will disparage the white victim, and we saw some of that in some of that comment there. They'll deny the victimization even, and that is a clear-cut sign that you're dealing with somebody who is anti-white. They want the victimization. They enjoy the victimization. So let's go ahead and move over to Mr. V is going to join us. Mr. V, if you are with us, then get ready to take the phone call. And I will place that phone call right now.
Hello, brother.
Hey, brother. How are you doing?
I'm well. And how are you, brother?
Oh, man, I couldn't be better. So many wonderful things happening right now. Parties in Texas and the nature walks, hikes with Asatru and spreading the message of going free. And it's been glorious.
Oh, it's really good to hear that that you had some time out in nature, especially with this whole issue that the West has been dealing with, the whole world has been dealing with recently, but especially us, because we're under the thumb of anti-whites. We can't defend ourselves like we would be able to if our destiny was in our control. I'll make this real quick, brother, because I know you got to get to other calls. There's an audience that I'm curious what your opinions on would be for us to target, and that would be Ted Nugent's audience. He's very connected to hunting. The Republican Party is very famous for advocating for self-defense and being with the NRA. But he seems to me to be very active, and to have majority of the people around him seem to be Westmen. Westmen who would fall under what we call conservatism, but a hardier brand, shall we say. And if we could give Ted Nugent some go free fever, I would be very happy with that. And it's not about the man; it's ultimately about his audience, right? But I think there's a lot of positive people that we can draw from, because he's involved with people who advocate for self-defense rights, hunting, conservationism. Those are all things that we are for. No one's a greater environmentalist than Europeans are. No one advocates for the well-being of animals and the ability for men to hunt and fish and feed themselves and their families, and self-defense rights, and the founding of America and what it stands for, everything of the kind. That's all Western. That's all us.
Mhm.
And if Ted Nugent has claimed that he would do anything to save America, then I think he and his audience are ripe for Crucible and for Go Free.
That's a great suggestion. And if there are any others out there who, I mean, surely there are people who are a lot closer to Nugent than I am. And you could start dropping in on, I don't know, does he do events that are live streamed? Does he have a website? Or are there places that folks can reach out?
Oh yeah, I make sure to do my research and investigate the man with the time that I've had. And he does the Ted Nugent Spirit Campfire at 8 p.m. EST on Mondays. You can check out his Twitter. His Facebook is very active. That's the other great thing too, is he's got a huge community of followers, people who like his music, people who hunt, fish, conservationists, people who of course are involved because of politics. So you can check out his Twitter, Facebook. He does have a website, but it's not guaranteed that what you send to him will reach him, because I was wondering, what about sending the man a copy of Crucible? Wouldn't that be something?
Mm-hmm.
But it's not guaranteed if that would reach him. But once you put it out there, who knows who's going to pick it up. But for those of us who don't have access to the man, we can interact with his audience, which is really what matters, and helping them to go free, and see if they'll stop calling these people communists and Marxists, and we'll start calling them anti-whites, which is what they are, and stop saying anti-American. And well, they can still say anti-American, but they'll know that it really means anti-white.
Right. I really like that. Let's definitely, if anybody has some ideas, either today or moving forward, or they find some other avenues to reach out to Nugent, he's a wild character. And certainly if he were empowered with going free and the lexicon and dialectics we use here, he would no doubt tear things up. And all of those good country people that like that guy, they would pick it right up too. So that's a great suggestion, Mr. V. Thank you so much for that. Yeah, we'll have to get to him. Did you have anything else you wanted to mention while you're with us?
Yeah, brother, I'd like to quickly mention, because the topic of anti-whites and when they ask for evidence has come up, and you have an MP that you mentioned in Going Free. So I'll just quickly read that.
Okay.
The MP is, I don't believe your facts and data. That's not true. I don't believe that. And that's the anti-white speaking. And then the MC is, you mean you don't want to believe it because you are anti-white?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
One that I thought of, and I'd love your thoughts on it to know if you consider it adequate for being an MC, but the victim does not owe his victimizer the burden of proving his victimization.
Right. That's good. Yeah.
And whites do not owe anti-whites the burden of proving we are harmed by anti-whiteism.
Right. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, simply because if you punch me in the face, I don't have the burden of proving to you that that hurt.
Right.
I just don't. So when they ask us for evidence, to me, evidence is something that we owe our brothers and sisters, and we're glad to provide it. It's all around us. But when anti-whites ask for evidence, they know what they're doing, right? They know the crimes that they're committing. So I find it to be something that we can just dismiss.
Yeah. Yeah, I like that. I like that a lot.
But yeah, brother, I really appreciate you taking the call. I will be on the Spirit Campfire chat at 8 p.m. EST tomorrow. I would appreciate if some of our brothers and sisters could show up and fill the chat. No White Guilt, nowhiteguilt.org. Call these anti-whites by their name. Show up and interact with the audience. And for all our brothers out there or sisters who are musicians, Ted Nugent is not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame because his politics prevent anti-whites from causing as much harm as they want to cause us. That's why he's not in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, because the man is absolutely excellent. He has an attitude and a fire that he seems to really crave. He has always been against drugs. He's always pushed for being outdoors and what he calls the spirit of the wild. Well, who has more attitude than we do? Nobody. So if that's what his audience likes, then they're going to get all the attitude here. And if Ted Nugent comes over, he will have the privilege of meeting Jared George, not the other way around.
That's fantastic, Mr. V. Brilliant, as always. And thank you so very much for your service to White Wellbeing, brother. That's amazing. Let's do that, folks. It's on YouTube?
Yeah, it's on YouTube. And he has on all kinds of guests. This is the thing. The man is so active and so well networked that it's like a central node. He has on so many people. He's had the guy from ZZ Top on there. He had a woman recently who was a WWE wrestler. So he's in contact with a lot of people. And of course, the Turnip himself has been in contact with Turnip. So yeah, I think it's a great target, a great audience to target. Speaking about it in business terms, perfect market.
Well, let's do it then, folks. Let's make sure that we get some of us over there, 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, tomorrow on YouTube, Spirit Campfire, and let's make sure we make Ted Nugent and his audience aware of going free, anti-whiteism, and we'll make it. We'll get him into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame as soon as we recapture our destiny.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, let's give him some go free fever.
Yeah, sounds good, brother. Thank you so much for calling in, and you are always welcome.
Thank you so much, brother, and infinite gratitude to you and your astounding work. And thanks to all our brothers and sisters. Everyone's working hard. We're all in this together, and we will win.
Amen.
Take care, and thank you, brother.
Promethean Hails.
Promethean Hails.
Bye-bye. That is magnificent, ladies and gentlemen. I think that's a great idea. We can get Ted Nugent, I think, maybe. He's a wild character, isn't he? We could bring him around, help him to go free, make some big changes in that guy's life, and I think that would make a big difference. I know it would make a big difference for all of us. I did just open, regrettably, I just thought of it, D-Live. And so if you financially gifted there and made or not financially, you gave me points there, I thank you. I don't know how to find what you wrote. Looks like Annie may have, let's see, who all gifted? Let's see, MMA Groiper and Renunciate, Magnus, Appalachian America, Sheba the Destroyer, Bjork, James. Who's this? I can't see the whole name. How do I see the whole name? It just Silo something. And Kimberly. I said Annie and Kimberly. All right. So thank you all for giving me points of various amounts. And let's see. White Wolf, what is that? A diamond's worth of points, and writes Promethean Hails from Korea. Well, big Promethean Hails back from the once great state of Virginia. Hello to everyone over there on D-Live. And hopefully we can remember to open that chest toward the end and give you all back some of those points you have given over the course of the evening. We are going to take our next call, which is Tall Kevin. He has asked to speak with us, and we are gladly going to speak with him after his great victory in the wretched city of New York. There he is. How you doing, brother?
Hey, good. How are you?
Oh, man. Congratulations. Thank you so much for your service to White Wellbeing. That took a lot of courage, and really a big spotlight on you for doing that.
Yeah, thanks. Yeah, I've been planning it out. I got the sign made a few months ago, but I didn't have I put it by an overpass, but I don't think you can see it that good from down there. So I was just kind of saving on it until I had a good opportunity to use it. And I figured, the place I'm going to be staying in on a trip with my family for a few days. It'll be perfect. And I specifically reserved the place that'll have a balcony like that where I could show it over the street. And you got the result. I put it right there. Within a few hours, the people called up the desk and they said, "Oh, first they said there's something hanging." Like they didn't look themselves. They thought as if I was hanging like clothes or a flag or something like over the balcony.
Right.
And the lady came up and I showed her. I said, "No, nothing's hanging at all. It's clearly indoors here in the area here that I reserved, I paid for, and all that, and it's not prohibited." And she was just looking at it like I'm crazy, like not understanding it. And some of the hotels that I stay in, that they're staffed with people from typically like Eastern Europe or countries like that. So it's not the typical American tourist that you're dealing with. So they looked at it just like, okay, I don't know what other people are complaining about. They're kind of crazy ones. But I guess later on, maybe, I wasn't sitting in the hotel all day, but we came back. They called again, and then they said, "Oh, is that for a company, or do you work for a company or something?" I said, "No, it's just 3 words." I said, "That's it." I plugged your website. I said, "No." I said, "That's it. There's no .com, or it's not a commercial real estate." They're kind of just, it sounded as if they're just going through the motions like their boss, or they're just covering their tracks saying, "Well, let me try and, solve this mystery of what this sign means," and all that, because they really had no clue, because English isn't really their first language. Nothing against them, but they kind of just didn't get it. They didn't understand what it was about. And then later on, when we were leaving the next day, they said, "Oh, I don't know if she actually checked it out, but she said, 'Oh, I looked up website. It's nothing, absurd.'" She used that word. I said, "No, it's normal. It's, I kind of explained to her what it's all about and going free and everything. And she got the gist of it and took it at that. And I left and had a nice time. And so definitely a few people absolutely seen it. I know you could see the video. I didn't watch your, the full stream yet because I got out of work, and I usually watch and replay after like 10 o'clock on, but I didn't see what video you put up. But it like they say, it's better in person. Like the video really doesn't do it justice. I got a kind of a crappy phone. It's I think Galaxy 10 or 9 or 10. So the camera isn't that good, but if you were there in person, you could very easily make out what it is. And absolutely, people definitely saw it when they're walking by without question.
Oh, I have no doubt. Yeah, and I took that into consideration. I showed all the 3 videos that you sent, and yeah, it's without question that everybody walking along that street, it would catch their eyes. Anybody in those other buildings, it would catch their eyes. I mean, yeah, that was badass. It was Promethean as all hell, and a big congratulations and thank you for that service. That's amazing. I hadn't even thought about it doing anything like that ever. All these years of activism, and I never thought that, well, I could go somewhere on vacation and hang up a banner on my balcony. That's really cool. Yeah.
And the catch that I kind of cover my tracks what allowed me to do it is it wasn't hanging over. So you can't say it was a danger. It was going to fall. There's none of that allegations. It was inside. I just used regular duct tape, no damage to the walls or no nails or anything. It was just a regular sign there, and there's no way to dispute that it's totally legal to put it up there. I paid for the room. I specifically, one thing I kind of messed up on and forgot to ask for a room on the lower floor, just so it'd be a little easier for people to see, but you could still see it anyway. So it doesn't really. I think that was like the 15th or some floor, but people could still see it. It really wasn't obscured.
Well, obviously folks could see it because they were calling the front desk and they were like, what is this about? You get some sort of signage up on your, it's obviously going to stand out because it's the thing that's not like everything else on the building. There.
Absolutely. It was bright white. And I got the sign made. I think there's tons of websites. You people can make them themselves, custom stickers and magnets and all that. But I think it was build a sign or whatever. It wasn't expensive, like $30 or something. So you could use it more than once. It's regular plastic, and next time I get a hotel somewhere, I'll definitely be bringing it along. So maybe you'll get 1 or 2 more videos. I don't know yet. I gotta plan it out.
Well, that's fantastic, man. Of course, the thing for folks to remember is that you're going to need a balcony that either has glass like you had so that people can see through, it's on the inside, or, just the vertical bars maybe, but obviously a piece of concrete or brick or something is not going to work, because then you would have to hang it over the edge, and then they would have could have a legitimate concern that it's going to come loose and harm.
Yeah, but I looked at the reviews and Google Street View. You could do that. I did that. I did my reconnaissance before I booked the place. Trust me, I didn't want to waste my money. The place wasn't cheap.
I've always thought it'd be cool to like rent a Ferrari and then put like one of those magnetic stickers on the back, just for the something white positive. This goes back many years, and just drive all day long in the Ferrari. So everywhere you would go, people would see there's a Ferrari with somebody with some white positive bumper sticker on it. You're in a nice building, and it says no white guilt. It's sending a message, and maybe to the kind of people who could really financially gift and make things happen.
Yeah, you never know. It's like you said, we gotta try and do something. It's why not? I pulled it off. So anybody else, I'm not saying anybody had to replicate it or anything, but people could find stickers, or I did that as well. I found a few stickers around there. I mean, it's easy for people to do on their own. Like I said, you can go on these websites. You could get anything, man. I'm sure. I think you were having an issue with Zazzle or something. I can't remember what it was.
Vistaprint, yeah.
Vistaprint, yeah. I didn't listen to the whole thing, but I can imagine that once they start reading what you're printing out, they don't really care. But like I said, there's tons of different companies. A lot of them are based in Asia. They're just manned by the lowest common denominator prices, and they'll print anything you want out, anything. So you could probably just make your own sprays or whatever somebody wants, free shipping. Just do it on your own. It's really not that hard to pull off. You don't need the permission. There's tons of websites out there, so everybody listening could easily put some type of phrase, or it's okay to be white, things like that. Everything that the regular phrases that normal people use, and take it from there.
That is fantastic, man. Thank you for taking the initiative. For months, ladies and gentlemen, this guy has been taking the initiative and going out and making it happen for White Wellbeing. Many months when it came to the election, and even before that, of course. So he's one of our best, and we really appreciate Tall Kevin for everything that you do for White Wellbeing, brother. What else would you like to say before we let you go?
Just everybody just hanging there. I know a lot of black pill and stuff online, and kind of some content producers people listen to. I know I brought up his name, Ramsey Paul, a few days ago, and he's still putting videos up and kind of critiquing, I believe, Nick Fuentes and what he's doing, and people doing the Stop the Steal stuff. And he put a video up, something about like alligating it to like high school pep rallies, where if you go there, even though your high school football team sucks, you still were mandated to go. And what's the purpose of having this positive energy, even though it doesn't go anywhere? Like thinking there's some black magic or something associated with it. And in reality, it's, well, if you have a positive attitude, it'll encourage somebody to do something positive with their life, which would possibly be to influence the politicians, or to call them on their phone, or send them an email, or any type of way you can reach out to them to try and turn their opinion on a more white positive approach, or anything pro, the current president. So when he says things like that, it really could be debunked in a matter of seconds. And I don't know why I really get annoyed why he just listened to his videos, because I was a big fan of him years ago, and I watch maybe one every couple of weeks when it comes up, and I'll just shut it off, because I can't get what his agenda is. What's the purpose of him doing it? Just to try and grift and make money, or what? Because he really doesn't have any clear message. And my tip to people that are like following some of these guys, I know some of it, like you say, it's edutainment, it's fun, it's get a couple laughs, but when you really analyze the amount of time you're wasting putting into some of these people's videos and comments and crap, you get nothing out of it, other than just a couple giggles. And if you need that, I don't know, turn on an old Three Stooges video or something like that, because you don't need to be wasting your time with these morons out there. Yeah,
that's a great way to put it. That's an absolutely great way to put it. If you're gonna be involved, if you're gonna care about our people, if you're gonna care about our countries, if you're gonna care about our heritage, our destiny, then you might as well get involved in something that is making a difference. Because otherwise, just like Tall Kevin just said, you might as well turn on the Three Stooges. You're just wasting your time.
Yeah, they're kind of funny if you watch some of the old ones. I just thought of that on. I think there's some Turner Classic Movies or something on the TV I saw. But really, that's the truth. Because like if you just start getting too wrapped up into these videos, it kind of starts putting you in a negative mood, a negative outlook. And I know everybody gets like that every once in a while, but sometimes you gotta just snap yourself out of it and say, nah, screw that. I'm gonna actually try and do something what I can with my means, and say, hey, at least I did my part. And you can live with yourself, and you can look yourself in the mirror every time you wake up in the morning. You don't have to be ashamed to just sitting on your couch and playing Xbox and fantasizing about whatever, you know. I mean, live life. That's what it's here for. Don't just sit around. So that's my tip for the for the week or month, whatever. But yeah, I'll let you go. I know there's probably got a couple people who want to call. So yeah, have happy holidays if I don't end up having the call next week or so. And you're not happy, but Merry Christmas. I'm sure everybody isn't offended by that. So yeah, and I appreciate putting the video on. I really do.
No, we appreciate you deeply, brother. Thank you so much for that and everything you're doing for White Wellbeing. And thank you for the call in tonight. You're always welcome, Kevin.
All right. Thank you, man. Good night.
Good night. Promethean Hales. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Well, I have a Fraulein Dresden reaching out saying, don't forget that this packet that I showed everybody is going to go to somebody free. And that person will be the person who writes to me first on the No White Guilt channel or the Discipline channel. You have to tag me, and you have to be willing to give me your address. So this pack is going free. Who's going to reach me first? Who is going to reach me first? It's got to be on one of those channels because I can't observe the other ones at the moment. And remember that if you have already financially gifted and you are willing to give up your address, financially gifted $50 or more, you can have this packet, and I will send it out to you as early as tomorrow. We'll take a quick look at the question widget. We're going to be wrapping up here in just a moment, ladies and gentlemen. What an exciting Sunday this has been, and such opportunities now. There is coming some big changes, potentially very big changes, societal context shifting changes, and we've talked about that a lot. And we need to be ready to take advantage of the opportunities and to overcome the obstacles that are created for us by the shift. We are the ones that will be able to do that, though. We are outside of the anti-white narrative. That story that we are in is our story, the one that we create each day by what Kevin was just talking about. Living your life in victory for white well-being, for service to white well-being. You can make that decision. You can be as tall as Kevin or as short as, who's short? As Nick Fuentes. You could be obese, you could be skinny, you could be in fabulous shape. It doesn't matter where you are. You can make the decision to live your life as a hero for white well-being. Kevin's making that decision, and many others here are making that decision. Are you going to be in that story, our story, as one of those heroes? I hope so. I hope to see you there. I hope to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with you. Don't watch these people that Kevin was just talking about. If Ramsey Paul is making you depressed, or if any of these other folks are making you depressed, and you end up in some sort of deleterious spiral to the surface of the earth, to just detonate in this death spiral explosion at the end. If you're there, you need to get away from it as quickly as possible. There's nothing that in going free that opens the door to that sort of thinking. That is doom documenting. And if anything else that he might be doing over there, Ramsey Paul might be doing some doom dissecting. You could take this positive energy, and probably what's happening with Ramsey Paul and what he's observing with a lot of the people who are getting excited at these rallies is that there's nothing effective that they can do beyond being excited. Well, we have something they can do that's effective, that works for everyone. So many that we can say everyone. That is appearing in all types of groups across the white positive sphere, in nations, Western nations all around the world, so that we speak with a single tongue to those anti-white oligarchs who want to keep us down, who want to keep us in a place where they can victimize us, who want to white erase us from our own civilizations, or white erasing us from our history, white erasing us from our accomplishments, white erasing us from our discoveries, white erasing us from our victories, white erasing us from our streets, our movies, every single place you can turn in our society. This won't end. This won't get better unless we recapture our destiny. And it's not going to end. It's not going to get better. We are not going to recapture our destiny by Fed posting, by being a wignat nitwit, by complaining and trying to misrepresent me and the good work that we're doing here for Go Free. It's not going to happen by talking about civil war. It's not going to happen by talking about violence of any kind. And that doesn't mean that we won't defend ourselves. Of course, if somebody comes to violently attack us, we will defend ourselves. Of course, we will defend ourselves if somebody comes to harm our loved ones. But there is a big difference between seeking violence against a regime that has absolute control of all violence and promising or guaranteeing silently, almost tacitly, that we will defend ourselves where and when we are aggressed against. We are not going to be able to recapture that destiny, ladies and gentlemen, by documenting how everything is awful, or by dissecting in all the ways that things are awful, all the ways that they became awful and where it came from. And maybe this group of people is more behind this particular thing or that particular thing, and then living in the life of their story, talking always about them. They are the center of your world. You know what's funny when it comes to those folks, just as an aside, these people who talk about the puppies all day, they talk more about the puppies than the puppies talk about themselves. That is something to be said when you're reflecting on whether or not you are on the right path to do good for our people. Just think about that for a little while. And if you remain stuck in that place, then there might be no helping you. But we want to redeem you. We need to redeem you, because this is the path. This is the light. This is the success proven time and again through all of these testimonials that flow in day after day for the work that we are doing of white well-being. This can change the tapestry for us. This can change the landscape, the milieu in which all of these other things operate. There is simply nothing else. And we will continue to be the victors here. And the reason why is because we have humility. There isn't a single person who stands on a rostrum that everybody celebrates. There isn't someone, and ultimately we have these people with their egos, whether it's for their intelligence or their education about obscure periods in history that have no relevance, or the ones who simply Fed post the most and who are who play the villain the best in the anti-white narrative. They themselves are driven by their egos, so that all of the other lesser Fed posters can see them standing at the top and then being persecuted for merely Fed posting. We have to do this as a family. We have to come together as a people, and we need people in every community going free. This is what we have to be doing as quickly as we can, as long as we can. And then when that context changes, sooner or later, we'll make the changes that we have to make to continue moving forward. And hopefully by then we will have reached enough people that this will spread like the opposite of wildfire. And wild roses, maybe. This will spread like wild roses, and we will then be able to recapture our destiny. Until then, ladies and gentlemen, the work is all ours, a work of sacrifice, a work of hours, a work of lives. It's against those who are anti-white, intentionally and unintentionally, those who are just merely stupid and envious. We face them all in this challenge. But the most important thing that we can do is keep our eyes on the Western sunrise and keep moving in that direction, irrespective of what anti-whites throw in front of us. And I have no doubt the kind of people that we are bringing into this sphere every single day are the kind of people who will be able to remain committed, the kind of characters who will move forward despite the hurdles that the anti-whites put in front of us. I'm very quickly going to take a look and see if we have anything that came in the live chat. And then we're going to be calling it a night so that I can get to work doing other things. Not anti-white enough says I'd put them to good use. I don't know what you're talking about, brother. What is it? What are you talking about? All right, jump over to Cash App. Okay, we have a question, $5. I was looking for if anybody had written in for. Okay, so this, if anybody had written in for the cards, and I'll keep my eye on that to see if anybody is interested. But our dear friend Mr. Johnson has shown up and has financially gifted $5. And thank you so very much for that. And with a question, Mr. Johnson asks, do you have the vid of your debate with Duke and Spencer? I download and I save everything everywhere where I appear elsewhere. So I've got it somewhere. It was on JF's show, and it was impromptu, so it wasn't billed as a debate with them. I was supposed to appear on JF's show after Dr. Duke had finished, and he kept talking. And so I showed up on time. He stuck around, and then the discussion got started, this disagreement got started about whether or not you bring people to the service of white well-being by talking about us, by putting the focus on us, or putting the focus on puppies. And he is from an environment and a world and talking with people where he was talking to a lot of people who were already in the white positive sphere in various ways, and were already identifying themselves, and this was my position, identifying themselves as part of a besieged group of people. And there were various groups that he spoke to in this way. So you had Southerners, you had everybody in the white positive sphere, the different groups. And so he went to them and said, well, here is the group that's making your life terrible. So for him, it was a matter of selling to these people the cause of their anger, the cause of their anguish, the cause of what have you. And I argued that the rest of the population, the scores of millions, don't have a people of the white population. They don't have a people. So when you go to them and you tell them about, there's this omniscient group that is in charge of all things, and they cause all of the problems. The hope there, and this is the old paradigm, the hope there is that if you can, with this old paradigm, tell enough people where all that is deleterious or negative, where it comes from, or define it, tell everybody where it comes from, tell the people the history of how it was brought about, give people the names of those who brought it about, then you have a God of the Gaps moment where magically you have resistance. Magically you have, and that's simply a hope. A God of the Gaps hope is not a plan. And the reason why so many people fall into this trap is because they look at another country or other countries in history where a people, the people in the country had a people. They knew who they belonged to. They knew what group of people they belonged to. And so when you went to them and said, this is the problem, then it was easy for them to say, well, I'm suffering because my people are suffering, and my people are suffering because of this. I've been convinced now, and so therefore. You don't have that in Western civilization anymore. Period. It doesn't exist. And so you can do it on, say, as relative to society, of course, a tiny scale. But for the rest of society, when you go to a white person in Western civilization and you tell them this, and this is really just in a vacuum, in like a laboratory, when you tell them this, their thought is, how do I get out from underneath of it? How do I disassociate myself with the rest of those who are going to be victimized? How do I align with those who have all of this power so that I and my family can be spared while they take out everybody else? That's what happens when you have a race of people, of individuals who don't have a people. That's what goes through their mind. But not only that goes through their mind. The other thing that goes through their mind is, okay, so you have been talking to me for 5 minutes about this group of people, and over the totality of my life, I've learned from all of the institutions that I consider to be the most prestigious, the most truthful, the most honorable, the most intelligent, that anybody talking this way is from hell, and that they want the worst things that a human being can possibly believe and do. And that is that's the position you put yourself in when you try to save our people by living in somebody else's story. So, I mean, maybe I will, to answer your question, maybe I'll go back and find that segment, cut it out, and then post it maybe on the channel. Mr. Johnson says, thank you. I was only asking because I was searching for it and couldn't find it. Well, you're most welcome. That's sort of a summation of what it was all about. Roy Daniel says, dear brother, if nobody else wants them, may I have 2 of the cards, please? And please send one of them to Mrs. Jess Horst and the other one to Carlisle Cockatoo. Well, that is, brother, it looks like, let's see. Okay, Heidi says, send one to Mrs. Jess Horst. Okay, so not anti-white enough was the first one to ask for the cards. So we'll ask this of not anti-white enough. May we send one of them to Mrs. Jess Horst? I'm sure not anti-white enough will mind that. And then the rest will go to you. Now, you have to reach out to me. Are not anti-white enough? Are you on Twitter? Can you send me a direct message? Can you send me a $1 on Cash App with your address? And I will send the $1 back once I have it, and then mail the cards to you. And by the way, I'm also going, I don't know, I'll have to get the address for Mrs. Jess Horst. Let me just see and then we're going to check out of here, ladies and gentlemen. I'll just take a quick look to see if there are any other questions about that, what I was just talking about, or Silent Calm says, what is puppy naming? Hi there, Jason. Do we need more white immigrants in the U.S., especially in poor Eastern European countries, instead of the non-white people are mostly anti-white? Well, most of the non-white people that come in, regrettably, are anti-white. And the ones who don't show up anti-white are, and we know that, by the way, they vote for anti-white policies. So that pretty much, and they celebrate it. That pretty much tells you their position. Absolutely tells you their position. Now, I don't, the question of whether we need more white immigrants or not, that's something for down the road. And I can't see why we wouldn't allow the free movement of peoples of our family to move from one country to the next. But I mean, we'll figure that out once we capture our destiny. Okay, I think that's everybody. Like Comedies is here. Great to see you, brother. And real quick look over here. All right. And let's get a great big round of applause going. We're gonna wrap up the show with a great big round of applause for our dear Jesse. Thank you so very much for $75. 75 US dollars. Thank you so much for that. Sweet lady, financial gift, $75. And she writes here with those $75, the XOX. I guess this is a kiss, hug, and a kiss. Well, thank you so much. $75. Big round of applause. And Mrs. Jess Horst just financially gifted while she's ill. $30. Thank you so much. Thank you for the prayers and energy sent my way. Promethean Hails, Yuletide cheer, Merry Christmas. Well, Yuletide cheer and Merry Christmas back to you. Please get better, sweet lady. And our thoughts are with you. Sorry that you are so ill, and we feel confident that you will pull through with all of the strength and verve that we know you for. So thank you so much for that. Can you believe this? She's even sick, and she's going free with us and financially gifting. Okay. Yes, of course. I will contact via Cash App. Okay. So we've got Not Anti-White Enough gets the free Christmas cards, and one of them is going to go to Mrs. Jess Horst. And Not Anti-White Enough, I assume you saw them. You can let me know which one you want me to send her direction, and then she can put that up to raise her spirits. A few people sent to you in Entropy. All right, let's take a look over there. Thank you to everybody over here on D Live as well. Looks like Kimberly gave a diamond's worth of points, and Kimberly asks about the cards. I'm afraid we saw the winner of that as Not Anti-White Enough. And thank you though for chiming in. And they are marvelous, aren't they? Fraulein Dresden did a magnificent job, truly magnificent job putting those together for everybody. So thank you everyone tonight. Let's see. Proud to be Greek. Says, I met some Greeks in my local area who are from Chicago who claimed that they would have a hard time getting along with Northern European kin if we recaptured our destiny. Well, you don't have to associate with them. You don't have to live among them. You don't have to live in the countries where it's going to be all Northern Europeans. So that's the easiest remedy for that. Okay, just making sure. Heidi's saying that Kimberly over on D Live asked about the cards too. And thank you for asking about the cards, everybody. I think do you agree that seems to be an unbalanced amount of Orange is saying some groups that Dr. Duke used to be in did not think, well, this whole thing about Southern or Northern European, the position in service to white well-being is that they are all members of Western kind, all of us, period. We know our biospirit by the culture we create, which is Western civilization. We have very slight differences that are dramatic when compared to the other races of man. Their creations, their biospirit, beautiful things, wonderful things. But there's clearly something within us that distinguishes us, and it's not a particular hair color, it's not a particular hue of skin for us. It is that Western civilization that we see, that only we create and that only we can maintain. As always, ladies and gentlemen, It is a deep pleasure to go free with every one of you. It is an honor to be able to stand shoulder to shoulder with every one of you. There is going to continue to be, I'll just say this as we wrap up, there's going to continue to be a great amount of people who are trying to make you depressed, of people who are trying to convince you that all is lost. And just remember that what I said at before the beginning of this year, before the beginning of this decade, that the anti-whites are going to get stronger even as we are growing. And earlier in the show today, I talked about the anti-venom. Even when it enters the system of a person who has been poisoned by or envenomated by a rattlesnake or whatever it might be, once that anti-venom enters the system, even though it is just a modicum or just the tiniest bit relative to the rest of the body, relative to the rest of everything being killed by the venom, the writing is already on the walls. The victory is already in the cards. There is no changing the outcome there. And that is how it is with going free. We, as I said before the beginning of this decade, are not going to see the anti-whites getting weaker by way of a diminution of their strength, by way of a diminution in their ability to inflict injury on us. They will grow stronger even as we grow stronger. And then we will be victorious in the end. We will recapture our destiny. I love every single one of you, brothers and sisters out there. Let's go free.
There's nothing left but the fire in my chest and the air that fills my lungs. I'll hold my tears and trade my ears for a glimpse at kingdom come. On the other side of misery, there's a world we long to see. The strife we share will take us there to relief and sovereignty. Oh my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll have our home. By blood or sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. In our own towns, we're foreigners now. Our names are spat and cursed. The headline smack of another attack, not the last and not the worst. Oh, my fathers, they look down on me. I wonder what they feel to see their noble sons driven down beneath a coward's heel. Oh, my God, we'll have our home again. By God, we'll sweat, we'll get there yet. By God, we'll have our home. The road is dark, the way is lost. My eyes, they strain to see. I struggle forth to find a friend to light the way for me. Oh, brothers, can you hear my voice, or am I all alone? If there's no fire to guide my way, then I will start my own. Oh,